Y'all go give Amy Waters a follow here. Wonderful trans musician, deserves far, far, far more recognition. Let's go. Oh, 1 second. Just got to pull up something here. How are we doing, chat? I know it says BRB, but I am still here. Just gotta get the YouTube chat up and running. How you doing, lovelies? Okay. What's up, you dorks? And pop out the chat. There we go. Hello, a humble fool. Excellent, excellent. I've ascended from gutter chat. Yo, humble fool. I look over, see you for the first time over in YouTube chat. Now you're over on the good old riverboat.gg. Welcome aboard, friendos. How am I doing? Who am I calling a dork? I'm calling all you dorks. Okay? breaking news from the video industry. Ooh, we'll get to that, Mint. We'll get to that. So much good news. Hey, casino fan. So, we've gone over this before. I did a long segment, and I don't think it ever got turned into a video, unfortunately. But we did a long segment about Sound of Freedom in the past. The reason it's associated with QAnon is because its lead producer and actor, Jim Caviezel, is a huge QAnon guy. He plays Ballard in the film. Jim Caviezel, like, in an interview, like, paused for like a minute before like launching into how they are controlling Hollywood and the liberal media and trying to make his film fail because they are the ones trafficking children, which is just it. If you don't know what that means, it's just blood libel accusations. You know, who are the they that is usually accused of running Hollywood? It's the Jews. So he's saying the Jews are abducting children from other countries and drinking their blood. He believes in all of the like, you know, liberals are drinking baby blood. You know, they got to torture the children in order to bring out the adrenochrome. Yeah, you guys are familiar with this, right? Do I have to like start at square one about like the fundamental beliefs of QAnon? Yeah, it's some of the basic. I don't know that Jim Caviezel is like a JFK Jr. guy, but he's definitely an adrenochrome and Jews drinking blood guy. I watched The Search for Q, good documentary. I will have to check that out. But for those of you who don't know, yeah, Casino Fan, they never mention, they rarely make it very explicit. They just talk about they are trafficking children, or the liberal elites are trafficking children, or buying the children, you know? The same way, like, very few people were like, do you remember Pizzagate, Casino Fan? Do you remember Pizzagate? This is like 5-6 years ago now, so might not be in like the current like perception of this stuff. But Pizzagate was a conspiracy predicated on the idea that these people had, which again, they're all QAnon. So again, people who believe this shit, like Jim Caviezel, they read leaked Hillary Clinton emails and saw that pizza was mentioned in the emails, and they put together that child pornography and cheese pizza both use the same first letters for each word, and so they came up with the idea that every time they talked about cheese pizza, it meant child pornography. And then they cooked up a crazy conspiracy about how Hillary and the Clintons and the Clinton Foundation was flying in children trafficked from other countries into the basement of this one Washington, D.C. pizza parlor and, torturing them to get out the adrenochrome from their blood and then drinking it, right? When a lot of people talk about this stuff, though, they're not going to be explicit about each step of the conspiracy, but that's the whole conspiracy. Yeah, the comet pizza or whatever. Are you supporting the new Flash Moiv and the Flash actor? I don't know anything about the Flash movies. I checked out of DC movies after Batman v Superman. I've heard Ezra Miller fucking sucks, and I haven't seen the new Flash movie, so that's kind of where I'm at. So, all I'm saying is that Jim Caviezel produced this film, he believes all of the QAnon stuff, and he is one of the lead actors in the film. Additionally, this movie is about child sex trafficking, and they made a movie based off of this group called, I believe they're called, like, Operation Underground Railroad. And they go into other countries, non-US countries, and their goal their stated goal is rescuing children from sex traffickers, which, you know, that's a noble stated goal. The issue is that in a lot of the ways they've gone about rescuing children from child sex traffickers, they have put children's lives at risk. They have threatened ongoing anti-child sex trafficking operations, and generally speaking, kind of made an entire mess of a lot of situations. But credit where credit's due, they have saved about 120 kids, which is really great. It's less great when you take into account that they might have gotten other children killed, but, I mean, saving kids is good. Hopefully not too many other kids died. Additionally, and this might be one of the more sussy parts, Operation Underground Railroad has literally sold spots on their anti-child sex trafficking operations to wealthy benefactors. So, like, wealthy individuals. I think one of the coach of one of the NFL's teams went on one of these anti-sex trafficking operations. Yeah. Let me grab his name. What was his name? Yes. In 2018, Pittsburgh Steelers coach Mike Tomlin went to Haiti with Operation Underground Railroad to experience firsthand one of their operations. Additionally, Twitch streamer, or I guess just streamer in general, Ninja, has gone on one of these as well. I believe, or maybe I believe Ninja actually just fundraised for them. Yeah. So yeah. Look, there's a lot of weird stuff going on there. Here is what one prominent human trafficking scholar named Anne Gallagher wrote about the operation. The entire premise of Operation Underground Railroad and its operations, that local law enforcement will take over when the dirty work has been done, is dangerously naive. Why are police in Mexico, the Dominican Republic, and Colombia not arresting child sex traffickers if they are so easy to find? The simplest explanation is law enforcement complicity in such crimes, which makes sense because if you are tackling a, criminal organization that has the ability to, do complicated sex trafficking operations, well, chances are they have the money to pay off local law enforcement, which means if you do an anti-sex trafficking operation, as Operation Underground Railroad does, and you decide, well, it's our job here is done, time to turn these kids over to the police, or, time to skedaddle and leave the paperwork up to these people now that we've captured the bad guys. Well, those police officers are in the pocket of the bad guys they just screwed over. So, if the children are turned over into law enforcement, there's a very good chance that the children just get recycled back into the trafficking industry. So, yeah, it's not a great operation in terms of its effectiveness, but undeniably, it has rescued some number of children. Just how many of those children have stayed rescued kind of remains to be seen. Additionally, when you say, oh, it has nothing about QAnon in it, well, QAnon, the people who believe QAnon, the people who believe that the Jews are trafficking children to drink their blood and undermine America, they certainly love the movie. QAnon message boards have been lighting up to promote this film nonstop. Yeah. Because, again, the entire movement is predicated on the idea that there is a global network of elites that deeply, deeply desires drinking the blood of innocent children, and also having sex with them and torturing them. And well, when you're in that worldview and suddenly a movie comes out that's essentially about that, well, you're gonna be promoting it nonstop. Oh yeah, speaking of the actual real world guy that is the inspiration, or the actual real world guy who is portrayed in The Sound of Freedom, Ballard, he also is a QAnon person. He believes, or at least at one point believed, and posted it publicly, that the online retailer Wayfair, like the online, the online furniture store, was selling kids. Uh, they thought that there were some weird names or overpriced storage cabinets that would be shipped with children inside. And they based this off of the fact that some of the furniture had like girl names, like Ashley or something. Yo, hey, Metal Kitty Mom. Oh wait. Do we have the yeah, we actually have the video. Well, let's just play the video of him saying this. Okay, here's the guy who is the guy Sound of Freedom is based on.
Ballard here, CEO of Operation Underground Railroad. I want to respond to a lot of questions we're getting about this whole Wayfair thing. Look, bottom line, law enforcement's going to flush that out and we'll get our answers sooner than later. But I want to tell you this. Children are sold that way. For 17 years, I've worked as an undercover operator online. No question about it. Children are sold on social media platforms, on websites, and so forth. So I'm glad people are at least waking up to it, especially right now, because 2020 has been an absolutely horrifying year for children. And this is why. There's been unintended consequences due to the COVID-19 lockdowns and the shutdowns. Kids are taken out of the infrastructure that keeps them safe. They're told to sit on their smartphones and their laptops, and the pedophiles are doing the same thing. They're also home, jobless, and they're accessing our kids. And it's really bad. The reports that came out from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children have confirmed that there's been literally millions of additional reports of
Oh, VCC TV, thank you for becoming a member over on the YouTube. Goddamn, I swear, like, the video content on Twitter has gotten so much worse.
Sex assault originating online than there was the same time last year. Our kids are vulnerable, and when we made the decision,
man, we are halfway through a 1 minute long video. Jesus. While we just kind of sit for this, real quick, Jim Caviezel actually spoke at a QAnon conference in Oklahoma in 2021, where he said, and I quote, Ballard's down there saving children as we speak because they're pulling kids out of the darkest recesses of hell right now in all kinds of places, the adrenochroming of children. So, like, no, like, this is explicitly associated with Sound of Freedom. They might not say adrenochrome. They might not say Jews in the film. But the entire ethos and purpose behind the film is steeped in this conspiracy. Are we... Do I need to just, like, refresh? Like, what the hell, bruh? Here, what if I suspend all other tabs? Will that help me at all? No?
vulnerable. And when we made the decisions to lock everything down,
God damn it, dude. Dude. Why is it like this? Yeah, I feel like ever since KF Logan, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. We're just wrapping up a talk about Sound of Freedom and its association with QAnon. Howdy, folks. Ever since the AWS server bill went unpaid over on Twitter, Twitter videos have sucked ass. Wayward Historian, thank you for gifting a sub to KF Logan. Hello, everybody. How you doing? Everyone doing good? I'm doing good. You guys ready to have a goddamn show? Hey, White Crone, how you doing? Good to see you back. David S. Wait. I want to say your name right. David Sil. Wait. I'm so sorry. David Silber. Butyl? David Silber Butyl. Hello. Hello, Holly Ari Jack. Good to see a fellow Jack in chat. Hello, Tecker Sminkellen. The Dutch government collapsed, so I'm good. Wait, what? Nani the fuck? Oh, it's German? Okay, I'm sorry. David's from Deutschland. Gotcha. We love you, alright? Hi, Kev said nice things about you that I won't specify. Well, thanks. I appreciate it. Swirly Curly, welcome to the chat. And also, chatters who were here before the raid, I'm sorry, I didn't actually say hello to you. I didn't individually greet you like I usually do. I apologize for that. Twitter is shit now, that's why. True, that's why I also skeeted my, that I was live. Belgium didn't have a government for like a decade. Step it up. David Silverpouch sounds like an elf. I love it. Hell yeah. Useless. Wait. Sorry. I was about to say useless entity. I'm sorry. User nameless entity. Yeah, it'd be collapsing the Dutch government because the biggest party got called out on their anti-immigration bullshit. Well, you know what? In that case, good. Because I don't know much about Dutch politics. I'm sorry. Why did they have to call it skeeting? It's so bad. Because I guess they let people vote on it, and the people that they let on early were silly little gooses. But yeah, I mean, like, it... basically, Sound of Freedom heavily associated with QAnon. The producer and lead actor talks about adrenochrome conspiracies. QAnoners are sharing the movie like crazy. Yeah, it's not great. And the organization it's about is kind of sketchy in real life. Okay, yeah, it's a Skeety McSkeet face kind of thing, which I don't know why that sounds kind of racist. I'm gonna avoid saying that exact phrasing in the future.
Hey, you like torturing your audience, right?
I do like torturing my audience. Thank you for the $5 dono, but Catalina Gearbox, we actually watched this the other day on the 12-hour long stream. From a fellow redhead chick, can I just say you're so pretty? It's a bit beyond the pale, pristine biscuit, but I'll allow it. Thanks. Would be very funny, not good, if fruit was followed into 4 out of the blue. That's a reference I understand. And Catalina Gearbox, thank you for being one of the first people to financially support Stream over on riverboat.gg. Though VCC TV has you beat over on the YouTube chat. And folks, if you are in the Twitch chat and you would like to watch this stream without ads, consider coming on over to the riverboat.gg site, where you can view without ads, even if you're not subscribed. So feel free to come on over, and you get to be in the on-screen chat. So bunch of W's for you in that endeavor. And if you need a handy link in the chat, there you go. I guess we're just never gonna know the other minute long of this QAnon conspiracy about how Wayfair is trafficking children in furniture. I'm sorry. With that, we're gonna move on. And hope, against hope, that other videos will function. Apologies for not asking properly. I know appearance comments can be iffy. Nah, that's fine. I had an OnlyFans. It's a-okay. I technically still have an OnlyFans. I'm used to comments about my appearance. They still are on the Wayfair. Oh yeah, QAnoners never give up any aspect of the conspiracy, you know? Hey, Holy Beer Dragon, how you doing? And KF Logan, first off, folks, go follow KF Logan. Excellent content creator. Follow him over on Twitch, okay? And second of all, I hope you had a great stream, KF Logan and the K-Flow crew. And for those of you who don't know who I am, I'm Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics. I'm a socialist. I'm trans. If you want to know about trans people or socialism, feel free to ask me questions. I love talking about them. And don't ooh my owo. On my good days I am, but I gotta admit, gender dysphoria is a hell of a thing. When I look at myself in the mirror, it is very difficult for me to see it. What is this? Wait, what is this, Mint? Ah, yes, the Amanda, a $50,000 cabinet. Basically, the Wayfair conspiracy was just that people would go through the Wayfair website, and they would see furniture that they perceived as overpriced.
Grats on getting a GG going.
Aw.
Love ya, girly.
Thank you very much, Don't Ooh My Oo. I appreciate the $5 dono. And, hey, maybe some kind friendo in chat can, gift you a sub, so you're no longer a white name. That's me, guilting everyone else in chat to be kind. The top is glorious. Thank you. I'm Idaho, hello. But yeah, they'd be like, oh, this piece of furniture is overpriced and it's called Amanda. That must mean they put a child in it. It's just like, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Like, oh, yeah. These people, by the way, are insane, dude.
All I can say, everyone, is that it is happening. Anybody who doesn't see it, I don't know what to tell you.
It's happening.
All that's going on, we've been waiting for this. This is so awesome. This is so awesome that they tried to make it look like Trump was arrested and all this stuff is happening. We see the military coming in. The seal's been broken. What does that mean,
The
guys?
seal has been broken.
This is the beginning of the end of what we've been waiting for. I am so...
This late... If you're like, what does she mean? The beginning of the end? What we've been waiting for? The seal is broken. It's she's excited, chat, because to U.S. evangelicals, they believe Literally, you know the guys, chat. You know the guys in movies who like run around with like a cardboard sign that says the end is nigh? Like 90% of US evangelicals are just that guy. They believe that the end of the world, the apocalypse is near. And not only that, they believe that that is the express purpose of the United States military backing up Israel. They literally believe that by enabling Israel and its occupation of Palestine, that essentially that will bring about the apocalypse. And it is fucking nuts because these people quite literally think anytime anything happens that it's it's happening, folks, it's the end of the world. And like, oh god, yeah, here we go. I found it. This is unironically like what these people are on the verge at all times. They are primed to believe that that it's the end of the world. Let's go. It's time to roll.
Jesus was seen.
Where, Rachel?
Oh my god.
Show me to me, please. Send it to me, Rachel.
It was literally seen in Ohio.
Please send it to me. Oh, now, please.
Oh my god. This is
Okay,
crazy.
Rachel, which one? Send it to me, baby. Which one? Is it on TikTok?
Mommy, I'm kidding.
Rachel, don't do that.
Is she crying?
Jesus.
Yeah, she started crying because she was so happy that the end of the world was happening. I'm off to bed. Good night, usernameless entity. So, like, keep in mind, like, this applies to, like, you know, little ladies who are part of this, like, ideological grouping. And also to people like this who, like, see, like, military hardware roll across one street, and they're like, it's happening. It's the end times.
So excited. I knew the summer was going to be a hot summer, but it's going to be great, you guys. So everybody who is feeling worried.
Yo.
So glad to live in the timeline where people are not only expecting the apocalypse, but rather are rejoicing that it is here or trying to bring it. SMDH.
SMDH indeed. Also, thank you for getting a tier 2 sub. I very much appreciate that. Don't ooh my oo. Yeah, no, these people, like, are all aboard supporting Israel. And they are all aboard saying, like, they're the least anti-Semitic people on the planet. While simultaneously predicating their support of Israel on the idea that by supporting Israel, they are ushering in the age where God will wipe clean the earth and destroy the Jews. So yeah, it's kind of a fucked up thing. It's a fucked up thing. I grew up in that sort of thinking. There was a series of books by a guy named Hal Lindsey that I read growing up. I read these books earnestly. And they were all about how, like, yep, end times are coming, baby. End times are coming. You know, planet Earth had its time. Late great planet Earth, baby. Let's go. Ariana Jasmine, hello. Hello. Thank you so much for the raid, lovely. I hope you had a great stream. Hello, people. My name is Riverboat Jack. Also, everyone go follow Ariana Jasmine. Just a wonderful, wonderful person and content creator. I feel like she covers a lot of things that, like, I might fall into some of my blind spots. So if you like my content, but you want broader reach, definitely go give her some attention, okay? Also, welcome, Raiders. My name's Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics. I am a socialist, And I'm also a trans lady. If you got questions about socialism or trans people, feel free to ask. This is a safe space to just ask things you genuinely want to know about, because I'm used to, I wish that I had had somebody to ask those questions to when I was growing up. So feel free to ask. I'd love to provide some insight. Hello, Sun Devil 123. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm feeling blonde. Hello. And every single month, a new piece of technology is invented that is even slightly relatable to such. It's called Mark of the Beast. Oh yeah, no, Pristine Biscuit. Oh god, one of my favorite pieces of evangelical propaganda. Oh god. Don't go. Yeah, oh god, you guys got yep. This is a classic. All-time classic evangelical anthem. So for those of you who don't know, back in like the 80s when they invented barcodes for like merchandise, you know, that we just like you scan at like the supermarket or like, you know, when you're checking out basically at any physical location. Evangelical Christians came up with the idea that this barcode was the mark of the beast predicted in the book of Revelations. And they kinda lost their shit about it in a big way.
Register today for your very own personal 666 barcode implant. No more need to carry cash or credit cards. The price of the goods you buy is now automatically subtracted from your bank account by the computer
70s,
terminal at
80s,
the
yeah.
checkout stand. It's fast. It's easy.
You guys are not ready. This song is honestly kind of a Bob Starry Night, you're right.
Kathy, don't go to the supermarket today. 'Cause there's a very strange man at the checkout stand. And there's a laser scanner where you put your hand. Kathy, don't go to the supermarket today. Don't go, Kathy, don't go. Without a computer ID, there's no way to pay. Don't go, please don't go.
Oh no, this is real, Gamer G. This is 100% sincere.
But that's just their way to get you down there. What you don't know is that they're everywhere.
Yeah, the idea was that if you shopped at the supermarket, if you even like bought something using a barcode, you were claimed by Satan.
To the supermarket today. Kathy, don't go to the supermarket today. They had a special program on the TV last night, explaining calmly why these things must be done right. They say their new computer is the way to control, but what they didn't say is that it costs your soul. Kathy, don't go to the supermarket today. Don't go, Kathy, don't go.
Don't go, Kathy.
Computer ID, there's no way to pay. Don't go, please don't go. 'Cause there's a very strange man at the checkout stand, and there's a laser scanner where you put your hand. Kathy, don't go to the supermarket today. Oh, Kathy, can't you see what they're trying to do? This isn't just a new craze. They want to make us their slaves. Kathy, don't go to the supermarket today.
Kathy, don't go. We've got a commune.
Kathy, let's leave while there's still time to get away. Honey, don't worry, just take my hand. We can make it even if we have to live off the land.
Kathy, we can live in the woods with my friends. None of us are gay. Don't worry about it. Literally, the video ends with them running off into the wilderness with backpacks to, like, what? Like, live in the middle of nowhere, I guess? Yeah, it's moved from being barcodes to RFID chips. Which, you know, to be fair, RFID chips, like implants, are bad. And could be horribly misused. But not because they, like, make you a pawn of Satan. To live La Vida Loca. Don't worry, Kathy. This isn't a cult. Oh, God. Oh, yeah, social security numbers were one, too. That's true. I forgot about that one. Oh. The no trespassing signs do indeed have no homo in fine print. Yeah. Okay, let's finish up this one TikTok video.
Worried and scared when you're watching this stuff, and I appreciate you guys sending me these videos because I am not in the Matrix.
Is there a Discord?
And so I don't know
You bet your
all
bootstraps.
the details of when they're unfolding. But
There you
I do
go.
know that they're supposed to. So I'm loving seeing these confirmation videos, and thank you for sending them to me so that I can put it all together and encourage everybody. This is all a good thing. Yes, the dollar's going to crash. The stock market's going to crash. We're going to have a huge black swan event. But if you've been prepared, if you've been following me, then you are excited for the future. And we've just got a little bit more to go, you guys. We've got to get through this. I know physically your ascension symptoms are going off the charts.
Your ascension symptoms. Aha. Aha. Tell me more.
Ground. Go out in the sun, okay? Go out in the sun. It's like a giant med bed. It really is. Go
out in the sun and just let the Holy Spirit take you, okay? Oh, yeah, Metal Kitty Mom, these people believe that, like, prior to the apocalypse, that if they're one of the good ones, God will spirit them away from the mortal plane and ascend them. You know, it's the whole premise of Left Behind, or the people who get left behind by this. What was the term for that? Oh God, the rapture. Thank you, White Crown.
out there, get healed. Think positive thoughts. Think about what you want. Think
Hey,
about
Groove Dragon,
who you
thanks
are,
for the follow.
who you want to be. That's who you are. Don't go over in your mind all these old things that the dark side has gotten you programmed to believe about yourself. None of them are true. Okay?
The
This
Sith?
is the greatest time in history to be alive. This is such a privilege to be here at this time. And every person that's following me, that connects with me, that knows what's going on, I love you guys so much. And those of you who have no clue what's going on, I love you guys too. And I hope that you will look at this video and check out my other videos so you can get awakened before the big shift happens. Don't be in fear. Remember, fear stands for false evidence appearing real. Anytime you feel fear, just say, nope.
Yeah, and all of you who don't get raptured, peace and go fuck yourselves. Okay, bye. Oh god, dude. Oh, also, I just thought this was funny. Just real quick. Are you guys ready to see the ultimate lineup of communists? Guys, are you ready? Are you ready for the ultimate lineup of communists? You've never seen a lineup this powerful before, okay? You've never seen a lineup this powerful.
Patriots, things are coming together. We have the ultimate lineup. Simon Miller, Caleb Maupin.
Caleb Maupin
And Peter Coffin. Patriots.
That's it. The ultimate lineup is these four guys. Now,
Things are coming
if
together.
you guys
we
don't
have
know
the
who these
ultimate
people
lineup.
are, I don't know who this guy is, if anyone has anything.
Simon Miller.
Yo, thank you for the $5 dono.
Say what you want about Satan, but at least he actually does stuff for you.
No, he doesn't, because
What
he's
does
not
God
real.
do? Help you find your keys?
Satan doesn't do anything either. Satan is literally fan fiction added to the Bible after a bunch of people like ate mushrooms and read Milton. He doesn't do anything either. Now, Caleb Maupin, for those of you who don't know, ran like a communist propaganda outlet that morphed into a cult that he ran, where he like sexually abused employees. Additionally, allegedly, you know, allegedly, and then after those allegations came out, he disappeared off the face of the earth, for like a year and a half.
Maupin.
And now Peter Coffin is interesting, right? Because I actually really liked Peter Coffin for like a good long while, and then he like it was, or does Peter Coffin use they them pronouns? I forget. I'm gonna use they them pronouns. But like Peter Coffin was really great, and then they like just fell off hard. Like they had some really great videos early on. Oh wait, Groove Dragon, Caleb Maupin was found guilty of the allegations? Okay, well, you know. He sucks. He sucks. The Borger Kang, what a fall from such heights. But yeah, like Peter Coffin was great. He had a really great video on kind of how the marketplace of ideas, and kind of talking about the sharing of ideas and information as a marketplace like distorts kind of like how information is actually transferred. And I thought it was really interesting. It was a real good video. But then just like something happened. I don't know what the catalyst was. Yeah, the attention in is currency in the marketplace of ideas. Yeah. Had many Peters, chose the cringe one. True. Yeah, the attention is currency in the marketplace of ideas video is really, really good. But I don't know what happened. If anyone has insight into that, it was sad, you know? Peter Coffin started chilling with Angie Speaks, and I think their wife might have left them. Okay. Gotcha. Well, at any rate, this is not an all-star communist lineup, my dudes. Also, Peter Coffin and Caleb Maupin both kind of they both kind of look like they just want to die. Like I'm not a body language expert, and body language, you know, interpretation is largely bullshit. All I'm gonna say is my vibe here is that he wants to die. And also, I get very bad energy from this particular clip. Goddamn. Caleb Maupin he's trying to shrink into his suit. Which, you know, fair. It's a natural reaction when one has been outed as a sex pest. Podcast with Angie Speaks was a big L. I really liked the stuff Peter was putting out for years. Then I just wasn't feeling it anymore. Yeah, I forget who Angie Speaks is. I don't remember that one. Oh, they put out weird. They put out like one video like every like 3 months. Okay. She was cringe. Okay. Oh, and turfy as fuck. Okay, cool. How can I block KBS 666 from messaging me? I don't know. But KBS, cut it out. I've never had to block anyone on the messaging app on my website, so I'm unsure how that functions. Pretty sure there's like a little control in the upper right-hand corner of your chat window that you can click on to like throw out a menu. I've never messaged that person. Well, Casino Fan, we can look at the back end to know who's lying. So if this continues to escalate, I will, so help me God, get the White Forest team on this. Let's see. I get the feeling Coffin broke up with their spouse. Gotcha. Okay, moving on. Moving right along. Good news, everybody! Prolific pedophile and child rapist Larry Nassar has been stabbed in prison multiple times. He has been sentenced to basically spend his entire life in prison for sexually abusing female gymnasts for years upon years upon years, covering it up. And he was stabbed twice in the neck, twice in the back, and 6 times in the chest, and suffered a collapsed lung. And you know what? Good. Added my furnaces to Discord for anyone who likes cute floops. We all love cute floops. Not enough. True. 1 second, folks. I have to make a call. I'll be right back, okay? Hello. Hello, hello, hello. How we doing, folks? Oh no, Jack, help. I can't stop celebrating. I can't stop. I can't stop it for you. I'm sorry. Also, folks, we have now been streaming for over an hour. This is your top of the hour ad break. Hello, folks. If you're new here and enjoying your time, consider hitting the follow button over on Twitch. Hit the subscribe button over on YouTube. Hit the like button on the stream if you haven't yet. And consider coming on over to riverboat.gg to drop some subs or donos, because when you drop subs or donos over on riverboat.gg, I get to keep 100% of those donos, as opposed to splitting them 50-50 with Twitch or 70-30 with YouTube. So if you don't want Jeff Bezos getting any more of your hard-earned dollary dues, you can support me over on riverboat.gg and ensure that your monetary support goes the longest possible way towards keeping me alive, which I do need, because I do this full-time, thanks to all of you fine folks who support me. Did I miss the revelation space isn't real? Mithril Mist, you have not. We have not gotten that far in our show yet. So you're in luck. Bad piece of news though, folks. As we get back into doing content, this comes per Aaron Reed, Aaron in the Morn on Twitter. A Kansas judge has ruled that the law defining sex to exclude trans people must be executed by the governor, that driver's licenses for trans people must have their assigned sex at birth. This could result in trans people's driver's licenses being reversed in the coming weeks. So yeah, for those of you who don't know, when you are a trans person, you have to go through all of the trouble of changing every single piece of identification to have, an F gender marker, if you're a trans woman, or an M gender marker if you're a trans man. Because if you don't, it can be dangerous. If you're a trans woman and a cop pulls you over and your identification has an M on it, well, they're gonna think that that's really suspicious and take you in. And you know what? You don't want to be a trans woman in like a rural jail. All right? You don't want to be a trans man in a rural jail either. It's not good. And too many horror stories. Yeah, exactly, VCC TV. My sister is trans and I can't believe the shit she has to go through. It's so much bullshit, chat. It's so much bullshit. I promise to dono as soon as I can. Had emergency eye surgery recently. Yeah, pristine biscuit. Don't put yourself out, okay? And if you come over to riverboat.gg, I'm sure someone will hook you up with a sub. How can trans people change their sex on everything associated with IDs? Sometimes it's as easy as just like when you get your replacement ID, you fill out the paperwork and you say like, I'm an F now. You just like, where they ask on the form are like male, female, you just check female. Sometimes it can be that easy. Other times you have to provide like 6 different forms of ID, and you have to start by changing your birth certificate, which can be like a whole rigmarole in front of a judge. Like, sometimes it's easy, and sometimes it's hard, and sometimes it's almost impossible. How do you change your sex on a birth certificate? Well, the process is going to change and vary depending on the state, right? Every state has their own, like, system to do this. I believe in my state, you have to... It's similar to, like, getting a name change. You have to, like, argue it in front of a judge and show, like, proof of, like, living as your assigned gender. It's a bunch of arbitrary bullshit. Thinking quite a bit lately about how the right wing has been having to focus on pedophiles so hard because they just decided that only other universally accepted target, Nazis, were actually kind of cool. I wonder if the way prisoners treat pedophiles might illuminate that some. Maybe. Tennessee, you have to change. In Tennessee, you have to change your birth certificate. They've had that on lock forever, and the governor is dodging the lawsuit by trans people for years now. Yeah. Yeah, you basically get a free name change when you when you unlock the married class in our video game. But yeah, sorry to Kansas folks. You're gonna be dealing with a lot more bullshit, and that's not fair. Luckily, we'll be supporting the charity Rainbow Passage next, I think next month, to try and raise money for getting people out of these hostile states and into more friendly states. So stick around, folks, and we'll be supporting a charity to get disadvantaged trans folks out of these dangerous areas. Do I know of any lefty orgs in Arkansas that I could volunteer to? I'm not familiar with lefty orgs in Arkansas. Some that you might find in your local area, like the John Brown Gun Club. I know if you're like a gun-oriented person, just taking a stab in the dark because it's Arkansas. But other than that, I know that there are progressive orgs in every state in the country. I'm just not super familiar with Arkansas. I'm sorry. But if you want to head over to let's try this one. Nope. It's pv.vote. No. Oh God, what was the link to the Progressive Victory Discord? Does anyone have that handy? No? Yes? No? Okay, moving on. I'll see if I can track that down. Progressive Victory would be able to hook you up into Progressive Org in Arkansas. PV.win! Thank you very much, don't uwu my oo. There you go. Head on over to PV.win. Talk, like, in the fields, you know, enter your information, what you're interested in volunteering as, and they'll get you hooked up, I promise. Question about Florida. Sorry if already asked. How far will DeSantis take it with anti-trans laws? As far as they can, you know. They've already laid the groundwork in a number of ways to execute trans people. And that might sound a bit extreme, but keep in mind that there is currently an active law in Florida where if you as a trans person use the bathroom, like you're a trans woman and you use the women's bathroom and someone calls the police, they can arrest you. And if you get charged, you can be sentenced to over a year in prison. And in some cases, you can be added to the sex offender registry. And they've made it far easier to sentence people to death. Yeah, it's not that big of a leap from like, oh, you're a child sex abuser for using the bathroom and you're queer. Time to throw you in the gas chamber. Execution for what? Being a child sex trafficker. Do you really not see the connection between, like, an entire propaganda campaign saying that every individual trans person is grooming children? And, like, execution? Like, what if you ask any group of, like, normal guys in America, if you ask any group of normal men in America, what should be done with child sex abusers? What should be done with pedophiles? What is the most common response? Like, if we think this through, right? The most common response is that, well, if I ever saw a pedophile, I'd kill him. I'd shoot him in the head. I'd curb stomp him. You know, like, that's the most common response in America to that crime, right? Never heard about actual execution laws being passed? So, yeah, here we go. Yes, DeSantis signed into law a measure making it easier for juries to apply the death penalty, allowing for only an 8-4 vote. So it used to be, I believe, that in order to convict someone of the death penalty, you had to convict them unanimously. Now it only takes an 8-4 jury, meaning that it is far easier to convict people to death, you know? Additionally, let's see here. Florida Republicans passed legislation Wednesday that would make it a, let's see. Okay. Take a look at this. Okay. On July 1st, Florida's new bathroom restrictions went into effect, making it a crime for trans people to use government-owned public restrooms that align with their gender. Let's see. Ron DeSantis said, women should not be in a locker room having to worry about someone from the opposite sex being in their locker room. The law will criminalize using the bathroom, changing room that belongs with one's opposite sex as a misdemeanor trespassing offense. Under the act, biological sex is defined by reproductive capacity. A previous version of the act also applied to private facilities, including bathrooms in restaurants, gas stations, and other businesses, but lawmakers struck that from the bill 2 days before the end of session. Okay, so it was a last-minute change. The version of the law that passed only applies to bathrooms and changing facilities in prisons, public schools, any buildings owned by the state. This could include restrooms in city parks, beaches, airports, government buildings, and educational institutions. Yes. So it imposes it's the first bill that imposes an actual criminal offense. Trespass is either a first or second degree misdemeanor. It's likely most cases would receive a first degree misdemeanor charge, which carries a prison term of up to 1 year or a $1,000 fine. People who violate the act, who are employed at various public institutions, including prisons, schools, colleges, and state government, could face professional discipline and would not be charged with criminal trespass. Yeah. So you can see how, like, this law criminalizing transgender people for using a bathroom, with up to a year in prison, plus the ongoing assertion that queer people, and trans people in particular, are grooming children, because they're pedophiles. And then you combine that with much easier usage of the death penalty. It is not hard to see that there is a pathway being constructed here where if one were to push the system, one could facilitate a pipeline of trans people to, execution, essentially. Now, no law has been passed yet to do that, but there are a number of changes here that are very concerning when all taken together, alongside the fact that every single Republican political candidate has made trans issues the center focus of their campaigns. Additionally, even more concerning when you take into account that several different state attorney generals have come together including, I believe, Florida's Attorney General, to say that the sale of merchandise with rainbows or pride themes was child sexual exploitation. Essentially, a legal argument to claim that just exposing children to the idea of queerness is sexual exploitation and manipulation, right? So, like, there are clear lines being drawn here, and it's just not good on any level. Progressivevictory.win isn't loading. Let's see. Maybe I can just generate an invite link to Progressive Victory. Huh? Ah, damn it. I wonder if I can get a link this way. Aha! Here you go. Here, try this one, Natalie Lush. I hadn't even thought about the push to have prison as an expected consequence of being trans would match up with the propensity of prisons to condone violence on people they consider pedophiles. Well, when I was thinking about it earlier, but it seems like it might come into play. Yep. Salmon Moose, I missed you. I missed you so much. And, I also had meetings today. Trans people, yeah, it turns out trans people aren't trying to convert anybody. They're just trying to, like, be gay. I think if ours get blown the fuck out in 2024, they're going to memory hole most of the anti-trans crap. Karl Markey Marks, that is low-key my hope. Because the only other option for them is to continue, like, triple down on trans issues. And I feel like at that point, we're going to start seeing some pretty severe extrajudicial violence towards trans people, you know? Okay. Also, just real quick. Destiny, what the fuck? You know? What, like, this... What the fuck? What the fuck is this? Yeah, so if HRT stands for hormone replacement therapy, what do you suppose the N-word stands for? In NRT, where he's slowly turning black. Yeah. Look, it's not a secret that I dislike Destiny vehemently, but like, why? It's like he goes out of his way to be like this, and like he could just not. He could just not, you know? Actually, you're the racist for immediately thinking it's the N-word. Yeah, exactly, Dollmaid. 100%. Just, god damn it. Just don't. You could just not, though. You could just not. You could just not. Like, that's what I keep coming back to. Like, it's... The defense is like, oh, it's just a joke. But, like, it's not that good of a joke, though. Like... I know that people are eager to climb up Destiny's asshole, but like, it's not like a good joke. Yeah, like I try very hard not to make like hating other content creators like my brand, you know? Because I don't think that ultimately at the end of the day, like hating other like content creators is all that productive. I'd much rather prefer to like, you know, get shit done and like educate folks. But I just had to take a moment because like I was just like, man, dude, this unironically, this is like on the level of like a Stone Toss comic. You know, this is on the level of like a neo-Nazi Stone Toss making a comic. Like that's the level of this joke. I don't have the Vosh gene. For real though, Vosh is real easy to work with. Like I've talked with him. I have talked with a number of content creators behind the scenes, and Vosh is not one of the hard ones to work with. Okay, I promise you. Let's see. Moving on. Oh yeah. So apparently, kids these days. Am I right? So a lot of millennials and you know, Gen Xers and boomers, we're all pretty familiar with Gen Z now, right? But most of us aren't that familiar with Gen Alpha, you know, the generation coming up after Gen Z. And I gotta say, I got a glimpse into what Gen Alpha is watching right now, and I just have to say, all of like the algorithm generated like YouTube videos where there's like Spider-Man and Elsa or whatever. I think they've done some damage. Anyway, here's just a snippet of one of the videos that is popular with Gen Alpha at the moment. Just terrifying nightmare fuel. The worst drug trip I can imagine. It's so bad. It's like ultimate cursed content. It's like a level of cursed beyond the usual level of cursed, you know? My friend's 5-year-old watching insane shit. There's so many characters that use channels that use shots and camera angles that scream porn production. Yeah, it's fucking wild. 10-letter name. This is their Slender Man. Yeah, it's like the head head of that guy coming out of a toilet is like their cryptid so far. I live with a 7-year-old. They feel like aliens. Is it weird that I kind of liked it? I mean, I kind of liked the music. I did not like the visuals. My migraine auras come to life. Yeah. Oh, God. All right. Are you guys ready for... Oh, I deleted the wrong thing. My bad. We'll get to you later. All right. You guys ready for some trailer reactions? Are you guys ready for some trailer reactions? Also, back in my day, the toilet cryptid was just this guy. Okay? Only real ones will remember. Only real ones remember this guy. You know, back in my day, you know, this was the Gen Alpha nightmare fuel. Only real ones remember. Okay. Let's do some trailer reactions, baby. The new Ridley Scott movie is coming out. I guess on Thanksgiving, and it has Joaquin Phoenix playing Napoleon Bonaparte in Napoleon, the most creatively named film of all time. Let's take a look, baby. I should probably find this trailer on YouTube. I'll look for it as we watch it.
No doubt you'll send the chaos in the streets. We must make an example, or France will fall.
What would you do if this assignment of defense was transferred to you?
Okay, we need like the actual. Here we go.
No doubt you'll send the chaos in the streets. We must make an example, or France will fall.
What would you do if this assignment of defense was transferred to you?
I promise you brilliant successes.
Ridley Scott does make banger films.
What is this costume you have on?
This is my uniform. I led the French victory at Toulon.
What is your name?
Napoleon.
As the course of my life just changed. Napoleon.
I'm destined for greatness. But those in power will only see me as a sword.
I suggest you take the throne as a king.
Shall we vote?
This vermin has held the world hostage with his egotism and his lack of simple good manners.
You think you're great. You are just a tiny little brute that is nothing without me.
All of Europe is uniting forces against me.
What's the outcome of this if you don't succeed?
Your Majesty, we are discovered. Good.
Guys! It's a trap!
I'm the first to admit when I make a mistake. I simply never do.
God damn, dude. God damn. It looks so good. My one criticism, right? My one criticism of that is that I feel like anything done in France around Napoleon or the French Revolution, you gotta have some color in there. The color grading in some of these films lately has been, I'd like a little bit more, you know, just a little bit more color would be real nice. But yeah, that seemed pretty fucking dope. I actually like Joaquin for it. Yeah, Joaquin Phoenix is really hit or miss for me. But that he looked well cast for this film. Yeah, I agree with you, Salmon Moose. Also, like, I think a lot of people watched like Dune, you know, and we're just like, ah, yes, we'll do Dune because Dune was a super serious film, and look at its muted color casting or color grading, and I'm just like, no, please don't. Please don't. That's a Villeneuve thing. He knows what he's doing. Please stop. Good dog. Also, chat, if someone donates $5, I'll give this dog a TREAT. It's an attempt to place you in some sort of mind space that makes you more immersed. Yeah. Okay, you lay down. Video games have the same issue. True. Very true. Here. Okay. Also, there's a game. I know this is old news. Okay, this is old news. There's a game that started as a Kickstarter game, and it's getting close to coming out, called Sea of Stars. And I think it looks really beautiful. The day has finally come. Also, the messenger slaps. It looks so beautiful. I've not played the demo for this. Just look at how beautiful that monster is. It's okay, Erica. You get good rest, okay? So cool. Okay. We got one more, and this one's a surprise. Okay? This one's a surprise for me. All right? I have not really been a fan of anything animated by the DC teams for quite a while. I liked the original, the animated Batman series, like, back in the day. I also really liked, there was, like, almost a concurrent, like, Superman series around that same time. But ever since then, I've, like, completely checked out of, like, the animated, like, DC stuff, up until, the Harley Quinn animated series that's now on 4 seasons. There is a new show called My Adventures with Superman, which is about a young Superman and Lois Lane and it's very much inspired by Invincible VCC TV. And apparently it has Metal Kitty Mom.
All the treats.
Thank you for the $25 dono. But it's made by the team, one of the studios that was behind, like, Legend of Korra. It has another studio behind it as well that did the Voltron animated series for Netflix. So, like, it has a good pedigree. There you haven't eaten anything today. You're refusing to eat your food, and I don't know why, but you like your treats. So, Voltron was a really good show. If you guys haven't watched Voltron on Netflix, it's real good. So, just like a heads up, it is an American animation outfit, but it does kind of it looks like a competent Japanese anime, frankly. So let's just take a look at the trailer, huh?
I can do this. I'm gonna hide my powers and be a normal man having a normal day. Hang on. Starting now. Don't.
Everyone thinks they know the Man of Steel. But you've never seen the son of Jor-El like this before.
Who am I?
What was that?
Superman! I'd like to interview you for the Daily Planet.
Sorry, no comment.
Lois, these are the new interns. I want you to show them the ropes and get...
They can help me with the story. If we break this, we'll become real reporters. This is the story of the century! Who is Superman?
Lois, I know what Superman is.
Huh?
You think he's a plane?
It kinda looks like a bird.
My Adventures with Superman. 2-episode series premiere.
It basically casts him as kind of like in a light that like a lot of people forget about Superman, that he's just like a good-natured himbo from Kansas, you know, who moves to the big city, you know, and like it's the first time he's seen a lady with short hair. So yeah, I don't know. It looks really enjoyable. Apparently, in one of the early episodes, he helps a girl find her missing cat. You know, it's real nice, you know. And like he just wants to be a good journalist and, you know, help people. Hey, Punky Gal. Himbo Superman based. What about Lex Luthor? I don't know. I haven't watched enough of the series yet. It does look really adorable. There were some like fanboys who were really really upset because apparently there's like a scene in one of them where like Clark is like figuring out some of his powers still, and like taps into the Speed Force, and like hardcore comics fans were really upset. It was just kind of like, who cares? It's a cool comic book show. Bro, I'm pretty sure there was like a comic like back in the day about who was faster, the Flash or Superman, and they were like pretty evenly matched. Oh, and we got one more thing. It's not really a trailer, but looks like Hugh Jackman, Wolverine, is going to be rocking the yellow and black suit, the iconic and silly looking yellow and black. And I gotta say, I'm digging it. Deadpool 3, let's go. All right, let's go. Yep. They every time he thinks he's out, they drag him back in. They got the Hugh Jackmans. We got the comic book suit back, baby! I like it. A little silly, but it comes back around to cool. Yeah, you know, that's kind of the impression I got, Pristine Biscuit. One second. Original X-Men cartoon theme intensifies. Oh, Kairyu. Look, there are very few comic book things these days that I'm actively looking forward to. You know, like I'm not excited for like the Marvel the Captain Marvel movie. I'm not excited for like Secret Wars or anything like that. Like it's just my excitement for a lot of that stuff has been diminished over time. But I am excited for Deadpool 3. You know? I mean, like, the Deadpool movies 100% have a I'm being so sincere that it's coming off as sarcastic, but don't be fooled, I'm 1000% sincere. Yeah, exactly. It's just like, I don't know, I really enjoy the films. And the other aspect is just that I don't know what else to look forward to when it comes to like all that stuff. Yeah, Shalhoub Domino should have her own movie. Domino was cool as fuck in Deadpool 2. The fact that she didn't get her own standalone film or like even an appearance in Deadpool 3 is like a crime, you know? Like she was like one of the coolest parts of that movie. Comic book movies are at the point where they can't half-ass them anymore. Kinda. Oh, you know, I could get behind a Squirrel Girl movie, but also my stipulation is I would want the Squirrel Girl movie to be like have a lot of involvement with like the Deadpool team. You know, the team of writers behind Deadpool. Because I gotta be honest, like I don't trust the Marvel franchise to put like a good team behind Squirrel Girl. I can easily see that turning into like a I can see that turning to shit real quick, you know? I like history movies, so the Napoleon one looks interesting. Doesn't it? Man, like, I felt like you could even hear a little bit of, like, the Ridley Scott, like, alien theme in the background of the Napoleon trailer. It just looks good. I want classic Squirrel Girl, the one where she was secretly the strongest being in the universe, but instead just talked to squirrels, but beat Thanos and MODOK both by herself. Yeah, honestly, if we're gonna get, like, universal hopping, like, shit in this series, we should get that version of Squirrel Girl, who's just, like, basically a Tom Bombadil type. You know? Like, one of the strongest beings in the entire universe, but, like, just wants to chill and, like, sing silly songs with these yellow boots. I want more Deadpools and Spider-Verses, even if they're not as good as those. Yeah. Just original stuff that doesn't have to fit into the meta movie franchise. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, right? Like, also, what the fuck is Disney gonna do, guys? Jonathan Majors is, like, toast. And he's, like, the guy that they picked to carry the entire franchise as the villain, you know? I genuinely don't know what they're gonna do with that. Also, chat, we are over 9,100 and 100 followers over on Riverboat on Riverboat.gg on Twitch. Jonathan Majors plays the he plays the villain in the Ant-Man movie. He's going to be like the new big bad, like the new Thanos level villain. He was introduced at the end of the Loki show. Kang the Conqueror. You think they can recast? I mean, maybe. There are a lot of different versions of Kang, so like maybe just throw in a different version of Kang that looks new. I killed all the other Kangs. What I'm really upset about was DC could have had a good Black Adam v Shazam movie, but they fucked them both up, and Zachary Levi is a fucker. Well, yeah, I'm upset with the fact that Zachary Levi is a fucker as well. That was disappointing to learn. What happened to the actor? Oh no, Jonathan Majors, the guy who plays Kang, like got outed as like a domestic abuser. Like several women have stepped forward about like him like laying hands on them. It's not good. What? Yeah, it's real bad, Avalon of Babylon. Now, if they can just recast the Flash, I think they've actually come out and like straight up said they're not going to recast Ezra Miller. Fuck that guy. 100%. Like it's some awful shit. Here, to wash your brains out of that awful shit. Here's a new thing of awful shit. Welcome to the Trump Burger, home of the Trump Burger. Can we take your order? You got that right, folks. Someone opened a restaurant called Trump Burger, and it's just plastered in Trump merchandise. Let's take a tour of the inside, shall we?
Come with me for lunch at the legendary Trump Burger. And I walked in and I was immediately taken back. It's really funny. I mean, Trump stuff everywhere. The whole menu is centered around Trump. It's really a fun place, man.
Really?
And I mean, look at this.
They brand every hamburger with Trump. Oh my god, dude. Also, just to say, just gotta say, this hamburger looks dog shit. It looks so bad, guys. Oh yeah, it's right across the street from Good Burger. Let's go.
You got the Trump name on the bun, branded. This is a giant burger. It's 2 8-ounce patties and 4 slices of cheese. Wow. Trump Burger, I'm gonna give it big thumbs up. It's in Belleville, Texas. You need to get your ass over here and get you a burger. I got the Trump Tower. It's a double meat. It's really big. Thumbs up.
I feel like if I entered that restaurant, that's probably one of the least safe locations on the planet for me as a trans person to enter. Oh god, dude. Looks like Culver's on an off day, yeah. You know, whoever opened that, it's probably gonna make a fortune off of these saps. Okay, chat, are you ready for some high quality brain rot? Are you guys ready for some of the highest quality brain rot you've ever seen in your life? I genuinely don't think you're ready for this. I genuinely don't think you're ready. All right, here you go. So, conservatives and anti-vaxxers, you know, or terms basically interchangeable at this point, have done the research. You know, when everyone told them to do their own research, they've been hard at work doing their darndest to research with cutting-edge scientific techniques. And they've found the holy grail of health. A portion of the population so healthy that nothing medically bad ever happens to them. If you don't if you don't believe me, that's fine. But you know what? They think they might have found the secret to not needing any vaccines whatsoever, chat. And I came across this this article being shared around conservative spaces, and I gotta say, it is one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. 0 Amish children diagnosed with cancer, diabetes, or autism. Dude. I wonder if that has anything to do with the fact that they don't go to the fucking hospital, dude. Oh god, dude. They're fucking Amish. Of course they haven't. This reads like satire. Punky Gal, I shit you not. I like tried to verify that this website was legit. I went through the process. I tried to make sure, absolutely sure, that this was not satire, and it is not satire. It is real. And we're gonna just go through this real quick, okay? A comprehensive study has found that no Amish children have been diagnosed with chronic conditions that impact the rest of America. Across America, the current population of Amish people is quickly approaching 400,000. The largest concentration of Amish citizens are 90,000 in Pennsylvania and 82,000 in Ohio. Amish communities have settled in as many as 32 states. Families have an average of 7 kids, so the Amish population is growing rapidly. The Amish are a group of traditionalist Christians who are known for simple living, plain dress, and Christian pacifism. Well, the main thing they're known for, though, is this next part. They reject most conveniences of modern technology and pharmaceuticals and maintain self-sufficiency. They literally don't take medicine, chat. Oh, God. The Amish value rural life, manual labor, humility, and Gelassenheit, submission to God's will, with a view neither to interrupt family time nor replace face-to-face communications whenever possible. Replace family time with what? Kick the can? With Hoop and Stick, their most cutting-edge video game? Or replace face-to-face conversations? How would they replace face-to-face communications? Their most advanced technology is quite literally like cans tied together with string. What are you talking about? Wait, what do you mean? Yet, despite rejecting all modern medicine and pharmaceutical drugs that the rest of the American people have access to, the Amish are among the healthiest in the nation. As Slay News recently reported, a study conducted by the Vaccine Safety Research Foundation, which I'm gonna go out on a limb. To be fair, haven't read this yet. We're gonna Google this organization. Let's see. Gonna just put that in quotes and also add anti-vax. Yes. Steve Kirsch. Let's see here. Yes. In October 2021, Kirsch founded the anti-vaccine group Vaccine Safety Research Foundation, which created ads depicting deaths the group contributed to vaccines. Foundation advisors Robert Malone, Peter McCullough, Stephanie Seneff. Before this, in June 2021, Kirsch had appeared with Malone on the Brett Weinstein and Heather Haying podcast, which according to MIT Technical Review, introduced Kirsch to followers of the intellectual dark web and allowed him to access a large and receptive audience to his claims about fluvozamine conspiracy, which is allegedly something in vaccines that makes people sick. But again, it's conspiracy theory, so literally literally just a group of people dedicated to proving that vaccines are unnecessary for modern life and are actually very harmful, which is bullshit. Get your fucking vaccines, you rubes. Get your vaccines so your children and you yourself don't get fucking polio. Oh god, dude. Anyway, so study conducted by the Anti-Vax Vaccine Safety Research Foundation found that COVID death rates among Amish communities are 90 times lower than the rest of America. And I just have to pause here and wonder, why do you think how possibly could a extremely isolated population that rejects every form of contact outside of like physical mail, how on earth could they possibly have a lower rate of infection when it comes to an airborne respiratory illness that is spread locally? I wonder. It's almost like they live in remote enclaves. It's crazy. It's almost like they'd be less exposed to a pandemic because they're isolated. Almost, you know, like I don't know, the it's like if you took the stand 6 feet away and wear a mask to the largest possible degree. I tell the doctors to shoot me with Vax more than once. Fuck it. Give me all the juice twice, my homie. You know, the Amish ain't using it. Might as well use their dose, okay? Then we got, the main difference, the study revealed, is that the Amish communities completely ignored the guidelines for the U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Amish families did not get vaccinated or wear masks, nor did they engage in lockdowns, social distancing, or any other type of restrictions, because they live in enclaves, like 20 to 50 miles away from the nearest, like civilized community. They're not going to catch the airborne respiratory illness that way. How would they get it? How on earth would, like, it be transmitted to them, guys? Think, motherfuckers. Have I seen the videos of Amish people driving their buggies drunk? No. But now I really have to, don't I? I can't hear that prompt and not look it up. Dude, what?
Whoa.
Dude, what?
Whoa. Hey.
Dude.
Hey. Wake up.
Dude, what?
There's a Bud Light can sitting in there and he passed clean out.
That's what he did to me.
He'll go home. The horse knows how to get home.
I don't even know if this is my call. I found him on back Philly.
Wait, are they gonna chase the horse down?
He's eastbound on.
Are you on Threads yet? I'm not on Threads yet. I'm still making up my mind about whether I want to be on there or not.
We might have it stopped. Nope.
Oh no, that poor horse.
He just rammed it into my car. Hey, stop your horse. Stop your horse. Stop your horse. Get your horse. That's where you guys
Dude. You know, solidarity with the Amish fucking up police cars.
Grab your horse.
Sir, I cannot grab my horse. It is too big for me to grab.
Rammed it into my car already. Watch yourself. He's coming
so
around
mad.
to grab him. I don't want him backing up. And... All right, get him over here. How old are you?
I'm 21.
21.
We have
Well,
a buggy stop.
for right now, until I can determine on who you are. Let me see your hand. I'm gonna detain you.
All right.
All right.
Yep.
I
He's
saw.
bleeding from the back. Bleeding? Yeah.
Where?
The bad boy of the local Amish community. Oh god, dude.
I got my wallet, change, wallet.
Right.
Okay. Well, how do you guys normally keep them removed? Well, move the damn car. Move the car.
Okay, do we have another one of these? Not gonna lie, this was pretty funny. Not gonna lie, this was very funny. I would watch more. Let's see. Grab your horse. Amish flush. Wait, what? Wait. How? Wait, how is this story real? Please.
A sheriff's deputy is on patrol in North Bloomfield in the heart of Trumbull County's Amish country when he spots a buggy. Inside, he sees two Amish men drinking spiked iced tea. On top of the buggy is a 12-pack of beer. He also spots something unusual for an Amish buggy, a stereo system with large speakers.
Yay!
Younger members of the Amish community often experiment with influences from the outside world, but authorities in Trumbull County say they have a duty to enforce the law in Amish country the same way they do in the rest of the county.
Unfortunately, they're not licensed, as far as the buggy goes, but it is a vehicle, it's on the roadway, and the OVI laws do apply. You're not allowed to drink and drive or operate a buggy.
When the deputy attempted to stop and question the two men in the buggy about drinking and driving, they jumped out and ran, disappearing into a heavily wooded area on the side of the road. The horse pulling the buggy took off running, and the deputy gave chase, eventually catching up with it a short distance away.
I've never operated an Amish buggy with a horse, but I'm told that the horse will know the way home, regardless if the operator is awake or even in the buggy. And that horse, I think, just went a little further down the road and on an oil gas well road and stopped.
No one has come forward to claim the horse, so the sheriff's office has turned the animal over to a local farmer until the owner can be identified. And once authorities find out who the wayward members of the Amish community are, they could be charged with failure to comply when the deputy ordered them to stop.
Maybe there's just that fear of the consequences, and that would be a reality for them, that there are consequences. But
Dude standing there talking like he did get outsmarted by two extraordinarily wasted Amish guys. Yeah, they just like, he pulled them over and they scrammed into the woods, baby, and he never found them. They lost their fly buggy outfitted with amazing speakers. I hope they went and stole their horse back. That'd be a lovely end to this story. God damn, dude. They have to understand that there are consequences, and I mean, if they came forward, those consequences would happen. But I mean, right now, there's nothing we can really do about it.
I encourage them to come forward and get their buggy and horse.
I encourage them to do my job for me. I encourage them to make this investigation. Case closed. They didn't forget the beer on top of the buggy. That's where it had to be stored. Not a lot of room for storage inside. Yeah, no kidding. This is my horse, but no, that was not my beer. I've got the video of anti-vaxxers owning us vaccinated folks. Oh god, dude. Can we fur babies? Yeah, we can fur babies. After we finish going through this this article. Let's see. Amish families didn't get vaccinated, but the separated communities didn't avoid catching the virus. However, as roughly 90% of the Amish have been infected with COVID. In a new comprehensive study presented by VSRF founder Steve Kirsch to the Pennsylvania State Senate, it was calculated that for Amish children who are strictly 100% unvaccinated, typical chronic conditions barely exist, if any at all. These chronic conditions, which many vaccinated children in swaths of Americans suffer from, included autoimmune disease, heart disease, diabetes, asthma, ADHD, arthritis, cancer, and autism. During testimony before the PA Senate, expert health advocates shared details on why there have never been any reports published regarding the health of Amish children in general. After decades of studying the Amish, there's no report because the report would be devastating to the narrative, Kirsch testified. Ah, yes. There have been no reports because the Amish are the smoking gun, proving that nothing is wrong with American children. All you need to do is not give them modern medicine. All you have the secret to good health, chat, is just not using modern medicine tech or any type of surgical intervention or any preventative measure that we've developed over the last 200 years, okay? Reject germ theory, my friends. Return to Monkey. Oh god, dude. It would show that the CDC has been harming the public for decades and saying nothing and burying all the data. Leading American cardiologist Dr. Peter McCullough has set dozens of peer-reviewed published works related to the rise of chronic conditions among the public. McCullough has testified before the U.S. Senate and before legislatures throughout the U.S. regarding the dangers of mRNA jabs. Kirsch and McCullough joined top attorney Thomas Renz and medico-legal death investigator Graham Hetrick on a panel of experts who testified before the Pennsylvania State Senate. The experts all noted that chronic conditions are soaring among American people. However, they concluded that these conditions are non-existent among unvaxxed Amish communities. Yes. I wonder why. Clearly, the only answer could be vaccines. Also, you know, the Amish might not suffer from certain conditions that are more common amongst non-Amish communities, but they also suffer from a certain number of illnesses unique to the Amish community, actually. Let's just take a look at the Wikipedia about health among the Amish, because, Chad, it turns out that it's so interesting it has its own Wikipedia page. How about them apples, huh? Health among the Amish is characterized by higher incidences of particular genetic disorders, especially among the Old Order Amish. These disorders include dwarfism, Angel Man syndrome, which, what is that? That mainly affects the nervous system, small head, specific facial appearance, severe intellectual disability, developmental disability, limited to no functional speech, balance impairment, etc. Various metabolic disorders and Tay-Sachs disease results in the destruction of nerve cells in the brain and spinal cord. The most common form is infantile Tay-Sachs disease, which becomes apparent around the age of 3 to 6 months of age. With the baby losing the ability to turn over, sit, or crawl. Leads to seizures, hearing loss, inability to move, and death, usually occurring by the age of 3 to 5. Ah, yes, what a wonderful community robbed of the ability to utilize modern medicine. As well as the unusual distribution of blood types. Wild. So basically, their gene pool is not diverse enough for them to avoid inbreeding diseases. Yeah. Long story short, they fuck each other too much. There's not enough genetic diversity, and they're communities are suffering as a result. It's a testament to modern medicine that we've never heard of most of these before. Well, it's a testament to modern medicine that even if we have heard of these before, there are medical interventions that can elongate the lives of the people who have these disorders and also alleviate their suffering, as opposed to in Amish communities where they mostly die. And yes, a lot of it is also a result of inbreeding. Science is good, actually. Alright, so Mint Kuro has suggested that we do fur babies, and you know what? I, in my beneficence, have decided that it shall be so. So it's fur baby time, babies. Fur babbies. Okay. Here we go. Baby! It's a feathery baby. It's a majestic feathered baby. Baby. Baby, baby. Baby. Oh, wait, this baby doesn't have feathers. This is an actual fur baby. Oh, Paladin Lost's new little Lucy fur. Look at that little boopable nose. Oh, look at... Their eyes are so far apart. They're almost like fish eyes where they could like look out both sides of the head at once. Gamer G! Look at your baby! Salmon Moose, this is Willow. She's not mine, but I'm her favorite person. She's taken to supervising when I'm at work. Oh, Willow. Hello, Sammy. Also, chat, tonight's the last night Sammy's gonna be with me for a while. Tomorrow she's going home. So, just letting you all know that. Away for work for a few months, missing my little buddy. This is Rufus. Oh, there's an adorable Rufus. Oh. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 friendos. This is Dax and Olivia. Dax hugging the toy. Oh. Olivia looking evil. I'm a bounce so I can hit the farmer's market before I prepare for my local city council meeting. Yo, Humble Fool, good luck. And thank you for hopping in. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. She wanted food? Yeah. Oh, little baby. Little baby Dax. Oh. Olivia's so grumpy. Oh, it's Dax. It's Dax and Pristine Biscuit, I think. If I'm getting the username wrong. Oh. You take really good pictures of the two of them together. Baby. So, you gonna play with it or what? The Torty is Torty. She seems to have adopted the orange kiddo and another gray one. Looks just like it, but I couldn't get a good pic. Mint, how do you find so many cats by your house? Like, you find so many cats. Baby, look at that little bit. Look at him. He's just a little guy. He's just a little guy. Look at him. Oh. Oh. They're so little. They're so little. Little guy had gooky eyes, so I brought them in to clean them up. They can see now. Oh, that's why he had his eyes closed. Oh, poor little pumpkin. Oh, hi, little guy. The mom that's feeding is Kreia. She's one of Torty's kids. The other was Priya, but haven't seen her in a bit. Wonder if the other kids are hers. Oh. Oh. I'm like begrudging but proud. Babies. Oh. Just a little handful. Hey. Are you a good dog? Feeding frenzy over here. Look at them. Oh. They're beautiful. Kitty dump. I accidentally farted when bending down to pet her, and then she started to sneeze. Oh. Oh, adorable. Thank you for sharing your furry little friends, Chad. I appreciate it. We don't deserve animals, it's true. I knew she was pregnant but couldn't find her for a while. Then she came back skinny. This is the first I've seen the babies, though. He's so small and fluffy. Yeah, blahage. Oh yeah, folks, we've now been going for about 2.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, finding it interesting, informative, or, you know, it's tickling your fancy, consider hitting the follow button if you're over on Twitch, consider hitting the subscribe button if you're on YouTube, and hit the like button on the stream, of course. Additionally, consider coming on over to riverboat.gg and dropping some subs or donos, because frankly, that is what allows me to live and continue making content for all of you. Without your support, I would not be able to afford my rent, and I would have to figure out a new line of work. If there's any I knew it! I knew you were doing a DS9 reference, Pristine Biscuit. I knew it in my gut. I knew it. Consider throwing some subs or donos my way, chat, because that is what helps me to not die. I have not seen Fringe yet, but it's on my watch list. Gamer G, we just took a look at your pets, your little friendo. Look at your little friendo. We all appreciate them. Cute little guy. Little kidder. Subs and donos appreciated. Also, Ol Pogo, thank you for the follow. Dollmaid, thank you for the follow. Zaj, thank you for the follow. Groove Dragon, Steph Feffin, thank you for the follow. Yeah, we got a bunch of new friendos in here today. You look awesome in flannel. It's cause I'm from Minnesota. And gay. My cats are heckin' cute. Yeah, they are. I need to use the bathroom. I'll be back in a few minutes, chat. Go get your snacks, get your water, especially. And I'll be back, and we'll talk about the Mission Skaters. How about that, huh? Keep it sleazy. I'll be back in a few minutes, okay? Hey, folks. Fucking fly in my apartment. One second. Gross. Avalon of Babylon, I'm just trying to do my best, you know? Also, so for those of you who don't know, right? This weekend, I'm going to be at a political conference called Netroots Nation. Apparently, kind of a big deal. A lot of the movers and shakers in politics will be there. I'm going to be hosting a panel. And it's my first time hosting a panel in front of a group of people. And, like, I've hosted events before online, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal. But the thing I'm stressing about so much, like so much, is like how I'm going to look on stage and like what I should wear. You know? Like those are the things I'm really worried about. Cuz I don't want to look like I don't want to look bad, you know? I don't want to look how my dysphoria demons look to me when I look in the mirror. And that's hard to do. I will take that suggestion and dream to wear clothes. But yeah. It's scary. I don't know. I was offered the opportunity. I was just like, well, you know what? I should just say yes to this because I might get to meet some cool people that I can work with to make some things happen, you know? Maybe I'll do a stream this week where I try on a bunch of different outfits and you guys can tell me which ones you think look best. It is scary, but once you get going, it's a lot less weird feeling. Yeah. I know it's dumb to say, but 90% of it is all mental and confidence. You got this, you'll do great. And yeah, I got the confidence, I got the mentality, like, and I know for a fact because every year that I covered conferences professionally as a journalist, right? Like, I would get like an entire like team together. I'd be running the team. I'd be like setting up the meetings. If anyone ran into anything, I'd handle it. Like once I get on the ground, I'm going to be a boss ass bitch. I know that. It's mostly just like waiting and thinking about it where I'm just like, God damn it. God damn it. I wish I was like 30 pounds lighter, you know? And the only reason you're probably worrying about it is because it's the only part of you that isn't fully represented on stream. Exactly, Pristine Biscuit. You get it. Like, you guys don't see my entire body. You only see me from, like, the boobies up. It's very stressful. Yo!
Asterisk Ashley J. Curtis asterisk gifted asterisk 10 tier 1 asterisk subscriptions.
Ashley, thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. That is insanely generous. And two treats for the Samus. Anticipation is a bitch. Yeah, I feel like once I get to the airport, like I'll just be in like doing things mode, you know? You need a badass pantsuit like Drew Barrymore. I don't think I'm gonna go the pantsuit route. If I go with a similar look, you guys know I've worn like my like leggings and like a suit coat before. You guys have seen me do that. I might do something similar. To that. Yeah, Ashley got a humble fool a sub. Hell yeah. Also, hello pee pee poo poo. Are you the pee pee poo poo man that everyone keeps talking about? The pee pee poo poo man, where if you say his name, you know, he comes to get you? Are you the pee pee poo poo man? I love the fashion show idea. Yeah, it could be fun. Like every 10 subs or so, I switch out an outfit. Would likely help with the anxiety. I think so. That idea, the fashion show idea, came courtesy of my partner. Oh yeah. I do have like, or at least I used to have a houndstooth top. And Samus, those are both from Ashley J. Curtis, and she loves you very much. Have you been diagnosed with anxiety? Yep, I've been diagnosed with anxiety and with social anxiety and chronic depression. So those are two things I have been diagnosed with formally and unformally diagnosed with autism by my therapist. Just not officially, as that might impair my ability to immigrate to certain countries if the need arises. Don't know about trusting chat, choosing your outfit. We're an incorrigibly horny lot. Well, the good news is, Mithril Mist, that these conferences tend to be full of older people, and from what I hear, older people in politics are also an incorrigibly horny lot. So, you know, I feel like I say the manatee onesie, can't go wrong. What if I just show up as a boat captain? Also, now I don't know how much time. Yeah, some countries bar autistic people from immigrating. That's unfortunately the truth. Now, one thing. Let's see here. Let's see. Yeah, Australia, New Zealand, Singapore, and the United Kingdom don't allow autistic immigration. So, that's fun. Yeah. But let's see. Yeah, so those are the two things I've been formally diagnosed with. And the other one is just yeah, autistic kid from my therapist. Why? Because they're like the old perception of autistic folk were that they were like unable to do work and provide for themselves, you know? That's why like autistic people were like, guys, just as a quick history lesson, like the reason we have the term Asperger's syndrome was because that was the high functioning autistic person that was allowed to live in deadly work camps under the Nazi regime. And if you were not diagnosed with Asperger's and instead diagnosed with low-functioning autism, then you were put to death per the order of the state in Nazi Germany. So, yeah, that's kind of the situation there. So like there's a lot of eugenics era shit in a lot of countries' legal and immigration codes that persists to this day. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a lot of stuff just hasn't been taken off the books because people don't care enough to get the eugenics out of the political systems. You know, it's bullshit, but it is what it is. Kind of like how like there are still some states that like will have you know, we've had slavery abolished and like segregation abolished for quite some time now, but you know, you'll still find like different states or cities have like city ordinances preventing like black people from living alongside white people or something. You know, it's still embedded in the legal code. It's weird being diagnosed as autistic as an adult. Suddenly everything makes sense, and it was so obvious looking back at your life. Yeah, Hikigo Corgi, like suddenly, like when my therapist was like, "Yeah, you got autism," I was just kind of like, that makes a whole lot of sense. Why sometimes if I go into like a department store, like or like a Target or something, like I can get overwhelmed and then I feel like I need to go out to my car and cry. Like that makes a bit more sense. That's not a normal thing to experience. You know, you know, the normal people can just go out and run errands. I got diagnosed last year. Being someone who's autistic and having lived in Australia, I had to mask the entire time I lived there. Yeah, and that's absolutely exhausting. When you said, I hate people standing behind me because I'm autistic, I was like, that's me! It's true. It's true. Alright. Let's move on, okay? We got a story here about the Mission Hill skaters. If you guys haven't been paying attention to social media, it would be pretty easy to miss this story. But in San Francisco, right, there's a place called Dolores Park. And in Dolores Park, there's a place called Mission Hill. It's a hill that skaters have an annual event and tradition of bombing down the hill at breakneck speeds, okay? A lot of these skaters tend to be, you know, teenagers, etc. And they tend to be, you know, minority groups, generally speaking. You know, you got Asian folk, you got the gays, you got some black folk. You got a lot of stuff going on. Okay, it's kind of a melting pot. So of course, the police dislike the fact that teenagers have this yearly tradition, and you know, the budget for police officers in San Francisco. You know, I'm gonna look this up. SF police budget by year. Let's see. Wait. Each year. Here we go. The graphs below. What graphs? There aren't any graphs below. Wait, maybe. Let's go San Francisco. Okay, San Francisco. What is this? Okay, this is not actually useful. I need like a, here we go. Oh wow. Let's just take a quick look at 90 years of the police budget of San Francisco. Okay? Here we go. All of this is converted into 2020 dollars. So in 1940, the budget was 82 million. And then in 1980, it spiked up to 387 million. And then in 2019, the budget was 692 million. The budget just keeps going up and up and up and up. And you know, if your car gets broken into in San Francisco, you know, you got plenty of police, but they can't be bothered to do anything about that. You know who stole your shit? They can't be bothered to do anything about that. But you know what they can be bothered to do? They sure as shit can be bothered to arrest 32 children at a skateboarding event.
Francisco skateboarding event. The chaotic scene unfolded Saturday, but the controversy continues this morning.
Yeah, today on the base, Ginger Conejero Saab, live for us in San Francisco. And Ginger, SFPD insisting here that the response that they made was justified.
That's right, Marcus.
Even the reporter is just like, they certainly said that.
Chief of Police in San Francisco, Bill Scott, even taking to Twitter, thanking his officers for taking action on what he called reckless and dangerous behavior. It's behavior that he says won't be tolerated in the city. Now, all of this stemming from the event on Saturday, as you both mentioned. It's the annual Hill Bomb skateboarding event in the Mission. It started off peaceful. Now, police say they received reports of fireworks and vandalism. They also say teenagers were aggressive towards officers, including a 16-year-old who SFPD says spit on an officer. Now, the clash continued on. Here you can...
Oh no. That justifies arresting 32 of them, I guess.
See what appears to be glass thrown at police. SFPD says the crowd also began throwing ignited fireworks, smoke bombs, and metal cans. Now, there was also property damage that was caught on camera.
Oh, well, that's the real
problem. A group of people vandalizing a Muni train that was stopped in its tracks after getting blocked in by a crowd. Now, the story is different according to protesters. They gathered last night in Clarion Alley in the city's Mission District. Here's some of that protest. People calling out SFPD for their response.
What we see are police gathered pointing rifles at a group of unarmed teenagers, skateboarders across the other side of the barricade. It's unacceptable in San Francisco.
The fact that teenagers were beat down is unacceptable. The fact that Latinos were broken up in a community celebration is unacceptable.
Now, the annual Dolores Hill Bomb skateboarding event is unsanctioned. It has caused property damage and even a death in...
Oh no, that train is spray painted. Oh no, it looks more beautiful now.
2020, that's when a skater collided with a bicyclist, killing the cyclist.
Unironically looks better.
32 adults and 81 juveniles. Those juveniles were cited and released, but still this morning, community leaders calling for an investigation into how police handled the event and into really what happened.
All right.
Marcus and Chris,
thank you.
Yes, what we really need now is to use our police budget to investigate ourselves to figure out what happened. You know? What if we paid ourselves to investigate ourselves? You know, the investigation could take another 4 years, I think. You know, it's really that important, you know? Let's just, you know, oh yeah, here we go. Do we have another segment here?
Dehumanizing and an abuse of power. That's how critics are describing the San Francisco police response following a popular skateboarding event. Yesterday, the annual Hill Bomb at Dolores Street ended in dozens of arrests and citations. Many of them were minors. NBC Bay Area's Natalie Vera has more reaction from both sides.
Both sides. One
protesters gathered
side,
in Clarion Alley
children.
tonight,
The other,
calling out
heavily
San
armed
Francisco
police.
after they shut down a skateboarding event, arresting dozens of adults and juveniles.
Horrendous tactics and police using batons and riot gear.
The fact that teenagers were beat down is unacceptable. The fact that Latinos were broken up in a community celebration is unacceptable.
The annual Dolores Hill Bomb skateboarding event started off peaceful, but took a turn when officers tried to break up crowds.
Oh yeah, this lady definitely a threat to those police officers. You know, I don't know, like 30 police officers here with batons who are pushing her to the ground.
Police say the unsanctioned event has previously caused property damage and even a death in 2020 when a skater collided with a bicyclist, killing the cyclist.
Oh, damn.
Officers set up barricades and were out in force after getting reports of fireworks and vandalism. Police say—
I mean, it seems like the solution here would be to cordon off the street that is being used for the Hill Bomb. That would prevent cyclists from inadvertently running into the path of the people bombing the hill.
Say some of the teenagers were aggressive towards officers, including a 16-year-old who SFPD says spat on an officer. In this video, you can see what appears to be glass being thrown at towards police. SFPD says the crowd also—
Wait, what? That was the glass being thrown towards police?
Glass being thrown at towards police.
You can't fucking even see it. What?
SFPD says the crowd also— Teenagers were aggressive towards officers, including a 16-year-old who SFPD says spat on an officer. In this video, you can see what appears to be glass being thrown at towards police. SFPD
it's like way over here, not near any of them.
He says the crowd also began throwing ignited fireworks, smoke bombs, and metal cans. Others say the event was peaceful until police arrived.
What we see are police gathered pointing rifles.
SFPD insists the response was justified, citing violence and property damage like what you see here. A group of people vandalizing a Muni train stopped in its tracks after getting blocked in by a crowd. In total, officers arrested 32 adults and 81 juveniles were cited and released. On Twitter, Police Chief Bill Scott thanked officers for taking action in what he called, quote, reckless and dangerous behavior that he says won't be tolerated in the city. Reporting in the Mission District, Natalie Vera, NBC Bay Area News.
So, San Francisco's population, to kind of like give you— somebody asked for, like, how does this relate to the population of San Francisco? So in 1940, the budget was 82 million, all right? In 1940, the population was 634,536, okay? So 634,000, we'll say 634. Keep that in mind, okay? And we'll go with population 2019, since that's the number we have on the graph. So in 2019, the population of San Francisco was 878,000 people. So the population rose by about 200,000 people, while the budget rose by 8 times? Almost 10 times? You know, 8.5 times? So, population goes up, 30%. Well, the police budget had to go up 850% for some reason. Wild stuff, you know? Wild stuff. Completely disproportionate. But let's learn a little bit more about this Hill Bomb situation. Let's turn to local news instead. San Francisco PD shuts down the Dolores Park Hill bomb, arrests dozens of teenagers. Parents wait for hours. Teenagers kept zip-tied. Last child released from Mission Station at 4:15 a.m. San Francisco police officers in riot helmets rushed into and blockaded intersections this evening near Dolores Park to shut down the annual Hill bomb, where hundreds of people gathered to watch skaters and bikers zoom down Dolores Street. Yeah, so, by the way, this isn't like a, oh, yeah, nobody knows about this. No, like, the police knew that this was gonna happen. Like, they knew about that. People showed up to watch it happen. Okay, let's keep watching. As of 8:45 p.m., San Francisco PD had kettled dozens of skaters and young people, keeping them trapped between rows of armed police officers. As the evening wore on, more than 100 officers took part in the operation and used 4 buses to take the juvenile offenders away and 4 vans to transport those over 18. Those are just kids, onlookers shouted at 17th and Guerrero streets, as the dozens of teenagers sat on the street for hours, waiting to be transported a block and a half away to Mission Station. Those over 18 were taken to 850 Bryant Street, the Hall of Justice. The juveniles arrested were booked at Mission Station and released in the early morning hours, as dozens of parents stood outside the police station to wait for their children one by one. The last child released at 4:15 a.m. Those released carried the same 3 misdemeanor charges: inciting riot, conspiracy, and failure to disperse. They literally charged children with inciting riot and conspiracy. What a fucking joke. These cops do not even have time to investigate, like, people doing smash and grab operations outside of their police stations. But somehow they have the time and energy to arrest children and charge them with conspiracy to what? Roll down a hill? Oh my goodness, the horror. It's annual, meaning yearly. They could have handled this better. They didn't want to. Yeah, and Avalon of Babylon, apparently this hadn't been held since 2020. So maybe they were caught flat-footed by it, but at the same time, like, they're not stupid. If they have a budget of almost $1 billion, like, they have enough money to, like, know that teenagers are planning this event. Honestly, Catalina Gearbox, it's almost, I wouldn't even put this as a flex. This is like, the cops look at this and they salivate as a perfect opportunity for them to use their new toys. You know, this is the perfect opportunity for them to try out all the things they've been wanting to, you know? It's not even like they're flexing on the public. That's just kind of an added bonus. They're just out there to have fun and use their toys. Let's see. A total of 113 people were arrested, 81 juveniles and 32 adults over 14. They arrested 81 children? Goodness gracious. Oh wait, no, the hill bombing took place last year. A man was stabbed during the hill bombing event and a fight broke out. In 2020, a 23-year-old cyclist was killed after colliding with a skater. In 2017, an SFPD officer pushed a skater going downhill into a squad car. What? Oh, holy shit, dude. Wait. We're gonna watch that again. Oh. Dude, like, tries to go around the police officer, and the police officer just annihilates this teenager. Holy shit, dude. That's attempted murder, frankly. As far, in my opinion. Holy shit. Yeah, the skater sued the city and won $275,000. So, I mean, that's good, I guess. But, like, how old was this person? Damn, dude. There was not an attempt to move people and have them disperse. Wait. Saturday's operation was a concerted effort to arrest a group that had stayed after dispersal orders were given, according to Sergeant Stephen Benzinger, who was on the scene. There was not an attempt to move people and have them disperse, he said. This was an attempt to arrest people. Wait, the cop said this? Aren't you supposed to move to disperse them before you begin arresting them? Okay, that seems like bullshit. Okay. The group arrested consisted almost entirely of teenagers. Okay. Largely ranging from 12 to 18 years old. They fucking arrested 12-year-olds, man. Sabir, a 14-year-old who was in the group before it was corralled, said the police trapped the teenagers between Dolores and Guerrero streets. They were trying to trap us. I ran away, and an officer tried to hit me, he said. He swung the baton at me and said, move. Now all of them are under arrest. One father, Nick Perina, is furious at the idea that the teenagers should have simply obeyed police orders. How many 15-year-olds know what unlawful assembly is, and that it would lead to this, he asks. None. Carmen, a 15-year-old speaking upon her release, said she and two other friends were walking home from the skating event when they were caught in the police maneuver. We were walking home and genuinely cornered by two sides of the street, she said. They said you're under arrest and sat us down for like an hour. Carmen, like dozens of others, was held for hours on the street before being loaded onto a bus and processed at Mission Station. She said the night was dehumanizing. She was freezing, the police wouldn't talk to us, and the group was handcuffed tight. Girls hyperventilated, she said. Several peed their pants while being kept zip-tied on the bus, awaiting transfer to Mission Station. Bad review, 0 stars. She said of her experience, would not recommend. Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, they have the budget to do this, not the budget to actually, I don't know, bother with real crime.
Alright, 10-4, you guys will be encirclement.
Yeah, pristine biscuit, I can do that.
Push for station.
Here's the link to this local coverage. All of this is ridiculous. This is fucking bananas. Like, to a level I didn't even think I knew that this story was already like wild, but this is just nuts. SFPD's account. The police said that officers had been in the area in preparation for the annual skateboard event and witnessed fireworks being set off at 6:15 p.m. At 7:10 p.m., SFPD said a police sergeant was spit on by a 16-year-old boy and attempted to arrest him, at which point a 15-year-old girl interfered. The sergeant was assaulted during the incident and suffered lacerations to his face, SFPD said. And the two were arrested and charged with assault and violence against an officer on the boy's part, among other charges, and resisting arrest on the girl's part. The stabbing... What? The stabbing? What? Wait, what stabbing? The stabbing prompted the police to declare unlawful assembly at 7:15 p.m. Okay, but wait. Is this say... Because when I hear suffered lacerations to his face, but there's no mention of a knife, my interpretation is that, like, this 15-year-old girl clawed the police officer's face, right? But if one of them tried to stab a police officer with, like, a knife, you know, that this arrest would make sense, right? Like, everything that happens here would make sense, right? Especially if somebody tried to stab a cop. That being said, this story doesn't mention that there's a knife. Just lacerations, which could be, I think, fingernails. But the stabbing prompted the police to declare unlawful assembly. So, because two people had an issue with the cops, all the cops had to declare an unlawful assembly and arrest over 100 other people. Cool. SFPD said, the skaters set off fireworks and vandalized Mooney buses and trams. According to police, by 8:12 p.m., SFPD officers decided to encircle one particular group that had, SFPD said, vandalized a Mooney tram. It was decided that a mass arrest of the crowd was to be conducted to stop the ongoing unlawful assembly and destruction of property. I gotta be honest, I don't really care about them spray painting the train. This seems like an overreaction in the extreme, you know? Yeah, a police officer is just like, you call those knives? I call this a knife, and he pulls out nothing because that's precisely, you know, it's his imagined knife. Okay. Yeah, we decided to mass arrest people, and this behavior will not be tolerated in our city, and I thank our officers for taking action to hold those accountable. Yeah, we won't tolerate people painting buses, but we will tolerate people smashing car windows and stealing property out of those. You know, that fuck the kids, and ignore the organized crime. You know, that's the SFPD way. I grew up near train tracks. Every train car has graffiti. Absolutely. Literally every train car you see has graffiti on it. And you know what? It improves them because otherwise they look ugly as hell. But Casino Fan, it wasn't a protest. They were doing an event. They were doing an annual event that happens every year. Why would they get a protest permit to do their annual event that they do? I don't know. Yeah, maybe the teen was cosplaying Edward Scissorhands. Yeah. Joe Sciarillo, 39-year-old skater who'd been in several hill bombing events at Dolores Park and watched the scene unfold earlier, wrote in an email that the police were much more aggressive this year, a tactic that only led to more kids getting angry and shooting fireworks at the cops. A reporter with Mercury News took video of teenagers scattering from officers wearing riot helmets and carrying less lethal rifles. Well, let's take a look at that video. Yeah, it really looks like they're doing a riot. Looks more like they just don't want to be hit by riot police with guns. Just yeah, okay. Some teenagers threw glass bottles, set off fireworks in the cops' direction. Others showed police holding intersections and teenagers posting in front of graffiti Mooney train. Naomi, a mother who lives on Dolores Street and was waiting for her 15-year-old daughter, Carmen, said the police barricaded the corner of Dolores and 20th Streets in the afternoon, preventing most skaters from going down the hill. After police declared Dolores Park was closed to the general public and threatened arrests, the crowd simply moved to Church Street along 20th and 18th Streets at 7:30 p.m. He said that Church Street is much riskier because it's narrow and has an increased slope, but that when he left at 7:30 p.m. and 8 p.m., police were not paying much attention to the activity there. He said he witnessed one teenage boy flipping headfirst from his bike and landing on his back at 18th and Church Streets. Oh, same video. Oliver, a high schooler at Dolores for the hill bomb, said that the police had cleared Dolores Street early in the evening. The whole force marched up the street of the hill bomb, and then after that they corralled people, he said. His friend Luke said that the police were moving corner to corner and that the skaters set off fireworks and massive mortars over the officers' heads. It is the second time in less than a week that a mainstay mission event, albeit an illegal one, has been shut down with force by SFPD. Okay, but wait, I guess I'm unclear. Like, is this like considered like an illegal activity? Like, this is more like an informal, like, oh, we do it every year type thing, and like the cops are just trying to put a stop to it? Or is this like is it illegal because they declared an unlawful assembly? Why are we held to a higher standard than police? Good question. Shortly after midnight, dozens of officers charged a large crowd. Oh, do we have video of that? Yep. Jesus Christ, dude. At this point, just let them roll their little thing. Let them roll their boards down the hill. Like, I don't think it would escalate this far if you had just allowed them to do this. Like, you're dressed up like you're going into a fucking war zone, and like on the other side you have little rapscallions, little rascals. Like literally the little rascals. I'm pretty sure if you watch the old-timey show, The Little Rascals, they like build like soapbox derby cars and like ride them down the street and race them against each other. And these guys are like, they see those children rolling down the street. They're like, all right, suit up, boys. We're going into a war zone. All right, you guys, all that Call of Duty playing about to pay off, okay? Headshots only. This is fucking crazy. Look, when people say abolish the police, like, I know that San Francisco is not going to abolish their police department, but like, if these motherfuckers aren't going to use those resources to go after the organized crime rings that are like busting into people's cars like every goddamn day, like right out in front of the police precinct, then like slash their budget like more than in half. You know, slash it down to like I don't know, a seventh of what it is. Because we know that the police budget in 1940, proportional to the population of San Francisco, there's no reason for it to be almost $1 billion. There's no reason for them to be paying over $800 million to these absolute ghouls so that they can wage war on skateboarders. So Nick Fuentes was going to headline an event for the Arizona College Republicans in Prescott. I'm glad the venue canceled on them. Also, holy shit, Arizona College Republicans coming out as vile racists. I'm not surprised. I returned from the 2x speed void. Oh, it's a Roro. Welcome to catching up to us, you know? Also, folks, we've been going for 3.5 hours now. If you are over on Twitch and enjoying the content here, consider coming on over to riverboat.gg. You don't have to deal with ads, even if you don't subscribe. And, folks, if you like me making you content, please consider dropping some subs or donos, because that is foundational to my ability to survive. You guys are what make my survival possible and make my content possible. Without you guys, I couldn't do this show. I couldn't get editing done. I would not be able to do the things I do. So, thank you very much. And I hope that you continue to support me with your eyeballs or with subs and donos. And remember to hit the follow button over on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the stream, all that good stuff. Remember to do it. And, yeah. Let's see here. Let's finish off this segment with the official statement that the cops put out, okay? Now that you have some additional context on the ground, all right? Get ready for it. The violence and chaos on our streets had nothing to do with skateboarding. Residents asked for police escorts to their front doors. Mooney trains were stopped and attacked by graffiti vandals. Fireworks, bottles, and smoke bombs were launched indiscriminately in the neighborhood. Our officers did their jobs and did them with restraint. Why do some make excuses for this dangerous and selfish behavior? Nothing stopped this group from getting permits, and no one forced them to hold the neighborhood hostage. How would you feel if you lived here? We've been asked if we felt our officers should have spent time elsewhere in the city. Yes, absolutely. Our officers would rather work their normal beats than have to protect a neighborhood from this chaos, be spat on and attacked. And L.29, credit for the video images. Yeah, let's see their little propaganda video their entire ass PR department put out, because of course a large chunk of the San Francisco PD's budget goes to convincing the public that, you know, they're actually the good guys, even when they're not. Just kids skateboarding, right? The Mission District riot. 3 occupied Mooney light rail trains stopped and vandalized. The horror! Think of how that train feels! just real quick. Why did people feel like they needed to be escorted to go into their homes? You know, I'm gonna take a shot in the dark here and guess that it wasn't because there were people outside firing off fireworks. You know, they weren't firing the fireworks at people trying to go to their homes. They were firing the fireworks at the militarized cops. And I gotta say, if you're trying to get to your home and there is a line of over 100 militarized police in full riot gear with rifles aimed at anyone who comes close, I'm gonna guess that you want an escort to your home from the cops so that they don't hurt you. I think that might be why, actually. Fireworks fired at officers. Residents needed police escorts to avoid disregard for everyone's safety. One officer cut with a blade. Okay. One officer cut with a blade. That's one justified arrest out of over 110? I think it was like 113 arrests. One justified arrest. Bottles thrown as weapons. Just kids skating. More like the devil lives on the streets of San Francisco. They disabled comments? Yeah, of course they did. Oh yeah, by the way, people were using this image, conservatives were using this image to be like, huh, if they're such innocent children, why are they flashing gang signs? And it's just like, dude, they're not flashing gang signs. They're giving you the middle finger. They're flipping you off, bro. They're saying fuck off because the police closed down their hill, you know, skating event. What are the quote tweets like? Oh Jesus, I can only imagine. See the quote tweets. Hi SFPOA. Looks like that's some of my pictures you're using for the start of the ad. Please credit Aldo Toledo. Oh, nice. Aldo Toledo being like, I'ma sue you if you don't. You notice this video, the POA posts, it's dusk when the train is stopped and painted, meaning 2 hours after police began firing on the crowd, arresting kids and hitting them with batons. The brave ones that broke the police line and got away did this in protest. Yeah. Oh look, the POA lying again. The assault on youth was instigated by the SFPD. Many witnesses to that. As anyone in SF knows, 50+ cops don't show up in riot gear unless planned in advance, as this clearly was. Public records will bear it out. Look forward to reading your emails. Sorry, but you can't illegally arrest people who are lawfully in public just because you failed to arrest 1 or 2 people earlier in the day who vandalized a train. Damn, getting murdered in the quote tweets. Really inspires confidence in the pig cartel when they're too cowardly to enable replies on their propaganda tweets. True. Something that always strikes me about propaganda is how little responsibility they take for anything that happens. Their example of being attacked literally shows them pointing riot control weapons at people. Yeah. Oh, look. Just look at the chaos and violence. For clarity, the picture posted below was after the escalated engagement with teens. It's not why the PD initially responded. Oh, interesting. Yeah, this is also from the same event. It's so dangerous. That's actually pretty adorable. 1 second, chat. Hiya! I was unsuccessful. I really wanted to get that fly. Damn it. I'll be right back. Technical difficulties. Sorry about that, folks. The fly landed right on my light, and I was just like, I'm gonna take this opportunity to smack it. And, I neither got the fly, nor a functional light. Mistakes were made. Goofs were goofed, indeed. Oh, and folks, again, we've been going for about 4 hours. If any of you would like to support stream, subs and donos really help me out. I really, really fucking appreciate them. Let's see here. Damn, how many people we got watching right now? Got like 110? Not too shabby, chat. Not too shabby. Hey, Sarah Scorpion. Let's watch One Piece. Wait. Actually, wait. Out of curiosity, just taking a look. It's in a book, reading Rainbow. I can do anything. Dr. Robotnik, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thoughts on The Witcher? I like it conceptually more than I like it in like practice. I really like Henry Cavill as Geralt. I think he's basically perfect casting, and trying to recast him is a horrific mistake. Additionally, you're welcome, VCC TV. But on top of that, I haven't read the books, and I really, I have a really hard time getting into the games. I played through Witcher 3, and Witcher 3 was great. My main problem was just that, like, it's so hard to, like, get into that story because of the characterization of Geralt. And, like, yeah, coming in blind is rough. Witcher 2 was worse for me, though. I did not like jumping into The Witcher 2. And I also gave the first Witcher a shot, and also hated that one. But Witcher 3 got me a bit. I will say, though, that, frankly, if anyone's looking to play a Witcher game, just get Hearts of Stone. Get the Hearts of Stone DLC for Witcher 3, okay? Just real quick. Just real quick. We'll watch the trailer for it. Hearts of Stone is the most cohesive piece of gaming content for the Witcher series, and it's so goddamn good. Okay? Here, if you've never played it, we'll just watch it real quick. The trailer. I did not, Jay Xander.
Greetings, Geralt. Remember me? We met in White Orchard. I helped you find Yennefer. It seems you need my help again. Do you want my help? It's a deal. Let me tell you a story. It's about a man, worse than most. A man who refuses to pay his debts.
Well struck, Witcher. But perhaps you'd care to tell me why you meddled in a matter not yours.
You're immortal.
Indeed. But it's not what folk imagine. Not dying does not mean eternally living your life to the full.
So it's a curse.
You must be careful what you wish for there are consequences.
You need to get into the vault. We break in, each take what we need. You one I can count on.
Why do you wish to see the lady of the house? See how I've reeled her in? Now don't fuck this up.
Like, if you're looking to get into Witcher content, Hearts of Stone is the place to start. It's so good. It's so fucking good. Heat is increasing the spoilage of food, and that's increasing the fly population growth. Well, that makes sense. Huh. The Fly. We'll all have to become Jeff Goldblum's The Fly. It's the only solution. It's the only way, chat. It's the only way. Hey, Annie, how you doing? Annie is cool, chat. You be nice to Annie. Folks. Remember the other day we watched that really touching interview with like a little girl at Pride, little trans girl. I decided we'd take a look at that guy Walter Masterson's additional content. Just because it's relatively short and he dunks on chuds. So let's just take another look at what he's got going on.
What do you think of Pride Month?
I was just talking about it today. I'm happy right now because I haven't seen near as many rainbow flags and rubbish as we seen last year.
They're making the kids wear these flags and these hats. Yes. Right? And it's like, don't make the kids wear these flags and these hats and make it their entire personality.
No. Absolutely.
They make it their whole identity. They've got the shirts, they've got the flags. I feel like it's being shoved down our throat. Yeah, they got the hats, they got the shirts. It's like it's their whole personality. You got these people with these flags. They're waving it in our
What? There we go.
faces.
Right. I don't care if you're gay.
Like, just don't wave this flag in my face. These flags everywhere that they wave around in everyone's face. It's become their entire personality.
Yeah, absolutely.
You have these people with their flags and their hats that they wave around in everyone's faces, and it's become their entire personality.
I live in a place where everybody is gay. I hope you could say that, but...
They live in a place where everybody's gay. Where is that, sir? Tell me where. I'll go there. Who is this man? His name's Walter Masterson. He just like kind of goes around and trolls terrible people.
What can you do?
You can't say gay, it's Florida.
Oh. No, that's only at Disney.
Waving around their flags, they got the hats and all that, and it's like, dude, you know, like, why do you have to throw it in our face?
Yeah, why do we have a heterosexual month?
Right. Why don't we?
Hetero month. And that's You should have seen how it.
Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah. When will the heteros finally get their time to shine?
Looked at me trying to just get on a flight to get down here with a MAGA hat on. They treated me like I was Osama bin Laden.
It's become harder to be open about your identity nowadays. Right?
Yeah, people just
This man admitting to doing 9/11. So brave.
need to speak up. They need to say what they believe.
It's becoming kind of dangerous to identify as a Trump supporter.
Yeah.
And it's almost dangerous to be open with your identity.
I was in January 6th. I saw the crap that went on there. They're embedded out here now. They wanted.
Holy shit, he's wearing a Superman shirt, but instead of Superman, it's Ultra MAGA, and it's just Trump. Holy shit, dude.
Demonize us. They want to silence us.
You shouldn't be ashamed of your identity.
I'm not. You should see my truck. I can't see out my back window because I got so many bumper stickers. Just on a Saturday or Sunday, I got nothing to do. I put my flags out and I ride through town to remind everybody. We need our Constitution. We need our freedom. Before November.
You know, we all need to put pride flags on our trucks to remind everybody.
3rd, 2020, I didn't have signs and flags. I didn't have a tattoo on my arm. I've never had a tattoo in my life. I felt the need to not be quiet anymore.
He got he got a full sleeve of like the American flag and the Constitution. What?
Hat offends you? If it offends you, if this offends you, don't look.
Bro, there's no way that any of this offends me other than in every conceivable fashion sense way, but it doesn't offend me beyond that. Just like no one's offended by this. You know, you're not being edgy. You're just being ugly.
Look at me.
I can't wear a MAGA hat in some places because, you know, some people don't like that identity. Can you imagine like going someplace and being attacked just for your identity?
That's crazy. Well, I wear my MAGA hat, and I don't care. I invite people to challenge me.
It's become hard to be open with your identity.
This is my family. How much do I wear my patriotic shirts when I'm out?
Oh, Dad buys sleeves of the hats and gives them.
I mean, I buy hats by the dozen and hand them out. People say, "Oh, I like your hat." I said, "Don't move. I got one in my trunk for you."
Yeah, but these pride flags are they're just everywhere. They gotta go.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Exactly.
My granddaughter can't enjoy a rainbow that God gave us. God gave us that rainbow. And my granddaughter can't enjoy that rainbow, and she loves it. Why? Because they've distorted it. They've made it something that rainbow was never about.
What?
That rainbow was about a promise from God.
We've got the shirt that says.
Wait, your granddaughter can't have it, but she loves it? What? The queers have done stolen the rainbow from us.
Taking back the rainbow because it was God's promise to the world was to never flood it again, not to be distorted like this.
And as we all know, Christians own the rainbow. Every time a rainbow flies, you have to pay a tithe to the church. Okay, real quick. We're gonna do another one just because I picked another one. Because this time it's kids dunking on MAGA chuds along with this guy, and let's just continue.
Indoctrination stuff has gone way too far. I had an unsupervised weekend with my son. He's in the third grade, and I brought him to Hooters. The first thing he asks the waitress is, what are your pronouns? And it was embarrassing.
You're saying that we're indoctrinating kids, but you are bringing your son to Hooters. Do you not see the problem? Women are wearing... It's Hooters.
How's that different than bringing your child to Drag Story Hour?
Or any of us naked.
But I saw a video on Libs of TikTok where they were like dressed like a strip club.
Right.
And
The
it was-
internet is different than real life.
The internet is not real life.
The kids are all right.
Internet is fake.
So you're saying libs of TikTok is not real?
No, it's not real. I'm sure some of the stuff that on there are real, and
The kids
maybe
are all
sometimes
right,
stuff
chat.
happens, but not a lot. It is a lot different than taking your 2-year-old or your 2nd grade son, 3rd grade son to Hooters.
It's been a long time since I've had an unsupervised visit with my son. I know, but you know what? I shouldn't have to be supervised. Thank you. My visits with my own son should be unsupervised. I just had to start, catching up on my child support. I feel like that's cancel culture. It's cancel
culture? That's not cancel culture. That's you being a bad dad.
Drag queens and all that, they aren't overly sexualizing women and creating a really horrible image for them.
You can walk over there and look at the drag queens, and they're not showing anything. They're in full length clothing, and they're just performing a show. They're being very respectful.
They're also giving out water and making sure everybody's staying healthy and safe the entire time. They're also not naked.
I'm dealing with indoctrination with my own son.
Man, the kids are all right, dude. The kids are fucking all right.
I had my first unsupervised visit with him. I just had my first unsupervised visit with my son. We go out.
How old is he?
So he's in second. He's in third grade. I think he's in the 3rd grade. I take him.
he's in the
Can we
third
say the name of
grade,
the restaurant? I took him to Hooters. I take him to Hooters. I take him to Hooters, and the first thing he asks the waitress, "What are your pronouns?"
Oh no. You know what? You need to get him out of school and either
Dude, I thought the bit at the beginning of this was that it was just going to be him like pretending to be MAGA the entire time. I was like, okay, this could kind of get a bit old. But now juxtaposing like them having 100% correct takes dunking on him with like all of these people who are about to be like, oh man, you need to get your kid out of the woke school and get him more into Hooters. Oh my god, dude.
get him into private school if you have the money, or teach them yourself.
They're indoctrinating the kids in school.
The first question.
Yeah, you learn that this man is not allowed to have unsupervised visits with his son, and you're like, you need to get him out of school so you could teach him yourself, bro. Whoa.
He asks the waitress, what are your pronouns? It's embarrassing. And he's in like the third grade, and I was like, who's teaching you that?
Wait, your kid said that, not the waiter?
No, he asked the waitress.
No, that's even worse than I thought. I think he said the waitress asked you guys.
No, that's even worse. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, where did he learn that?
I think that the military is going to step in. Because I think the only way is the military.
The world's military is laughing at our military when they're trying to figure out what pronoun they're on. They're figuring out how to take us out.
We're talking about indoctrination.
What? The military is gonna step in against the pronoun people.
They are making fun of me because, I was telling them a very personal story about how I brought my brought my son to Hooters. It was my first unsupervised visit that I've had in months. And I got really embarrassed because he asked the waitress what her pronouns are. And it was like, you know what, read the room.
I think about that story, there's a lot more things you should be embarrassed about.
Yo, roast him alive. Dude. Oh, fuck, dude. That was 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Okay, but we can't overdo it on this guy. We can't just like marathon his content, okay? We're gonna sprinkle it like a fine seasoning over our streams, okay? When the they them army pulls up. Or can we? Okay, but we can watch more of this, or we can cover the Keffals stuff. Do you guys want to cover the Keffals stuff? Sausage! Honestly, we need to do more sausage content. You know what? Maybe we'll have a sausage subathon. Nora Moyer, yes, he did just suggest the military put a stop to pronouns. One sausage, then Keffals. What happened? Did Yankee Tanky scream incoherently again? Oh, Avalon of Babylon, you sweet innocent child, you. Is this the TOS Keffals stream? No, we're not gonna cover that. We're gonna... You know what? A lot of people here are not familiar with the days when we covered sausage. So we're going to do sausage. I'm going to show you guys one sausage, okay? One sausage. And then we will do Keffals stuff, okay? All right. What is he be? What is the sausage man been up to these days? Oh God. So many of these are despicable. All right. Okay. I'll do this one because it will be more relevant now than if we do it later, alright? Alright. So, my good friends, my viewers, my audience, it has been far, far, far too long since we have watched a sausage video. And it's time. Let's sausage! If you don't know what the concept is yet, you'll get the hang of it.
Well, hey there, folks, and welcome back. I guess it's Grimace's birthday, apparently. And what is McDonald's doing for Grimace's birthday? They're releasing normal food. Drink a purple milkshake. How is this thing anyway? I hope it tastes like purple. It looks very buttholey. It doesn't taste like grape. It tastes like purple. And I know what you're thinking, Mr. Sausage. Are you angry that McDonald's is doing an obvious cash grab? And no, I'm not, because I love Grimace.
But believe it or not, he's not putting on a voice, chat. Like, he's not trying to sound like this. He just sounds like this.
I'm upset that this isn't a national holiday, and they couldn't have picked a better fake character for it, because I would not do this for Bernie. I couldn't be more thrilled about the prospect of celebrating Grimace's birthday. Also, the Hamburglar is another one that I would celebrate.
I would celebrate the Hamburglar. Yeah, you know that man knows how his burgles do.
That's not a good start.
No, Sweetmint's music. He does sound like Peter Griffin with a falsetto. Okay.
Oh, there's the rest of it. Oh. It looks like a purple brain.
Ew.
Do a little dance. Make a little sausage. Get down tonight. This is not gonna make a lot of sausage. I'm thinking this one's gonna be a 0 out of 5.
Okay, chat, you have to guess.
That's the Grimace water.
You have to guess. How good of a... If you've seen it already, it's an honor system, chat. You have to guess how many sausages out of 5. How good will this sausage be?
3, 2, 1. Let's sausage. It kind of looks like Grimace.
It gets fear out of 10.
And on this episode of Too Much Casing, we use too much casing.
Oh, that looks terrible.
Do you think Grimace would be proud of me?
No.
With special thanks to today's Mark Boxalo box artist, this guy! Find all 5 Mark Ruffalos. There... 1? How many other Mark Ruffalos are there? There's 1. Am I going crazy? There's just the one. This Will It Blow is brought to you by Manscaped. You know how much I love Manscaped, using the latest technology to ensure you're on your venting. Henceforth, see what with this one, lubricating strips and a pivoting off. Plus, when you use Pro, it's one. That's a good one. That's wow, it just keeps yeah, check out. That's a good
Oh,
one.
God.
That's wow, it just keeps going up.
This is the worst thing I've ever seen. You're welcome, Ozchunk.
Here we go.
This is 10 out of 10 content, baby.
Oh, we got two bursts. Just like Icarus, we flew too close to the sun. But let's open it up and see how we did. It looks gross. Well, all right then, Grimace Sausage. Here we go. It's okay. It's not the best sausage in the world, but it's far from the worst sausage in the world. It basically tastes like potato mush with a hearty hint of vanilla. Besides it being mushy, the downfall of this sausage is the pickle. If it wasn't mushy and it didn't have that pickle aftertaste, it'd be pretty good. But as it stands now, I'm gonna have to give the Grimace birthday cash grab sausage a 2 out of 5.
That's much higher than I anticipated.
Bop, 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 bop.
Two out of 5 points to VCC TV. Nightmares, never mind, I love this. It's so good. And you know, sometimes he genuinely makes really good sausages. But we've seen so many different sausages together. Chat, I think link? Yeah, here you go. YouTube channel Ordinary Sausage. We will likely this week have an Ordinary Sausage subathon. Every 5 subs, you guys unlock a new Ordinary Sausage. Based sausage content. True. True. My brain is being a giant child. All right. Hello, folks. How we doing? You having fun? Sausageathon? True. True. Ally in HD, sitting. I'm dying laughing over here. I'm a 0 out of 10. I'm a texture person. Oh, I would never eat 99% of the hot dogs or the sausage he makes, Nora Moyer, but I do enjoy hearing his reaction to trying to eat them. This is why I recommended sausage first, chat. Hey, Kyryu. All right. Now, we've kind of cut the tension a little bit. We've relaxed. We're about 4 hours into stream. It's time for us to, well, to get to the allegations, the Keffals allegations. So, I don't know how much you guys know about kind of the background and like rise of Keffals. But Keffals is Canadian and Italian, and she's a trans lady, and she makes legendary tier shit posts. Okay, I was on one of her early charity streams where she started transitioning from shit posting, I believe, to like charity streams and was interested in getting into political content. I went on one of her early charity streams for a little bit, super late at night, knowing nothing about her. And she was super nice. I think she was playing Mega Man Legends, which bomb-ass game, 10 out of 10. And that like I went on her program, went off, and then I didn't really hear much about Keffals except that she had kind of transitioned more into doing like political content. And then she essentially became the target of a website called Kiwi Farms. Now, if you guys don't know what Kiwi Farms is, and bless you, you never will have to because of Keffals. You'll never have to know what Kiwi Farms is. Kiwi Farms is a website that was reviled by people on 4chan. People usually refer to 4chan as kind of the wretched hive of scum and villainy. Kiwi Farms was an even more concentrated hive of scum and villainy, to such an extent that, like, it was abhorred by people on Reddit. For the main reason that Kiwi Farms existed solely and completely to dox and harass people, usually minorities, usually neurodivergent, so trans, black, etc., neurodivergent, and harass them mercilessly, to the point where people died. They would harass people to the point of ending their own lives. Like, on one occasion, it got so bad that a video game developer set herself on fire in a public park. So when we talk about this place being evil, it's evil. They would dedicate their entire lives on this forum to finding out where people lived and, like, sending people from the forums to their house physically to stalk them, or creating fake police calls to send armed police officers to their homes in an attempt to get them killed by police. And Keffals ran afoul of this website. And instead of kind of just, like, laying low and allowing the harassment to wash over her and reach kind of like a simmering level, because once those people started harassing someone, they would never stop. Okay? There wasn't a point where they would just be like, oh, okay, we're done. They just wouldn't stop. It's not that big of a stretch to call them like a terroristic organization, because that was mainly their goal. They got their jollies and thought it was fun to terrorize people to the point of suicide. And wasn't Kiwi Farms also who harassed Chris Chan to do more and more fucked up shit to themselves? Yes. Kiwi Farms is the website that harassed a neurodivergent individual named Chris Chan into becoming the original lol cow. In fact, I believe they might have also originated the term lol cow, which is someone who inadvertently creates a lot of funniness because of their reaction to things and life and such. So she got on the wrong side. I'm not exactly sure what the inciting incident was. Likely, she, is a prominent trans woman. I think it's because she started picking fights with prominent conservative figures on Twitter, and that attracted the attention of Kiwi Farms. And so instead of kowtowing to these people or going into hiding, which, by the way, she did have to do, actually. She did have to move. She had to change her address. She went to a different country to lay low from these people. She had to do way. Oh, the inciting incident was an argument she had with Destiny. The discussion about their argument took over his thread, so they gave her a thread of her own. Yeah, so Destiny had his own thread on Kiwi Farms. But because they were talking about Keffals so much, they gave Keffals her own dedicated thread on Kiwi Farms. This is where Keffals created the Stop Hate Kiwi Farms effort, which was an ongoing and prolonged effort to deplatform Kiwi Farms, to create a social movement that would effectively bar them from being able to host the website anywhere. And that had to go on for about a year. I think it was like a year of some of the worst and most vile harassment you've ever seen in your life being directed towards Keffals. And it's really hard to even convey how awful their harassment is, especially because they find out where you live. You know, they find out where you live, and they come after you, and they don't stop. Yeah, Salmon Moose, it is still ongoing. This is true. It's likely that she will never be able to fully live in peace, because these people will continue to come after her for the rest of her life. But they have been robbed of their place to congregate online. And that has severely weakened their ability to do this. Because for as much horrific shit that gets posted on places like 4chan, 4chan, generally speaking, like for legal protections, for legal reasons, isn't hosting dedicated doxing threads. So they can't do what they did on Kiwi Farms on 4chan. They can't, like, it would have to be a far more extreme place. And frankly, after the Stop Kiwi Farms movement, a lot of hosting providers are not willing to take on that legal liability. Because they could be held legally liable for, you know, hosting this dedicated hate platform. Yeah, and look, again, it's not impossible for them to host the website, but it is impossible for the original hosting provider to be able to continue making a profit off of it. And basically every asshole that wanted to frequent that place is going to have to jump through so many additional hoops just to access a similar website of that configuration that a lot of them just won't bother, which significantly weakens their ability to harass people. Additionally, this led to Keffals being swatted herself. There was an incident where the Canadian police in the area she lived, like, broke down her door, had her at rifle point, threatened her, and then misgendered her, groped her. She feared for her life because, again, heavily armed police officers came to what they thought was the scene of a horrific crime. And during all of this, Keffals continued to fundraise, and one of the things she fundraised for after this, and I know I might be getting the timeline a bit wrong because I'm not like a Keffals scholar. But during this time, she also had a fundraiser because she had to move, like, all of her stuff, and, like, she had to protect herself. And so she had this fundraiser, and I believe it was also for, like, legal protection as well. And I believe that process, the legal process of suing the Canadian police, has been slow, but I think like a month or two ago that the lawsuit finally started rolling forward for the sexual harassment and treatment during her arrest. If I recall, they also doxed all of her mods as well. Yep.
These people are such assholes they doxed the police chief that was investigating the swatting.
Jesus, I didn't even know that. Catalina Gearbox, thank you for the $5 dono. No lawsuit, but legal action was taken. No, there's a lawsuit now. Yeah. This is from April. Oh God, 1 second. April 21st. Oh, okay, wait. She's suing London police in Canada for anti-trans discrimination during her arrest. I'm sorry if suing and lawsuit, two different ideas. That's not a... Okay, so there's a difference between suing and lawsuit. Okay. I feel like this is a distinction that I don't care about that much. I'm going to continue on. Let's see. Just going through this article. According to local reports, the complaint claims that Clara was subject to anti-trans discrimination during and before the arrest when the authorities failed to investigate the swatting before it occurred, despite prior communication of the same, being dead-named during the arrest and assaulted by the police, among other things. According to the press release shared by Mr. Anisman, the main charges against London police include negligence and anti-trans discrimination. That includes misgendering, dead-naming, and the press release also states that to clarify the streamer's gender identity during the traumatic arrest, a police officer allegedly groped Clara's breasts before saying, yep, it's a she. The complaint argues that such blatant acts of discrimination as perpetrated by London police while arresting the streamer on the basis of threats violate the Ontario Human Rights Code, which protects people from discrimination on the basis of gender identity. Okay. So that is currently it. The legal process continues to go. This is important to point out because some people were claiming, and are still, I believe, trying to claim that Keffals pocketed the money from her GoFundMe and has just been using it on drugs. Because she has admitted to having had in the past a drug problem. The reality is she has been using that money to pursue this legal recourse and to try and make sure that this doesn't happen to anybody ever again. Now, because it took like a year to get this through the legal system doesn't mean she wasn't doing anything in the meantime. Okay? Lawyers cost money, and preparing litigation against a police department, absolutely. You need to cross your T's and dot your I's, all right? So, that's some background info, right? So, Keffals went up against Kiwi Farms and won, for the most part. Now, you know, the little asterisk that, like, of course, these vile people will always continue to try and get their website up, but for the most part, it is greatly diminished. And yet, if you look into the current state of what's happening and the discourse around Keffals, people keep saying she's racist. Like, she's a vile racist, and she is one of, like, spreading the most heinous of bigotries around the internet, and she's like an embodiment of all casual bigotry. Okay, that's kind of what's being pushed around, and I was kind of like, hey, I've only really ever seen Keffals make fun of Italians, because she is Italian. So what exactly is going on here? What is the origin? What did she do that has all of these people really really, really upset and talking about how she has done some of the most heinous racisms in the online left. And I found the origin. I found the origin point, chat. Found it. Okay. So there's this is going to take some explaining, folks, so buckle in. So there's a lady named Pippa Middlehurst. Okay? Pippa Middlehurst wrote a book called Dumplings and Noodles, right? And I'm going to bring this up. Okay. And this was very, very controversial. This cookbook, right? And we're gonna take a look before I even address that tweet that I put on screen. We're gonna take a look at this food blog, KV Eats. The belly rules the mind. And they go over what the controversy around dumplings and noodles, bao, gyoza, biangbang, ramen, and everything in between. Pippa Middlehurst. Okay? And I'm just gonna read it, and then I'm gonna tell you just kind of what I synthesized from that, okay? In her introduction to the book, Pippa says, I taught myself using the classics, Ken Hom's Simple Asian Cookery, Ching He Huang's Chinese food made easy, but I wanted more authenticity, more of those strange textures, more of those unusual ingredients. Stinky tofu, I'm gonna butcher this, I'm sorry, duobanjiang? What were they used for, and what did they taste like? Pippa is a white British author with no cultural link to the cuisines she covers in her book, and dismisses by name the work of food writers who are from those very cultures. This shows a lack of understanding of how much home cooking and the hunger for global cuisine has changed in the decades since Ken Hom first brought Chinese cooking back to America, and by extension, British audiences. Pippa may well consider Ken Hom's recipes as insufficiently authentic for her, but is ignoring the reality of what he wrote for a very different audience in a different era. People now cook Asian cuisines at home regularly. Once difficult to find ingredients are readily available. We eat out often at far more authentic regional Asian restaurants, and a higher number of us travel overseas, getting to know cuisines in their countries of origin. There's also an uncomfortable othering, and othering in caps, of Asian cuisines in Pippa's description of strange textures. They may be unfamiliar, but often need little more than a shift in context to make them more so. Silken tofu is much like panna cotta in texture. Gelatinous pork rind jelly is not unlike wibbly-wobbly dessert jelly, and stinky tofu is no more whiffy than a pungent cheese. There's no doubt that Pippa has a deep passion for East and Southeast Asian food. Since 2017, she's been delving into several Asian cuisines with a focus on dumplings and noodles, and she has clearly amassed a lot of knowledge in that short time. But the way she has centered and promoted her expertise over authors from the cuisines she is featuring in the book rankles. I can't help but consider this within the context of the ongoing bias in food publishing towards white authors. Book deals of authors of color are far harder won for their white counterparts. The authors are usually typecast to write only about their ancestral cuisine, and seldom invited to write more widely about other subjects. This ties into the issue of cultural appropriation, which is often misrepresented. People can and absolutely should write about other cultures and cuisines to their own, but do so with respect, accuracy, and an acknowledgement of the forerunners who championed those cuisines at a time when they were far less prevalent and known. And it should go both ways, with opportunities given equally to authors of different backgrounds and ancestral origins. Pippa's note that she sought more authenticity set up my initial expectation of what the book would provide. But she goes to explain that many of the recipes in the book are approachable recreations and an homage to time-tested favorites, suggesting that she realized over time that sharing easy-to-follow, delicious, and appealing recipes is more important than a slavish pursuit of authenticity. To that end, she has found more in common with the books of Ken Hom and Qinghe Huang than she thought. So, that is kind of the overview, I believe. And I believe that the person who wrote this is... I believe the person who runs KV Eats is, I mean, I don't know, I non-white, person of color. Could be wrong, but take that for the additional whatever it's worth. So, there was controversy around this book, specifically because in the publishing industry, by and large, and not just in cooking, but especially in cooking, favors white authors. And that's a byproduct of the systemic racism we live in. And that is awful and bad. That being said, there are lots of people who get stuff published. There are lots of white people who write about different cuisines, write different cookbooks. If you read like a lean cuisine cookbook, you're gonna find some recipes that involve making noodles or eating dishes with noodles. Pretty much any cookbook you're gonna find has something about dumplings in it, like the Skyrim cookbook or the Dungeons and Dragons cookbook. You know, a lot of these are going to have these dishes, and I don't think there's anything wrong necessarily with like a white lady making a cookbook about noodles and dumplings. Would I necessarily go to that cookbook for recipes that I would want to make? Not necessarily. But that being said, it's not like this act of horrific racism as someone from the UK or America or insert country to enjoy the cuisine of another part of the planet, right? The systemic issue of publishing favoring white people, that's bad, and we should combat that in however we can, but I don't see this as like the smoking gun that is going to like, oh, someone bought a cookbook, you think that Indian food is tasty? How dare you? Like, what? No, you know? I think that's fine. So when we look at this tweet, this person named Roslyn Talusan tweets, "Why did a white woman write a cookbook about dumplings?" God damn it. Write a cookbook about dumplings and noodles, right? And Keffals responds, "Because dumplings and noodles are tasty." And chat, this is why people are calling Keffals a racist. This is it. This is the origin story. They like it's a question being asked in this tweet. Keffals said they're tasty. And like that's it. Some of the additional evidence by people who say that this is evidence of like racism is like there were some people in the around this on there were some threads around this book on 4chan where people were saying noodles are tasty, but like I'm not a scholar on this issue, but I'm pretty sure people have said that noodles are tasty prior to this without any racial intent, just like genuinely finding noodles tasty. And so like I don't think that holds that much weight when it comes to like when it comes to this. I'm left wondering, like, okay, what is the harm, right? What is the issue? Another aspect that was added later, I believe was a later addition to Keffals is Racist, was the idea. Yeah, and cornbread brings up dumplings are found in almost every culture. It's one of the most ubiquitous types of food. True, and they are delicious. And it's just like, okay, well, what are the additional charges here? Like, why are other people calling her racist? And one of them seems to be that at one point, Keffals was on stream saying it's time to do gay ops. I want you to make pick crew accounts and like send memes to tenderqueer Twitter. And so that one, I think, at face value, seems like the more egregious one, because she specifies in a clip that you can find of her stream, that I do not have handy, my bad. But she specifies in the clip something along the lines of make your pick crew avatar a black lesbian, a black butch lesbian, right? So that seems at face value like, okay, that seems pretty bad. Like, that seems poorly phrased and worded. But if you look at what was also said earlier in the stream, you find out that, like, she's not telling people to, like, do digital blackface. She's not telling people to, like, pretend to be black. She literally, numerous times prior to that and leading up to that moment that was clipped out of context, tells people to make random pick crew avatars. With the reason being these gay ops were because tender queers were harassing her, and she was just like, you know, go, like, just make these pick crew avatars and, like, you know, be silly. I don't know if that's I don't know if that's like the extent of it, or if, like, you know, the people who made these pick crew avatars used it as a cover to do horrible racism. If that's the case, like, I'd love for someone to let me know. But from what I've seen, I haven't seen anything like that, and I've tried to find evidence of that. And the last thing that I've seen, and I believe this is the last example that I've seen, is that Keffals, they were harassing Aaron Reed and Alejandra Caraballo, who are both, like, leading trans journalists who are doing God's work, reporting on trans issues. So yeah, it was like assembling like a defense squad for these two trans ladies who were being harassed for basically no reason. So yeah, poorly phrased, but, like, I as I looked into it, it seemed to get less serious the more context I got for it. So unless there's, like, additional evidence out there that people used this as an excuse to, like, go and, like, post horrific racisms, I haven't seen it. Now, going back to the Noodle thing, Keffals wound up receiving so much harassment over the Noodle allegations that Keffals and her community created, like, an in-joke where they would have different, like, Discord things labeled as, like, being tasty noodles, etc., etc. This wasn't them being, like, bigoted towards Asian people. It was literally a byproduct of being harassed over saying noodles are tasty for, like, a year. And as we already said, I don't think I don't think that talking about noodles being terrible is, or noodles being tasty is a terrible thing. And so, like, it's just this like almost endless seeming rabbit hole. But as we get towards the bottom of it, it then seems like Keffals said some like increasingly spicy and poorly worded things while she was spiraling as a result of the attempt on her life when Kiwi Farms tried to get her killed using the police and also harassed her out of her home multiple times. Like, as a result of that, she had developed severe PTSD, and that in turn had caused her to relapse onto drugs and start spiraling publicly. And so we reach a point where she said some objectionable things, for sure. Though I haven't seen people using screenshots of them. There was just like some, I've heard people talk about them. I think that Keffals has deleted them. I believe that Keffals deleted them. And if I'm wrong, correct me. Feel free, chat. And then apologized for that. But the primary thing, right, is, and you know, we're leftists, right? We're supposed to care about people having mental health crises. She was literally spiraling in a suicidal, depressive period. She had to have friends come over and watch her so that she didn't die. And then she was able, with the help of her friends, to check herself into rehab and get help. People have now been trying to claim that this was a fake PR effort, you know, to atone for her horrible crimes and racism. And like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, if you're sitting there and you acknowledge that this is a person who's combating a drug problem while having an undiagnosed mental health episode, and you're saying that she's spreading horrific abuses because she told people to make cartoon avatars to defend 2 trans women who were being harassed for no reason, and because she thought noodles were tasty. If I'm leaving out additional things, please feel free to clarify. I am trying to be as accurate as possible. I have not seen the horrible instances where Keffals is being spicy, well, like intentionally and of sound mind, you know? So this is kind of where we're at. And all of that being said, let's take a look at Keffals' video addressing the allegations. I wanted to give enough background so you guys had a rough idea of where we're going with this. And I'm going to add additional commentary as we go through. Oh, yeah, she also... Okay, that's true, Velvet. The other aspect is that Keffals dropped the R slur. She said the word retard. Okay? And I gotta say, like, I think that's fine. I think it's fine. It makes people uncomfortable sometimes. I am absolutely not going to, like, pillory anyone, especially someone who is neurodivergent in multiple ways, and who has been so neurodivergent, so spicily divergent, that they have come within a hair's breadth of killing themselves. I think people who've gone through that have every right to reclaim that word as they please. They've earned that. They've stared death in the face and they've earned that. So She admits herself she was way overusing that, and she's going to scale it back, but she wasn't going to stop saying it. And yeah, like, I imagine you overuse a lot of words when you're spiraling through a suicidal mental health crisis, you know? But, like, if you take into context, like, someone with a severe, like, mental health disorder that is untreated, like, the fact that people are trying to pin this on that is disgusting. You know, like, you see a cracked out white guy on the street as a leftist, and you like, oh, well, he's saying some objectionable things. He needs to atone before he can go to the homeless shelter. What the fuck is wrong with you? You see someone struggling with mental health issues so powerfully that they are on the verge of death, and you're like, well, you know, before we acknowledge the humanity of this situation as leftists, they really need to apologize for the Noodle discourse. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, seriously. Your priorities are broken. So, we're gonna watch this video from Keffals. Just going over it because yeah, I think it's worthwhile.
Keffals, probably one of the newest darlings of the left, due to what I like to call the...
Why is the video choppy?
Keffals, probably one of the newest darlings of the left, due to what I like to call the...
The 9/11 effect? What?
I'm sorry, this picture's a bagger.
She gone on to make some of the most egregious lies and bigotries we have.
Oh, the 60 FPS for some reason like fucks up with my
Okay. This is what comes on the screen when he says the most egregious lies and bigotries. Tasty Noodles tweets, I didn't go to rehab because I wanted to atone for anything. I went to rehab because my friends wanted to stop me from ending my own life. They tell me, and just like he did in this video, that this isn't atonement to go to rehab. But also, notice this. He never tells me what the atonement is.
Yeah, no, remember when I talked about the noodles and how she said noodles were tasty earlier? That's the egregious bigotry he's talking about.
But many supporters of Keffals warded off criticism in the name of her rehab visit.
Don't really believe that this man has done any of this research. I have never talked to him before. He doesn't know me. He obviously doesn't know my story. He doesn't know what Kiwi Farms is. But he's obviously friends with people who have decided that I'm a bad person. And he knows that he's gonna get pats on the back and views from repeating the same lie and attacking trans people. The Noodlegate thing is stupid. It's literally the only people who care are people who are out of touch with reality. And I spent so much time looking into it to realize how much of a manipulative liar that Rosalind is, only to basically circle around to being like, this is stupid. The cookbook author's response to Rosalind. Hi Rosalind, trying to approach this without defensiveness, and it seems as though your issue is with the larger system of injustice in food publishing / underrepresentation of Black and Indigenous people of color authors and overrepresentation of white authors rather than me personally, or I think so anyway.
So, just real quick, if we back it up just slightly here, you'll see that this Rosalind tweet, it's the same one that I brought up on screen. You know, why did a white woman write a cookbook about dumplings and noodles? This wound up blowing up. And Pippa Middlehurst had threads on 4chan sending neo-Nazis her way to harass her because they thought she looked Jewy. They thought she was secretly Jewish.
Representation of Black and Indigenous people of color authors and overrepresentation of white authors rather than me personally, or I think so anyway. Attacking an individual that you know nothing about, pasting a picture of my face and calling me an arrogant and uncreative white woman allows others who respect your opinions to justify harassing me. In my experience, tweets like this don't challenge the systemic issue or instigate any change. It just serves to temporarily make me the poster child for that system of injustice that no doubt I am a part of, and simply leads to dogpiling and mounds of threatening DMs telling me, for example, to go and drown, you deserve to fail, and it ends there. And by the way, one of the things that is not talked about in this alleged 4chan harassment campaign is that like a third of the replies on those two 4chan threads are Nazis making anti-Semitic remarks towards Pippi.
True.
Saying that she's actually Jewish, she looks like she's Jewish, she's pretending to be white, she's like it's bad. And this never gets talked about. So when Pippi's talking about threatening DMs, it becomes pretty obvious the kind of threatening DMs that she's getting. She actually received more racism than Rosalind did on those 4chan threads. She was the victim of a harassment campaign. Rosalind helped instigate it. Look, if noodles are going to forever be used as a thing to brand me as racist, I'm just going to make it a community in joke. That was
averted to you. Are you telling me that it's cultural appropriation for an Italian to make noodles? Because again, the critique of the cookbook wasn't that, oh, if you're white, you can't make non-white food. The critique of the cookbook was like the systemic issue and white supremacist nature of publishing, and specifically cookbook publishing. That's the central issue. The issue isn't that, oh, white people really like eating noodles. That's not the issue.
My decision last month. I'm just like, fuck it. If this is never going away, we might as well laugh at it because it's ridiculous. So I made a tasty noodle channel. There's a tasty noodle channel. So if you're in the Discord, anytime you eat some tasty noodles, make sure to post it. We love some tasty noodles. I even made noodles the other night. They were very good. Where is it? Right here. This was awesome. This was from the noodle and dumpling cookbook that the white lady made.
The onions are a little bit too big for my taste, but the rest of it looks really good.
Like the same cookbook that started all that fucking drama that has resulted in all of this. Holy shit.
Oh wait, yeah, no.
Oh yeah, the person who said I'm so deeply unkind. Can you send me that tweet actually? Oh yeah, so
just looking at some of these. Yeah, literally it's just her noodled. Noodles are tasty. Woman is a slur. It's transphobic to call it a period. It's a manriot. Just gotta walk. I'm noodling so hard. W noodles. I'm saying the Asian cookbook was made by a white woman and Rosalind was just pointing out how white people easily profit off of it compared to an actual Asian person. I don't think Keffals would disagree with that though. I don't think Keffals disagrees on the systemic issue. You know? Let me put it this way to you, averted to you. I think that if you were to go into Keffals' chat and ask her about systemic issues in publishing favoring white people, she would 100% agree with you. That's what I thought the point of Rosalind's tweet was. Well, to remind you, Rosalind's initial tweet was... why did a white woman write a cookbook about dumplings and noodles? So it's a question here, and Keffals just responds to the question because dumplings and noodles are tasty. Like, I think that Keffals, at most, you could say that this is a shit post, right? If you were being really, really uncharitable, right? You could say Keffals didn't do her due diligence and read Rosalind's entire thread if there was a thread after that. If there wasn't a thread after this tweet, then, like, if it's a standalone question, I feel like the response of, well, these things are tasty, would be fine. I don't think it warrants harassment against Keffals. Yeah. But what ended up happening was because she said dumplings and noodles are tasty, she was harassed, like, nonstop for, like, a year during the same time she was being harassed by kiwi farms. People who literally tried to get her killed. So, she was harassed so much over this noodle stuff that it became this noodle meme, where, like, she and her community had seen enough people harassing her over noodles that they were just like, let's turn it into a joke, you know, kind of the Tyrion Lannister, you know, turn the things they use to hurt you into armor, you know? And so, noodled. I got a walk, I'm noodling so hard. Also, she literally did get a walk and has been making her own noodles, and I think that's pretty cool. I'd like to have a walk at some point. They're really cool cooking tools. Noodles are tasty. Woman is a slur. It's transphobic to call it a period when it's a manria. W noodles. And just other noodle tweets where she's, like, showing off the food she made. And that's a totally normal thing to do. Like, people take food pictures all the time. But Rosalind amplifies this. Kaylin Conrad, you know, quote tweets it. Looking at these screenshots, Clara is so deeply unkind, like, just genuinely so devoid of any self-awareness of how she comes off. The obsession and commitment to being a terrible person for no reason other than because she got attention for it in the past is embarrassing. For the record, I've never interacted with Kaylin Conrad. Kaylin Conrad has blocked me on Twitter. I have no idea why. Possibly because I can be deeply unkind when I disagree with things that I see it as wrong. But I don't know how you read these tweets, like shit posts and showing off food and, like, talking about making noodles that taste good. I don't know how you read those as egregious and deeply unkind racism. That takes work, you know? And averted to you, I don't blame you. You know, I don't blame you for like, misunderstanding the intent, because all of the framing around this issue, all of the framing is coming from people who deeply, deeply dislike Keffals. You know? It's coming from people who dislike her and are looking for something to narrativize their dislike for her. You know, it's coming from a place where, like, they can't just dislike somebody because they dislike someone, because they were rubbed the wrong way by the way someone phrased something. No, they have to dislike them because they are the brave hero vanquishing the great evil. You know? They have to, it can't just be that, you know, we don't really get along. It has to be, well, not only do we not get along, but also you are emblematic of everything that is wrong and bad in this world. You know? It is deeply unsettling to see that this is an effective tactic with so many people on the left.
Kaylin Conrad had tweeted this out. So Kaylin Conrad was on my big charity stream last year and has since blocked me. Rosalind the Noodle Lady I'm just gonna call her like.
By the way, Keffals' big charity stream, I believe she raised over $250,000 to help trans youth. Yeah.
She's really mad that she's apparently so unrelated to me. People started calling her the Noodle Karen, and it really, really pissed her off. And she's claiming that it's like a racist dog whistle to call her the Noodle Karen, but she has made her online presence about this fake harassment campaign.
Oh yeah, and for the record, Kaylin Conrad does do good videos. I very much respect their video content, but like and the same goes for like a lot of the people who get passed around in this like online clique. I like a lot of their content, but they are deeply, deeply unhealthy together. And
she claims that
they're deeply unhealthy together, and like their behavior online is reprehensible. You know, you can make good content and still be like a bad like acting like a bad person, acting a fool, you know?
She was the victim of a 4chan harassment campaign. And in the time frame that happened, there are 2 threads on 4chan about either her or the cookbook in total, with 74 replies, and like over a third of them were anti-Semitic in response to Pippa Middlehurst, the author of the cookbook, because they thought she had...
we got some additional. Holy shit, these noodles are so fucking tasty. I've gathered what I need. When I awake, it is time to make tasty noodles from the Why Did a White Woman Make a Cookbook About Dumplings and Noodles cookbook. I will report on my findings. I bought the Tasty Noodle cookbook. I'm gonna make the tastiest noodles. I'm making noodles by hand this week. And it's just like... yeah.
He had a Jewish last name. I don't like or use 4chan. The phrase noodles are tasty was never from 4chan. Yeah, so someone in the Twitch has like, lol, wait, is the whole thing about you being racist just about noodles? Yes. Unironically, yes. This is never going to go away. You know, if you watch any content creators that are in any way controversial, there's always like a handful of things that people keep in like a chest that they pull out anytime they want to attack them. And for me, it's always going to be noodles, and it's always going to be from the woke skull crowd, because they're desperate to prove that I am an incredibly racist person, but they don't really have anything to go on, so they have to do noodle discourse about me, and they have to play it up when like you read this post. So the first one, top left, blue sky has gone woke. That's obviously a shit post. Many people make the X has gone woke shit post. I don't know why they included that. The next one is noodled. The next one is me responding to Velvet, who is in the chat. Hi, Velvet. Velvet said, homesick for Twitter. I'm going to start Discord.
Okay, I actually need to pause stream for a bit and take a call. I'll be back. Please hang tight. And Nindreen, sorry to make you edit around this. I apologize. BRB. Hello, folks. Hi, folks. Let's see. How we all doing? Just sound off real quick. How you doing? Leaving us only with certified bangers? Well, don't thank me. Go thank Amy Waters, trans musician over on YouTube. Go give her a follow, okay? Go subscribe, go like the videos, etc., etc., etc. I've been looking at cookbooks for half an hour. It's all your fault. Still alive, I believe? Hell yeah, Ashley. Avalon of Babylon, I make no apologies. Alright, Hatter Hair, thank you for the follow. Black Combat Boots, thank you for the follow as well. Alright. New music to add to your coding playlist? Yeah, Amy Waters only makes bangers. I believe if their username or her username in the chat is Storygirl. I think if you see Storygirl in the chat, you can thank her yourself. I'm doing pretty okay. Hell yeah, Nindreen. All right. Now, where were we? Let's continue, shall we?
Course and cause problems, and I said noodles are tasty. Woman is a slur. It's transphobic to call it a period. It's a man-read. Obviously a shitpost. Just got a walk. I'm noodling so hard. That's true. I did get a walk, and for the last month, I've been learning how to cook noodles, and it's been awesome. Right now, I'm saving up a bit to get like a good hand mixer so I can actually make the noodle dough and like pull it out so I can just like make noodles by hand. I'm very excited about doing that. Like the other one is me just saying W noodles, and I posted the noodles that I made, which were awesome. That was like using lamb meat, and it was so good. The other one is me saying, holy shit, these noodles are so fucking tasty, in response to what I had tweeted earlier. I have gathered what I need. When I awake, it is time to make tasty noodles from the Why Did a White Woman Make a Cookbook About Dumplings and Noodles cookbook. I will report on my findings. And the last one is, I bought the Tasty Noodle cookbook. I'm gonna make the tastiest noodles. I'm making noodles by hand this week. So, like, this is the smoking gun, apparently. This was used in that recent video by Foreign Man in a Foreign Land. He put it on screen. He actually used, funny enough, a screenshot from someone in this community, Living in Jeopardy. Hello, I see you in chat. He used that compilation. It goes on screen. I think he said, like, I engaged in the most disgusting lies and misinformation, or like racist tirades or something.
Again, the racist tirades and misinformation are talking about noodles and telling people to make random cartoon avatars to like go and defend like two trans journalists.
But I think it's funny because the other thing that came onto screen at that point was me saying that I'll always stand up for the black community.
Yeah,
obviously, as a white person, I always have stuff to learn, and I'm gonna make mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. We're all human here. But I'll always try my best not to let people down. And then Dreaded Jai responds, are you going to apologize to me? And I said no, just the word no. Those were the two things that were used as the clickbait for that video. Anyway, this was all just like the context for Kaylin Conrad. So as I said, Kaylin Conrad, previous mutual, I was blocked. Apparently Kaylin's been friends with Rosalind for 15 years or something. So Kaylin says,
Also, just to be clear, I don't know anything about this Jai person. Outside of the fact that they publicly celebrated the death, the abduction and death of Eden Knight, a trans woman who was abducted to Saudi Arabia, by an agent sent by her parents, and then forcibly detransitioned until she died. She took her own life. And Dreaded Jai spread hate around that, celebrated her death, and then harassed her loved ones after she passed. So I feel like that's a pretty good summation. I've also heard, I haven't seen the substantiation of this, but I've heard that the change.org petition that Jai started to kind of cover their ass about all of this harassing of Eden Knight's loved ones was essentially used as a doxing list, a list of gathering personal information on who else to go after that. So if I'm wrong about that, feel free to correct me, folks, but that is some of the additional things that I have been told about Jai. She threatened to kill, cook, and eat someone's pet pig once. Very, very cool and normal person.
Looking at these screenshots, Clara is so deeply unkind.
Also, somehow, this person who threatened to kill, cook, and eat someone's pet pig, she's doxed children, photoshopped KKK hoods onto Jewish Twitter users, and routinely does harassment campaigns against trans and BIPOC people. Cool. And somehow she is friends and part of like this clique of people like Roslyn and Kaylin Conrad and etc. I don't know how that occurs, but yeah.
Like, just genuinely so
Super cool and
devoid of
normal.
any self-awareness of how she comes off. They have the softest hands imaginable. Like, the softest hands imaginable. Like, you know what they actually want to say, right? And he's right. Like, I would prefer if they called me a dumb cunt. Honestly, I would prefer if they called me, like, a stupid troon or something. Because this is just awkward. That they want to criticize me, they want to get into these ship-flinging matches.
Also, she was the one who propagated the idea that Anne Frank had white privilege, which, no. Anne Frank did not have white privilege. The Nazis had an idea called racial anti-Semitism, where they literally considered Jewish people a separate and inferior race, a non-white race. If that wasn't Jai, then I absolutely retract that. But if that is the case, I remember that discourse. But if that wasn't the case, like, yeah, the list of like how awful these people are is quite long. It would not surprise. It was Jai. From the same orbit?
But they have the softest fucking hands that they can't even do that. So it goes on. The obsession and commitment to being a terrible person for no reason other than because she got attention.
Oh, it wasn't? I believe that this person is in Jai's orbit, though. What? Oh, that was the wrong tweet. Okay, so it was Jai. Yeah, these people are in the same circle. Yeah. They'll make incredibly anti race mixing tweets and then say, haha, it's just jokes. It's just jokes though, haha, and then delete them.
Attention for it in the past is embarrassing. I would like for them to explain how I'm a terrible person for tweets about noodles. Because I was harassed by Rosalind for quite some time. Rosalind made up quite a few lies about me, and some of them ended up sticking. I've had abuse thrown my way as a result of it. So for me, getting that noodle cookbook and making these noodles is quite literally just me mocking a very absurd situation. So I don't see anything wrong. I don't see how this makes me a terrible person. I think that most people who look at this are literally like, what are you talking about? You need to go outside. And remember, this entire thing, like Kaylin's post, Rosalind's post, all the people who got mad about me doing cooking updates on my Blue Sky account, they were doing that on the same day affirmative action got shot down. So, like, think about their priorities. Because we can acknowledge racism as a systemic issue, right? But they want to focus on the individuals because they're liberals. They can't focus on systemic issues. This is part of the problem that I've faced over and over again. I'm sure you're aware how women get treated on the internet and how they're held to a much higher standard than men will ever be held to. This is just something that happens time and time again forever. Even before the internet existed, this was a thing that happened. But then you add the dimension of being trans onto it, and it gets even worse. To the point where I was the victim of a hate crime. I was scared for my life. I thought I was going to die. And somehow, me being the victim of a crime ended up being used as a way to hurt my reputation and slander me. In fact, in the Foreign Man in a Foreign Land video that just came out, in addition to saying that he used to be homophobic, he ends the segment on me by stating that I used the fact that I was the victim of a hate crime as a shield for criticism. But I've always been very willing to address criticism. But this is coming from the same crowd that actually doesn't believe in that. Don't actually believe in accountability either. In that video, they ended off by saying that me going to rehab is not atonement for the harm that I have done. They don't actually address what the harm was, first of all. But second, and I find it to be the most interesting part of it all, is that while they're willing to say what is not atonement, they are not willing to say what is, because they don't actually believe that people should be forgiven. And I think that's the saddest part. And that really paints a picture of some of the biggest issues in progressive spaces, where everyone says that they believe in accountability, they believe in rehabilitative justice. But when it comes down to actually practicing what they preach, it's crickets, right? Because to them, it's all sophistry. It's nice words, but there's no substance behind those words. I'm really glad that the person in Twitch chat actually mentioned this, because I wasn't planning on talking about any of this. But, you know, I've been following it. Even though I'm streaming less, I still follow it. I think, should I respond to this? Should I not respond to this? But honestly, I think that this is fine. I don't think this needs a bigger response, because this is ridiculous. I think it's fucked up, honestly, how bad the video essayist side of the left online is, considering the video essayists have the time to pull back and think about what they want to say before they say it, which is not something that live streamers are afforded, but they still manage to say really fucked up things. And it's worse. It's worse because it's like pure intention. Because they have the time to think about what they want to say and they still say terrible fucking things. Whereas, you know, with live streamers, it's like you can just like fuck up what you're saying and then you don't actually mean what you said, but guess what? It's clipped forever and it's going to be held over your head forever, even though the intention behind the words that you have said is not actually there, but no one gives a shit because if they don't like you, that doesn't matter. At this point, making a Debate Bro Bad video by these woke school video essayists is a rite of passage. It guarantees easy views and cements your place in the woke school space. It's unfortunate because it's true. It just happens over and over again, and he's also right. Like, it has nothing to do with politics. It's just internet drama. And like, at least with me, I can own it. I can be like, this isn't politics. It's just internet drama. It's just entertainment. It's here to entertain you and distract you from the fact that the world is fucked up and messy and you don't always want to think about how fucked up and messy the world is. And I hope that you all appreciate that honesty because it's like you're not going to get it from all of these creators. So what do you think? Should I watch The Foreign Man in a Foreign Land? Just the part about me. Because there are things I want to say that I've thought about a lot. It's pretty brief. I was literally only in...
I feel like so far this is adding additional context to what I provided.
Included for clickbait, and it honestly didn't even help them that much. But for some reason, people think that I am Vosh or I'm like inseparable from Vosh, and that's not true.
It turns out streamers are very busy people, and we very rarely, like, hang out with each other, or even talk to each other, or even see each other's content, to be quite honest with you.
Like, I barely watch his streams. He doesn't watch my streams. We have some crossover community, but it's not as big as they think it is. Yeah, Vosh and I are very different people. Y'all ready for this? The section you scoundrels are looking for. I'm gonna skip right past the Vosh part to the me part. I get covered in this... I'm in the thumbnail of this video. They put me in the thumbnail of this video. I come into play at 31 minutes, and they stop talking about me at minute 35 of a 50-minute long video. So 5 minutes of the video total, and I get put in the thumbnail as clickbait.
Keffals. Cool. Probably one of the newest darlings of the left, due to what I like to call the effect.
I'm sorry, this picture's a bagger.
Which is when something tragic happens to a person in a community, a marginalized community especially, and folks begin to rally behind them in order to ward off a common enemy, which in this case was Kiwi Farms. And let me get serious. Let's take a moment. I can't believe I'm saying this, right? But we gotta commend Keffals.
Thank you.
Because she went up against a system that is the taint of 4chan. Like, all of the sweat and the unctuous...
This is the worst description of Kiwi Farms I've ever heard. So Kiwi Farms is so...
It's true. I heard that Keffals was one of the 9/11 hijackers. It's true. It's true. It's true.
Vile that 4chan hates Kiwi Farms. Putting that into perspective. And also, these sites are nothing like each other. Every poster on 4chan is complete...
Yeah, I was on Keffals' stream prior to this, like when she was fundraising prior to any of the Kiwi Farms stuff.
Completely anonymous. And on Kiwi Farms, people have dedicated accounts. 4chan isn't a stalking website. There are people who use 4chan to just post pictures of food or
Jesus.
art. But Kiwi Farms is dedicated explicitly to stalking and harassing people. The majority of which are trans people, neurodivergent people.
See, only one plane hit the tower on 9/11. The other was a hologram, and Keffals used it to shield her parachute as she jumped from the plane. It's true.
Reese from the neckbeards them of Reddit and R-Pole alike? it settles into Kiwi farms. There are forums dedicated to doxing people.
No. Every thread. They will dox everyone. They have doxed children. It's not that they have threads that are dedicated to doxing. They try to dox every single person who gets a thread on the website.
Threads that were literal nooses for some Sudokus. And the intrepid Keffals fought valiantly, endured some of the worst of Kiwi farm. Like a phoenix into a shiny career in leftist progressive punditing. And also...
My career in leftist political commentary started before Kiwi Farms. I became well known for the charity streams I did, where I raised $250,000 for trans youth. I became known for getting into fights with right-wing political commentators far before any of this stuff kicked off. But I don't really believe that this man has done any of this research. He described Kiwi Farms as 4chan. I really wish that if he was going to use my name and my face to try and promote his video, he would do his due diligence.
Posturing, but we'll get to that. Then she piss on it. I talking about like old yellow style, show the leg up, piss on it, right? She gone.
If I was going to be extraordinarily pedantic to the level that I feel like the Noodle, using Noodle tweets to call someone using Noodle tweets that people are saying noodles taste good. If we're going to be that level of pedantic, then certainly we could be the level of pedantic that says, well, if you're saying, wait, a dog throwing up its leg to piss on it? Oh, are you calling Keffals a man? Look at this transphobia. What horrific transphobia we're seeing right now from foreign men in a foreign land. Yeah, just, oh man, he called Keffals a dog, and not only that, a male dog? Wow, transphobia. Horrible, horrible transphobia. Because guys, guess what? When a female dog pees, it squats down. It doesn't throw its leg up, chat. Wow, look at all this transphobia from foreign man in a foreign land. Do I think foreign man in a foreign land is transphobic? No. I'm just using it to demonstrate a point about how, like, the level of petty you have to be. Like, if I weaponize that for, like, a year against this guy and got all of my friends, all the people I'm connected to call him transphobic, that would be because he said that would be the equivalent of what he's doing to Keffals. Oh, he's spreading the most heinous lies and bigotries because he called Keffals a boy dog. That's bullshit. And if I ever do anything like that, chat, call me on my bullshit. Because this guy deserves to be called out on his.
On to make some of the most egregious lies and bigotries we have.
Okay.
Egregious lies and bigotries.
So you remember when I was addressing this earlier? This is what comes on the screen when he says the most egregious lies and bigotries. Tasty Noodles tweets, and on the other side, it's a tweet where I say, I'll always do my best to support the Black community, and I recognize that Black trans people are especially some of the most marginalized members of our community. I don't think I've always done my best, but I can own it. I'm always trying to learn from my mistakes and to do better. Then Jai, Dreaded Jai, which, by the way, at this time, this was in the middle of Drop Kiwi Farms. I had Nazis that were literally trying to end my life, and Jai was mocking the hashtag Drop Kiwi Farms in this screenshot. I'll move chat so you can see it. By doing hashtag cancel Keffals. At the same time that I was taking on one of the worst sites on the internet. A website that has made people take their own lives as a result of the severe harassment that they send towards the people that they deem worthy of it. Jai said, I mean, you could start by apologizing to me for the lies you told, and I just said no. Jai is someone who mocked me for being hate crimed last year, who called me a groomer, who spent a very disproportionately long time attacking me and trying to convince other people to attack me. Last year, when I was in a situation with the police because of the neo-Nazi that had me swatted, a situation where people die, because that is a very, very bad situation to be in.
Yeah, and Lions After Slumber, like, one of the things that worries me is that, like, I love Ole's content a lot, but, like, the fact that she is tangentially in this circle worries me about the future direction of her content. Because this is fucking insane. This is... I feel like this is, like, the equivalent of, like, the It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia bit, where, like, like, Pepe Sylvia, they're just, like, pulling all these threads together so they can just claim this horrific racism on the part of Keffals.
And this is something that a lot of people consider attempted murder, and I don't regret not apologizing, because I will never get an apology for the vile abuse that Jai had put my way. I could also go into how Jai mocked Eden's death. Honestly, I think that Shark30 did a better job talking about that, and I would recommend that you go watch Shark's video on the topic.
Seen in this space, to the point where it got so bad that she had to do this. She got help.
So, this is a bit confusing to me. Like, the way that this video progresses, it seems to imply because I made tweets about noodles and refused to apologize to Jai, I started doing drugs?
Like, old yellow style, show the leg or piss on it, right? She gone on to make some of the most egregious lies and bigotries we have seen in this space, to the point where it got so bad that she had to do this. She got help. Now,
she spread so much bigotry and lies that she had to go to therapy. I feel like this is implying that she faked needing to go to therapy, or needing to go to rehab in order to absolve herself of the things she had said and done, which is fucked up in the extreme.
Let me start by saying this, right? This is an arc that we need.
So it's interesting to me, as I said before, this is using Bella's screenshot, living in jeopardy, in our chat. And you know, I think if Bella is such a good resource for a foreign man in a foreign land, he should have also seen the tweets that Bella made about how Rosalind, the person who spreads all of the harassment based on noodles being tasty, regularly harasses trans women and is quite transphobic.
To encourage. We ought to encourage it. When folks are battling addictions and illnesses, then they get help. We ought to commend this. That being said, getting help in itself is not atonement. And it is also not a pacifier of the pain that the perpetrator inflicted.
So this is the thing I really wanted to talk about. I didn't go to rehab because I wanted to atone for anything. I went to rehab because my friends wanted to stop me from ending my own life. I had ordered heroin to my house, and I was planning to end it. And my friends came together, and they convinced me to get help instead of ending my life.
Good night, Mithril Mist.
I was dealing with post-traumatic stress disorder from all of the harassment, from all of the death threats, from the fact that I survived attempted murder. And trying to use this as some sort of gotcha is disgusting. It's inhuman. I didn't do that for anyone else. I did that because I didn't want to die. but I didn't have any.
How fucking selfish. What horrible bigotries she's promoting. Oh god. Unironically, these people would prefer if she had killed herself. Like, yeah, like 100%. There is no atonement that she could do that would satisfy them. They would prefer that she had killed herself. They would prefer that because then they could be like, oh yeah, she was problematic, but she was such a good person for taking down Kiwi Farms, and you know, really, like, she was so troubled. But like, because she's not dead, because she made the choice to live, they think she's the fucking devil because of Noodles. Like, that's how they have to spin this.
Help in dealing with something that I didn't even know that I was dealing with. I just think that this entire thing is really gross. Another thing about this that is really gross to me is calling me the perpetrator. I've had so many people reach out to me to thank me for literally putting my life on the line to get that website offline. I had the friends of Chloe Sagel, a video game developer who was harassed so badly by Kiwi Farm she set herself on fire in a public park, reach out to me and thank me for getting that site offline. And to this day, I'm still dealing with the trauma of all of that. Seeing it get used as a sick gotcha is so disgusting. But also, I really want to know what he means by perpetrator of harm and who exactly I harmed. Because all he's shown so far is me not apologizing to someone who was incredibly abusive towards me, and me making lighthearted jokes about noodles and posting noodle dishes that I cooked because of getting harassed by someone who has a history of harassing trans people.
While you may be a victim of your own traumas and malignments, you cannot now claim victimhood status after inflicting pain at scale.
What pain? At what scale? The thing also, I think it comes up at the beginning of this section, was the pit crew thing. And there is one clip where I say, we're doing gay ops. Everyone make a pit crew. Make it like, I don't know, a black butch lesbian. And they took less than a 5-minute clip out of a several hour-long stream, and throughout it I'm saying, make a random one. Someone said, is this one too white? I said, I don't care, just make a random one. Because I was struggling with substance abuse. I couldn't articulate what I was trying to say correctly. And it's really off-putting to me how people can't understand that when you're in the throes of a mental health crisis, when you are on multiple substances, you're not your true self, or whatever they want to claim. You're impaired. You're not thinking correctly. Do I regret that incident? Yes, I do. It was very stupid. It was done when I was struggling with a lot of stuff. But the fact that they have taken this moment that came out of all of the pain and all of the suffering that resulted from going head to head against a stalking website that has taken multiple lives is gross. They tell me, just like he did in this video, that this isn't atonement to go to rehab. But also, notice this. He never tells me what the atonement is. Because he doesn't actually care about rehabilitation. If anyone actually suggested a way that I could make it up to people, I would have done literally anything. But they never actually told me because they don't believe in that.
But many supporters of Keffals warded off criticism in the name of her rehab visit. And whether she's doing it intentionally or not, Keffals is not only using her status as a trans woman that was attacked by one of the most vicious platforms.
Oh, by the way, just FYI, in case people were wondering about that Anne Frank stuff I brought up earlier, here's a link to a Know Your Meme page about a Pog Patrol, which goes over like kind of what this group of people have done on Twitter, and it mentions a lot of pretty not great stuff and shitty behavior leading up to the Anne Frank had white privilege discourse. So there you go. You can cover all that stuff if you're curious about it. Erica, what? The what discourse? Just click the link. I don't want to go over it again.
Platforms on the internet, but also her status as a survivor of substance abuse, and she primped and preened the slithering coils of Medusa.
This is where it ends. This is the entire section from his video. This next part is literally of another content creator talking about how it's manipulative for people with mental health issues.
Yeah, she really primped and preemed Medusa, the horrible writhing beast of bigotry. Yeah, okay.
To blame the fact that they acted out on their mental health issues. But it isn't even in the context of talking about me.
Yeah, Keffals has actually like gone outside, touched grass, and done like on the ground organizing, and she has a lot of like I give her a lot of respect for that. A lot of people who stream in the online left don't do shit. Okay? Like they don't do things. You know? And I hope my goal is that I am able to give you guys tools that will allow you to get out there and do things while I'm trying to do things too. You know? We gotta roll up our sleeves and do the work, you know?
So basically all
Keffals used to be a tanky and became not tanky brained. That's the hardest journey of all, my friends.
I have to say about it. It's exhausting dealing with this ableism because this is what it is. It was me dealing with an undiagnosed mental health issue and having no supports for it and struggling with substance abuse in an attempt to deal with it. And it gets used as a way to attack me. These people aren't leftists or reactionaries using leftism as an aesthetic to attack us. Yeah. It's not politics. It's internet drama. If they wanted to use an example of like a white trans person who's racist as like the example for white trans racists, they could have used like Kelly Cardigan, who said that black people enjoy slavery. They could have used any of like the trans Nazis you'd find on Twitter. There's nothing about me, especially to the people who know me very well, that could even suggest that I'm right-wing. The fact that they think fighting you is standing up against racism, they are showing themselves to be deeply unserious and ineffective. Honestly, I view stuff like this as bullying. I have never talked to him before. He doesn't know me. He obviously doesn't know my story. He doesn't know what Kiwi Farms is. But he's obviously friends with people who have decided that I'm a bad person. And he knows that he's gonna get pats on the back and views from repeating the same lie. Using the rehab thing to say that I atoned when the rehab thing was to keep me from killing myself is disgusting. They act like I did this huge manipulative ploy to get people's respect back when all of my friends were just like scared because I was at the lowest point I had been in a very long time. There's something that I saw a lot during that period online by so-called progressives and leftists that they have this idea in their head.
So sometimes people will just feed you to the wolves, you know? And sometimes those wolves, they don't actually need to eat you. They just rip you apart because they can. Because it's fun. Because it feeds their narrative.
Head that being high makes you more honest. It makes you like a truer version of yourself, and that's not true. Like, do you think like you know, when you're walking in a rough neighborhood and you see someone who's addicted to meth, you think it's like they're just being their honest true self when you see all of the like scabs on their skin because they thought there was bugs on their skin and they picked at it until they started bleeding? Is that being more honest? No, these drugs fuck your brain up. They make you act irrationally. They make you think irrationally. Like doing coke, doing meth, doing benzos, this is not just like a stronger version of weed. These change everything about the way that you behave.
Change everything about the way you behave. And, you know, allegedly these people are for reform. You know, they believe in rehabilitation. They believe in that change is possible and good. They believe those things, allegedly. You know? But thinking that noodles taste good, that's a step too far. Being in a suicidal depression spiral from untreated PTSD. Well, that's, you know, you're supposed to extend empathy and support for, you know, other people struggling with mental health issues. Not, you know, if you don't like them, well then, fuck them, you know? Now, chat, we have been streaming for about 6 hours. If any of you have been enjoying or finding this stream interesting, consider dropping some subs or donos, because that is what allows me to live, and I would appreciate being able to continue doing that. Yeah, they're the kinder, cuddlier version of Kiwi Farms, you know? They'll make you want to die, but, you know, they won't be deeply unkind about it. Yeah, Natalie Lush. My goal is to arm you guys with the ability to get out there and do things, you know? Get you closer to resources that you need. Okay. Only know Keffals through Jack in this community, but the worst I've heard is some kind of iffy shit posts. Nothing worthy of atonement. I mean, yeah, I mean, like, some of the shit posts are a bit like, ooh, that's spicy, but, like, I haven't seen any truly bad ones where I'm like, holy shit, dude. So, again, if I'm wrong about that, send them my way. Send me the screenshots, okay? Just gave away a car to a struggling family. Does that count? That is praxis. We do stand some mutual aid. Yeah, the spiciest take she had when she came out as cis. True. Yeah, I'm not big on shit posting. It's just not my bag. Not my preferred type of comedy. But like I understand what it is, you know? All right, folks, I am tired as fuck. Oh.
Thank you for covering this. I watched Clara go through the worst of it behind the scenes, and I will never forgive these vultures for using it against her.
Yeah, Velvet, it's... First of all, thank you very much for the 5 tier 1 subs. I really deeply appreciate that. And second of all, like, it's really hard for me. Like, I've always supported Keffals. I've just not been super vocal about it. And that's mostly just because I don't pay that much attention to other content creators. And I've been trying to be better about it recently. Like popping into other people's chats and like sending out DMs to like collab in the future. And it's just like I've always supported Keffals, and it's just I want to do better, you know? Forlorn, thank you for gifting a sub to Keffals. I appreciate that. But like I just wanted to do a bit better, because it can be real easy, I think, for someone who has been isolated and hounded like she has to feel really alone, especially in this space that is so naturally isolating. And so I felt obligated, and I might get some blowback for it, but like that's fine. I felt obligated to like stand up, because full disclosure, I did pre-watch her video that we just went through. But like it's bullshit. It's just bullshit upon bullshit. And like I would want someone to speak up on my behalf, you know? I would really want that. I would want people to be in my corner publicly and not just behind closed doors. And like, you know, I'm trying to be better. Seeing how bad YouTube chats were in my first live stream experience ever, I felt that, Jack. Yeah. And like she just gets an endless torrent of shit. An endless torrent of shit. And like I've only had like I'm a fairly uncontroversial streamer, you know? I've had some people like clip things out of context. It feels bad, man. It sucks. And this stuff is insane. And not only is it insane, I see it getting like traction among these like leftist video essayist circles, and that's deeply disturbing to me, because it's indicating to me that these people either know that they're misrepresenting this situation, and they're, you know, deliberately misrepresenting it, or they don't care enough to actually check. Or they are just perfectly comfortable allowing their own ego to be like, yes, not only do I dislike this person, they are also evil. And that is why I dislike them. And it's just like, you don't gotta do that. You don't gotta turn someone into the devil. Like, sometimes you meet somebody and you're just like, they're not for me. And that's fine. You know? Like, that's okay. But there's a tendency in this leftist space to be like, I dislike them. Time to make everyone else think they're the devil. You know? It's just fucking nuts. I'm Bahamian, just like Foreign, and watch a lot of his content. It's sad seeing him go down this shitty, clicky path. And yet, Tron Panda, I haven't watched a ton of Foreign Man in a Foreign Lands content. I've watched a couple of his previous videos, and I thought they were all right. You know, heavily edited, too heavily edited for my taste. But like, you know, some decent points. Probably could be, his videos could probably be shorter, like, you know, and more concise. But like, overall, like, decent content. And I feel the same about like a lot of Jesse Gender's content too. For example, like, there's good stuff there, and then it's disappointing to see them just like turn this into shit flinging that they are then trying to justify with like this slaying evil narrative. Maybe he could have talked to Keffals first. I mean, maybe, but like, if you're not even gonna bother to like, I don't know, look into like some of the origins of the discourse, where you're calling her like an egregious bigot who's spreading lies and misinformation to further like her bigoted cause, like, I think you've clearly made up Bahamian. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm real bad at pronouncing things because I'm from the Midwest. We don't get a lot of pronunciation right. Let's see, and yeah, I don't think that like, ultimately, a lot of these people are interested in spreading a narrative, or you know, I think they're interested in spreading the victory narrative, you know, victory over evil. The evil is defeated, you know, to make a reference. We do words bad. I do words bad, and I'm sorry. Bahamian. It's true, Gamer G. The amount of times I've heard people, I've heard like several people who all lived within like a 5-mile radius pronounce like small town names in Minnesota vastly differently. You know, with Velvet's words, I'm gonna go through one more video. Okay, we're gonna do one more Keffals video. Okay, and it's one that she put out today. This one has not been pre-watched, and it's called "Leftist Video Essayists: A Masterclass in Hypocrisy," because I feel like we're naturally trending in that direction anyway. Velvet, you made this possible. Let's go.
These content creators specifically posture and try and present themselves as the more reasonable people. It's such a stupid and artificial
Paladin,
fight that they
thank you for gifting us up.
Reigniting because
Bahamian.
BWA for life.
I really want to know why the text-to-speech reads out BWA instead of just saying "bois." I really want to know. Thank you very much for gifting a sub to Tron Panda TKS.
Because they know that there's clout to be gained from this fight that I don't even think they give a shit about. It's been a bit of a weird day for me because I woke up, the water is off for my entire building, and I really realized something from this entire fiasco. Humans need water.
It's true.
Why aren't people talking about this? It's pretty important. Then
Many
a whole
such
bunch
cases.
of stuff happened, which I'm sure some of you little rascals
Get your water
saw on
jugs.
Twitter, with Jesse Gender doubling down and then quadrupling down on how I was treated in the foreign video that she collaborated in was apparently completely acceptable behavior, which is wild to me. And I really wanted to talk about it because I don't think that this is okay behavior. I think it goes against everything that they claim to be and the things that they advocate for. But for some reason, this is just a repeated pattern of behavior. Today's been a pretty silly day online. Yeah, it has been.
Honestly, like the last week has just been nonstop baby brain bullshit.
I did not expect her to double down on everything she was saying and then block her own fans, which was wild to me. Like, I saw someone who said that they have been a fan of her and her content for a long time, and then that fan pushed back against her, being like, hey, Jess,
your videos have been hugely influential in my life, but calling for empathy while supporting liars and abusers is something I cannot stand for. I really hope that you can see the harm you're causing and mend the bridges you're burning, because I know you are better than this.
I think that maybe making
this is
light
what I got
of a
for engaging in
trans
good faith about the
woman's
harm she's
suicide attempt might not be
participating
okay, and she just blocked her own fan for the mildest criticism, and then she locked her account. So I'm gonna go over it all. I'm gonna play Raft. Also, Kaylin Conrad is currently in a beef with me too, but in this weird leftist video essayist way where they say,
the weird, okay, let me guess. It's the weird leftist video essay way where they use like rock'em sock'em boppers instead of like actually like stating their real opinion, like being overly circuitous about their actual stance, which is, I don't like you very much. You know, they can't just come out and say I dislike you and I think you're bad. They can say I think you're bad, but they can't come out and say like I don't like you. They have to add like you're also just racist and bigoted and horrible in every conceivable way. But also, I'm not going to provide any reason why I think those things.
Say, I'm not mad, I'm not going to address it. Anyway, here's a 12-tweet thread of me addressing the thing that I said I'm not addressing. So I'll go over that as well. I'm still not over how staggeringly hypocritical or whining about the accountability in Twitter post was. It's really weird because she continuously does this over and over again, where she starts a drama cycle, doesn't like that she's involved in a drama.
Spooky Mavy, I would definitely watch a video essay on Rock'em Sock'em robots. That would be interesting. And you know what? At the end, tie it into leftism. Tie it into the 2024 election. Radicalize people. Let's go.
Cycle. Gets really upset, has a meltdown, locks down her account. Now let me be clear.
Hungry hippos is capitalism.
I didn't start this. I haven't talked about Jessie on stream since February. She was the one who decided to collaborate in the Foreign Man in a Foreign Land video. And also, I found out something that I'm very disgusted by that I left out of my react.
1080p?
Apparently, near to the start of his video, when I come up, he censors me saying retard, and then he replaces it with the soundbite for FBI open up that's usually used when someone is a pedophile. I don't take it back.
What?
I don't take it back. They are FBI open up. So I can't tell, like,
Okay. Yeah, you know, I know that I went on a little rant about being uncharitable, about like, Foreign Man in Foreign Land is transphobic because he called Keffals a male dog. Oh, the transphobia. Why are you using the pedophile, like, FBI meme for a trans lady? That seems an additional data point where if I was being incredibly uncharitable, like, wow, we now have 2 instances of Foreign Man in a Foreign Land being virulently transphobic in one video, and it's just like, that's just me, again, being horrifically uncharitable. I don't think it's the case, but like, I don't know, if we hit 3,
I can't tell if he's trying to imply there that I'm a pedophile or if he's making fun of me for getting arrested at gunpoint. And it's crazy.
Both of those are pretty fucking bad, considering one is a pedophile and the other is, you know, almost dying. You know, an attempted murder.
Crazy to me. This entire situation, I really hope that Jesse's fans, that Foreign's fans, that a lot of these people who are in this sphere of content creation, both creating this content and...
Wait, have you seen the clip where he cuts to shark out of nowhere alongside raccoon sounds? I've seen the clip where he for no reason like shows a picture of Shark 300 and then follows it up with stock footage of a raccoon. Like, and I believe he also does it in a video that he did to promote this. Like he does it in like a promo video for this for the video that is being referenced here. And he does it in the video itself. I believe I have that right. Oh, no, yeah, no, there was like I think the promo video with Otro went after Rico Rants. You're right. He like called him Raccoon Rants. You get it? Super clever, you know? Super normal behavior to call people Uncle Ruckus Juniors, you know, small R race traders. You know, very normal thing to do. Yeah, Boiled Peanuts. Link that stream away. We're gonna be at the end of this stream. We are going to be raiding into Shark 300's stream where he's doing an emergency fundraiser for his dog. So, did we watch his video? The foreign man in a foreign land video is the foreign man in a foreign man. Ooh, that'd be too spicy for YouTube. No, his video is like 50 minutes long. I think we might do it on a new day, but like, I gotta be honest, I keep looking at it as like potentially something to go over on stream, and I'm just like, I don't know if I have like the energy for it. You know, like there's a lot of things happening in the world right now, and like just to debunk and go through 5 minutes of his 50-minute video. We've been talking about this for like an hour, you know? I had to give you like context on like the entire Noodle history. I had to give you like the entire context of like, you know, Keffals history with Kiwi Farms. Like I had to give you so much additional context just to get through 5 minutes of that video. So, like, I'm thinking about that. I'm just like, we can do it someday. But man, I've been tired. Oh, Boiled Peanuts, come on over to the Riverboat, riverboat.gg chat. Link it there. I'll copy it and paste it into Twitch and YouTube chat.
Helping to create it and
exactly
enjoying watching this content can see that this is messed up. Like, this is very messed up. Did you also see that he showed a picture of Shark played a raccoon? Yeah, I know. It's disgusting. It's really gross. It's unacceptable behavior, and I'm tired of pretending that it...
Spooky maybe, I would, but I feel like I want to do a segment to like defend Keffals, cuz like, you know, she's all alone out there, and like it can be really hard dealing with all of this shit, and I don't want her to feel like she's all by herself, you know? Because, like, this kind of bullshit can be overwhelming and all-encompassing, you know? And she has done so much goddamn good shit. She does not deserve this.
It isn't. And I'm really sick of the way that these content creators specifically posture and try and present themselves as the more reasonable people.
Yeah, and folks, here's the link to Shark 300's dog fundraiser. You can tip him directly. There you go. It's in all the chats. Drop him a little bit of love if you can, okay?
Than the problematic debate bros. It's such a stupid and artificial fight that they keep reigniting because they know that there's clout to be gained from this fight that I don't even think they give a shit about. Yeah, what Velvet's saying in chat. Like, to be clear, Jesse came up again because this...
Goddamn, Velvet. Just making banger opinion after banger opinion.
Morning she posted a foreign man in a foreign land appreciation thread. She wasn't just interviewed in the video, she also endorsed it.
Yep.
Now I'm gonna get to it in a sec. Wait, as a longtime Hassanabi fan, I'm having a really hard time reconciling Hassan having FD Signifier on his stream, FD showing favor to Soul Bunny, who also said shit. Wait, Hassan...
Yeah, we had Soul Bunny in chat the other day. That was interesting. That was wild. I accidentally lumped her in and mistakenly said that she was part of like the anti-race mixing shit that went down with Shark. When instead she had brought him up in her video in relation to Cat Black and Professor Flowers. And we had a chat about how exactly Shark was anti-black. And you know what? I feel like I did a good job standing my ground and advocating for Shark, you know? I guess this week is just standing up for my friendos, for people I think who are doing good work and actually building something good. Shark had FD on once, didn't he? Yeah, he did. I don't remember how that went, Boiled Peanuts. Avalon of Babylon, it was basically 20 minutes of, is this your wallet? And I feel like Soul Bunny admitting that I could refer to what she called Shark as calling him a race traitor was accurate if reductive. So I feel like that was about as big as much progress as we could have made there, you know? Wait, Dylan Burns in Soul Bunny? Nah, All Seeing Dude, I think you're thinking of Bad Bunny. I don't think Dylan Burns and Soul Bunny are in, like, a similar circle, unless I missed something, you know? Yes, Soul Bunny then, despite coming in to clarify that she had not been part of the anti-race mixing tirade, did use statements that Shark had made in response to the anti-race mixing to show how he was anti-black. And then I just immediately pulled up the tweet where he was saying this is fatherless behavior. This is bastardly behavior, you know? In response to people who were like upset about race mixing. So, you know, I feel pretty vindicated all around on that one.
Are you serious? 2 weeks. Oh my, what a fucking, holy shit. Not just a collab, he was in the studio. I've been saying...
She did in fact call him a racial slur, but she was very cagey about exactly what she meant by that racial slur. You know?
It more and more recently, but I'm just disappointed with Hassan. And I never brought it up publicly, but FD Signifier was absolutely vile to me. Hold on a sec. I've never brought this up before, but, you know, now is as good of a time as any. So February 20th, and for the context, to all the people who are unaware, I went to rehab within that week. Like, I'm pretty sure I went to rehab on February 21st. On the 23rd, thank you so much, Maeve. On the 20th, or the 19th, I believe, My struggle with substance addiction got outed publicly, and
I feel like from what I've seen of FD Signifier, he talks to a lot of people and like walks back a lot of his positions. Like if he got a little too spicy on Twitter or something, like and someone's like what about this? Like he'll just like retreat from that position in the conversation and then double down on it later.
started trending on Twitter as a result of it because of people mocking me for struggling with substance abuse. FD said, Keffals is trending on my feed. Keffals has 42.
Well, right, and Young Black Economist, the point I made to Soul Bunny was like, it's okay to just dislike Shark. It's okay to not like Shark 300. Like, not everyone has to like him, you know? But like, calling him a race traitor because he disagreed with two black people seems doesn't seem to like the accusation here doesn't seem to be backed up at all, you know. So yeah, I think I agree with you, Young Black Economist. Like I'm not gonna tell them that, you know, oh, you know, if it's substantiated, you can't say that. But also, like, as a white ally, if somebody's calling my black friend and colleague a racial slur, well, then they better goddamn, you know, substantiate that shit.
$2,000 subs and 13,000
Yeah, we got Young Black
tweets
Economist in
about
chat,
her.
Erica.
I really, really want everyone to take a moment and consider the totality of what that means and how this works. I don't want to minimize the capacity for harm that happens when Keffals and similar figures do harmful shit or even just troll for attention, but I do think it's incongruent with the reality of her actual influence in this space. It's really fucking disgusting.
Yeah, Gamer G, it seems strange to be like, I don't know. It seems strange to draw that line. Like, well, I can call you a horrible racial slur. That means you're anti-black, and derives from, like, you know, horrible anti-black stereotypes. But you can't call other people within your community like fatherless. You know, that seems to be a double standard. It's not super consistent. But also, then you add into the equation that, like, he's responding to people who are literally anti-race mixing. So, you know, even if you grant that the fatherless comment was cringe, clearly the greater cringe are the people opposed to the mixing of races.
It's so gross because he goes on and says shit like, I wish Turb had 13k tweets. Can we get
oh yeah, Turb also didn't Turb also like call Shark a race traitor?
13,000 tweets for the leftist cooks? These tweets were mocking me for substance abuse, and people continuously pointed this out to FD. And
sorry, I need to back it up like 10 seconds.
Says shit like, I wish Turb had 13k tweets, but I do think it's incongruent with the reality of her actual influence in this space. It's really fucking disgusting. It's so gross because he goes on and says shit like,
oh wait, Young Black Economist, I didn't know you were a content creator. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. Folks, go give Young Black Economist a follow, okay? Thank you for being on the ball. Thank you for being on the ball, mods. I appreciate it.
Like, I wish Turb had 13k tweets. Can we get 13,000 tweets for the leftist cooks? These tweets were mocking me for substance abuse, and people continuously pointed this out to FD, and he just ignored it. The same way that Jesse Gender is currently ignoring.
Wait. I missed something here. Oh, okay. So she has 42,000 subs and 13,000 tweets about her, but the vast majority of those tweets are tweets harassing her and telling her to, like, go fucking kill yourself.
FD said, Keffals is trending on my feed.
Gotcha.
Keffals has 42,000 subs and 13,000 tweets about her. I really, really want everyone to take a moment and consider the totality of what that means and how this works. I don't want to minimize the capacity for harm that happens when Keffals and similar figures.
Yeah, no problem, young black economist. I want the, you know, the rising riverboat raises all other boats, you know, as the saying goes. I want us all to do better and get bigger and be able to reach more people. And you seem like a good bean and a good noodle.
Figures do harmful shit or even just troll for attention, but I do think it's incongruent with the reality of her actual influence in this.
Yeah. Sorry, Annie, for some reason my brain had, like, blocked out that was the reason so many people were tweeting about her. Yeah. Finally connected the dots. Okay, this does seem incredibly shitty to do.
This space. It's really fucking disgusting. It's so gross because he goes on and says shit like, I wish Turb had 13k tweets. Can we get 13,000 tweets for the leftist cooks? These tweets were mocking me for substance abuse.
Wait, what did that say?
Tweets for the leftist cooks.
It says, Turb, the fact you hide behind your platform to deter from the point of your misogynoir is insane. Stay in your circle jerk of white leftists. You're pitiful. I hope you're happy with your C-slur as self, for real. The fact that you can't show a shred of empathy for any black women get critiqued my video with some form of self-extrapolation is wild. It's really weird to me that when you look into the shark stuff, like with the shark stuff, like, what, you can't show a shred of sympathy for any black women, but, like, when you look at any black women, it's like two or three, like, that he disagrees with, that, like, on one or two occasions. Like, it's not like, yes, Shark 300, an ally in keeping these people in their place. No, like, that's not the case, you know?
These tweets were mocking me for substance abuse. And people continuously pointed this out to FD, and he just ignored it. The same way that Jesse Gender is currently ignoring what's going on. Was he even aware? I don't think he cares. It either paints a really poor picture of him as a video essayist because he doesn't do his research, or he's malicious and he's intentionally lying about this situation. The Camel Spider, he was aware. He replied to people who tweeted support after people informed him why Keffals was trending. God, that's so fucking sleazy. This all started because after I put out my response, Jesse...
I watched the videos that they went after Shark over, and, like, he could have argued his points better, and sometimes I think he didn't frame his argument well, but that doesn't make him a race traitor. Yeah, and I mean, like, streamers aren't going to be able to usually frame arguments as well as people who are able to sit down and with forethought write out a script.
He decided to double down on this entire thing and tweeted out, "This is a foreign man in a foreign land appreciation thread."
That group has spread so many lies about me, and as a black trans person, there is no shame. Young black economist, what are your pronouns? Just so I get them right if I pull them out. And yeah, like, there is no consistency, because the consistent variable is just like, we don't like you very much, and therefore you are evil incarnate, and it tickles us to destroy you. Like, that seems to be the case. Yes, the they them army grows.
Start Foreign is the sweetest, kindest human who is always ready to spread love and open to listen, even and especially when it's about difficult topics. I also know personally he gives the best hugs. So, because I'm blocked, of course, I just posted the screenshot and let her know that she collaborated in a video where Foreign said I was hiding behind my victim status for going to rehab because I was suicidal. Absolutely intentional what she's doing, and she even made like a long Twitter screed. The first thing in the VEG thread.
What was
I'm
your best
tired of
news,
people
Murder
saying
Demon?
You need to be held accountable based on high school inane bullshit nonsense and removed context. There are things that I want to have open conversations about, even admit where I fucked up, but I can't because it will just feed endless, disingenuous discourse. In this context, she's talking about making a hit piece, collaborating on making a hit piece with another content creator that essentially just mocked me for seeking out mental health care.
Yeah, like, just, I want to go through that even a bit more slowly, you know? I'm tired of people saying you need to be held accountable based on high school inane BS nonsense and removed context. Oh, high school inane BS nonsense and removed context? You mean like thinking noodles taste good? Because that was the basis of the video's claims that she was a vile racist. Like, there are things I want to have an open convos about. Even admit where I fucked up. But I can't because it will just feed endless disingenuous discourse. But the disingenuous discourse here is coming from you and yours. That's where that disingenuous discourse is coming from. Like, Jessie's smart, guys. I've watched her content for a long time. She's not like unintelligent. She's saying she fucked up and won't admit it because she thinks what happens to Keffals will happen to her or something. Yeah, that's kind of what it sounds like she's saying, but also like I think with one caveat, Spooky maybe, and I think that what she's saying is if she admits it, well, these people will just attack me more anyway. She thinks that if she like admits she fucked up on something, well, people in Keffals' community will only attack me anyway. It's just like, I feel like that's the accurate read. It's not that she's afraid that like people on her side will attack her, or maybe she's just afraid everyone will attack her. I genuinely don't know. It's with Otro. I miss just watching Star Trek videos, you know. Yeah, you know, we like Star Trek. We got a little Star Trek peepo. He's one of my favorite emotes on the website.
Discourse. In this context, she's talking about making a hit piece, collaborating.
Seems like the consistent variable is being a streamer who isn't openly hostile towards he who must not be named. I really think that if Keffals just started attacking him, they would say she's atoned. Yeah, well, and that's the thing, Tron Panda, TKS. Like they don't care about any other aspect. They just want more people to hate people that they hate. That's ultimately it. You know? And it's just it's not a process that ends, you know? It is a process that consolidates power, you know? Like if anyone else steps out of line, well, we hate everyone who hates them, you know? Or we hate alongside everyone who hates them. And it's just it's not productive. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't spread or build a leftist power. It doesn't move us any closer to fixing any systemic issues. All it does all it does is give like this like ego padding satisfaction that they have and wield this petty amount of power. There's a reason why I compared this to like the buy pan wars on Tumblr. It's because that's ultimately what it was. It was just a game to a lot of these influencers, you know, and they were much smaller than what we're talking about here, but same principle applies, you know. It's just a game, you know. It's a game they're playing with their friends, and their only goal is to beat the other team. That's it. They don't care about actually doing anything. They don't care about, like, you know, volunteering on political campaigns or building up new candidates. They don't care about trying to actually change any of the systemic issues that they point out. You know, even if you look at I don't want to continue because I could rant for a bit. Who cares if you can shit on Matt Walsh when you're hurting marginalized people around you? Exactly. Because the marginalized people around you are closer to you, which means you can inflict more pain. You know you can't inflict pain on Matt Walsh. He's sitting in his little, like, you know, military castle compound with his barefoot wife in the kitchen. You're not gonna hurt him. He doesn't give a fuck, you know? But you know a lot of people who are a lot closer to you, a lot more vulnerable, who do give a lot of fucks. Yeah. It's a path of least resistance, right? VCC TV. It's just what Contra said in that video. Is it? I haven't watched Contra videos in a long time. But it's just like this. It's useless discourse, and it frustrates me that we have to deal with it because it causes so much pain. You know? And it bothers me that some of these people held up as, like, pinnacles on the left are too spineless to actually try and, like, stand up to it and just kind of go along with this shit. Anyway.
On making a hit piece with another content creator that essentially just mocked me for seeking out mental health care because I was suicidal. Like, in the week prior to me going to rehab, I had friends that were taking
Yeah, and sometimes the production value and production decisions of a Contra video are very distracting. I understand.
In the week prior to me going to rehab, I had friends that were taking shifts in the middle of the night to make sure that I wasn't gonna stop breathing in my sleep. Like, the situation was incredibly severe, and seeing her react like this is just so pitiful.
Also, just to relate an anecdote here, of, like, my encounter with Kiwi Farms. To my knowledge, I've never been a target of, like, Kiwi Farms or you know, the militant, you know, branches of those things. I've largely been too inconsequential, like, in a public-facing way. But one of my friends was targeted by Kiwi Farms, and I remember I had to spend a night watching her Kiwi Farms thread. Because she was worried that not only had they doxed her address, she was worried that they might have gotten a hold of her bank account info. So I pulled a shift to watch her Kiwi Farms thread to make sure that, like, they weren't sharing her bank account info, and had her on speed dial in case I needed to call her, wake her up, and let her know, like, she needs to, like, ASAP, like, change her bank stuff. And I stayed up through the night and did that. And, like, I monitored those threads, and I watched those people say some of the most heinous things. And I can see how, like, a prolonged, and ultimately my friend had to change their name and go into hiding And I'm not providing any more details, but like that stuff that they throw out absolutely breaks people. And yeah, the fact that these folks want to continue to try to break Keffals is disgusting to me. On numerous levels.
She's blocking literally everyone that pushes back, even in the slightest. She locked her account after this. We still do have an archive. I'm tired of people saying you need to be held accountable based on high school inane bullshit nonsense and removed context. There are things that I want to have open convos about, even admit where I fucked up, but I can't because it will just feed endless.
No need to apologize to me, guys. My friend got, like, by far the worst of it. I just want you guys to know, like, I understand how, like, this targeted harassment can break people down. And not only that, like, the fact that these people want to heap more of it on someone who tried to take their own life after an attempted murder because she was putting her life on the line to take down this hub of horrid shit is despicable. Because she said noodles are tasty. Get the fuck out of here. All of this, like, weak ass hand wringing over I was involved. I was involved in making a video about how you were racist for liking noodles, and on top of that, you know, they may have implied that your suicide attempt was fake. Ooh woo. It was done for PR purposes. Get the fuck out of here.
Less disingenuous discourse. I don't believe her because she's the person who cuts off connection, and like any way that I could communicate with her has been completely severed by her. Anyone who wants to push back because...
And you know what? I said it about Shark. I can say it about Keffals. It's okay not to like them. That's fine and perfectly normal to not like people. But this impulse to make them the devil is weird and horrible and absolutely predicated on a whole fuck ton of lies.
They want her to see criticism, valid criticism, for the very real harm that she is doing and the very terrible things that she is perpetuating. They're not allowed to. She's trying to build a hug box. She is always right. She always has to be right. And if you point out anything that could even be remotely wrong, she's going to just block you. This is entirely self-serving behavior. This all started because of Jesse circling the wagons in order to protect Foreign after Foreign did something that was pretty reprehensible. I'm tired of getting waves of harassment, people saying I don't care about suicide or death due to online bullshit. Make discourse on it, then blame me for making a big deal of it. I wish I could.
I mean, if it's online bullshit, then why are you contributing to a video about online bullshit? You're the one participating in the online bullshit. Like, here's the thing, right? It's fully possible, and like, some people in that foreign man in a foreign land video, I respect. Swolesome is amazing. You should all go subscribe to Swolesome on YouTube. He's real great. I love Finn. We've been on panels together before. We've had good talks. He's great. 100% endorse him, right? It's entirely possible that some of the people who collaborated on this video with Foreign Man in a Foreign Land had no idea what, like, other parts of the video were going to contain. But, like, if that's the case, then you can just say, like, I didn't know what else was going to be in that video. It's easy. You can just say that. But if you did, why are you then complaining about how it's all just online BS? I don't know, man. Yeah, the issue here is that Jesse then, like, endorsed the video after having seen it, right? And that, well, that kind of answers the question, I think. I want to believe they got merricked. I don't know what that means. Uber. I don't know how much, yeah. I was so disappointed in Anna Marie. Who's Anna Marie? Oh, Merrick ended up in an FD Signifier video she didn't agree with? Oh, well, yeah, because, like, chat, like, it's a video essay. You can just, like, interview someone and then use, like, clips from the interview in the video that you're putting together, you know? Yeah, gotcha.
Could just have private, kind convos with people instead of it all being publicly aired drama. She's a public persona. She is a big...
Oh, the part that she did was pretty direct in whom it was referring to? Gotcha.
Big YouTuber. Get off public platforms. If you don't want people to respond to you on a public platform, why are you on a public platform? And also, she doesn't want a private conversation. She literally blocks everyone who makes the slightest criticism. All for what? Discourse on an app that is dying based on the actions of a clearly transphobic man who bought the app because he got butthurt about a platform literally built to generate conflict and division to drive engagement, and then just accelerated that process.
But you're on that platform. What? Am I high right now?
I said this when I was reacting to some of her writing before. Jessie has this big problem where she continuously views the world in black and white.
Yeah, I mean, I'd avoid the armchair diagnosing Ms. Milena, but I hear you. But I'm gonna avoid doing that myself.
Compares all of her critics to big figures in the media, to billionaires, to people who have a lot of power to do a lot of harm. And it's really, really strange. Like, I've seen her make comparisons between trans people that disagree with her and Ben Shapiro. I'm tired of seeing friends worn down, stressed, tired, disillusioned, and me trying to just give hope or share kindness about them. And it just be made to fuel more division. Exactly how was it a very nice thing to make this hit piece about me? To mock the fact that I had to seek out mental health care. This is abuser stuff. She's literally trying to paint herself as a victim so she doesn't have to be accountable for her actions. She could just make Star Trek content. She could live off of it. But she doesn't. She keeps getting into these drama cycles where she says heinous shit about people. And then she...
I'd really like more Star Trek content. I'd like that. Didn't Jesse also say boycotting Hogwarts Legacy was like a revolutionary act or something? Yeah, I had people leave my community because I said that I didn't believe... I said that if you buy Hogwarts Legacy, I don't think you're the devil. You know? people left this community because I was just saying, like, I mean, it'd be better if you didn't buy it, but also I don't think that the boycott is working, and or will work, and I'm not gonna judge someone like harshly for buying a Hogwarts Legacy game.
Pretends to be the victim when
Yeah, like, I mean, I'm definitely going to be side-eyeing someone who buys it, but I'm not like, I don't think it's like game over, man. They're basically a Nazi already. Like, come on. I couldn't afford. Does that count? I mean, I guess.
when people are mad about it. This app and often working in advocacy devolving into drama is just, it's not good for anyone's. There are so many things
It's not good for anyone's health, she says after contributing and endorsing a video that claims someone going to rehab for after almost killing themselves is like a PR stunt that doesn't do enough to atone for their horrible racisms of thinking noodles taste good. It's bad for someone's health. Okay, yeah, all right.
I have bitten my tongue about, said nothing about. When I have so much stress, anger, and pain about that, I could go on about how it's been disingenuously framed, but I say nothing because I'm just tired of it all because it leads absolutely nowhere useful. I know.
True! Then why are you... the lack of awareness here? I did... Okay, so I saw like one screenshot of Jesse's comments prior to this. Seeing this entire thread is breathtaking. Seeing this entire thread is actually just like one what the fuck after another.
I know I've made mistakes, but I just can't have a convo because it just won't help. And it creates a game of telephone that paints me and others, even those I disagree with, as the vilest person over online nonsense that I would own up to clear up or have a nuanced private conversation.
I just can't have a convo because it just won't help. And it creates a game of telephone that paints me and others, even those I disagree with, as the vilest person over online nonsense that I would own up to, clear up, or have a nuanced private convo on. Almost like, oh my god, dude. Oh my god, dude. She watched through that video and sees the part where Foreign Man claims that Keffals is, you know, spreading all like egregious lies and bigotries, and the evidence is like her not agreeing with one of his friends, and the rest are talking about how noodles taste good. And you think that that's not online nonsense? You endorse that? All this is entirely self-inflicted. Good golly.
Conversation on why can't she have any, just like an ounce of integrity here and just own up to it, even if it's the unpopular thing to do? She's literally doing this to herself.
Yeah, well, like, additionally, it really does sound like she's like, I know I'm in the wrong, but even if I own up to it, everyone will still be mad, so I might as well not. And it's just like, what, but you could at least be true to yourself. Like, you could at least, like, be principled and stay true to, like, what you believe, instead of just, like, opting for, like, everyone liking you. when that's not even the case. Like, you're opting for, like, everyone liking me, but, like, there's a bunch of people who dislike the fact that you're being, like, kind of dishonest about this.
All this beef that people think I have with others, I guarantee you that for 99.9% of whatever drama people think I have for others, I don't. And if I ever met people in person, I would legit want to have a kind convo. But I can't and won't do it publicly in front of an audience. Okay.
You can't and won't have a kind conversation about with somebody in public? Why? This really just seems like... can I just say, I really dislike this obsession that a corner of the online left has with, well, as long as I'm treating people kindly. As long as I'm being polite. You know? Like, I don't care, personally, this is my personal take, this is my personal stance. I don't care if people are polite. I don't care about that. What I care about is people who have principles, people who have values that they adhere to, and if they're using rough language or being kind of rude, I don't mind that part as much. You know? As long as they're doing the good work. As long as they are actually contributing in some meaningful way. So, like, discourse, political action, you know, like Star Trek, that's what I care about, you know? The tone isn't what's important. It's the values. It's you actually standing up for what you believe and having a spine. Yeah, we got a lot of rude bastards in this community, but you know what? We might have some rude bastards, but we got good beans. And I'd prefer to have good beans over rude... I'd prefer to have good beans who are rude bastards over, like, hollow niceties. You know?
Okay, like, what a fucking spineless coward. So you're willing to slander people in front of an audience, but you're not willing to apologize in front of an audience. Okay.
Yeah, you goddamn bastard beans in chat.
Isn't that interesting? She promoted a video that was used to kick off a harassment campaign against Shark and then engaged in that harassment herself. And it's funny because the beef is often extrapolated based on trying to intuit my entire beliefs and thoughts based on the tiny slivers people remove from context to be placed in the ways others have already viewed me in. And we all do this, myself included.
This seems to be as close to, like, admitting that she fucked up with Keffals as we're ever gonna get, you know?
I don't understand what context she's talking about, but all I've asked for is an apology. I've said that.
Yeah, that is a good question, right? My rear end, like, what under what context is liking a tweet calling Shark a house N-word in visual form? What's the missing context there?
On Twitter, all I want is a public apology from her. Held accountable is language I don't like. I think asking you about your decisions and telling you when they think you're wrong is fine. And you don't have to agree that you fucked up, but I think since you care about nuance, you should let yourself see it. So she replied to this. This is 100% fine. But I've had people literally say, you need to be held accountable, or saying much worse. Literally had DMs telling me I don't care about trans murders or suicides. I'm fine with a convo.
The video you endorsed heavily implies, and I would say outright says, that Keffals went to therapy as a PR stunt. Instead of went to rehab as a PR stunt. I keep saying therapy, I'm sorry. And like that directly contradicts what you're talking, what Jesse's talking about here.
With nuance, and I would openly discuss where I feel I made mistakes. She could have a private conversation with me, but she doesn't. She's blocked me on all platforms. She's not willing to actually engage in any sort of conversation. She's willing to put out these big hits.
And again, I said this when I talked to Soul Bunny. I would very much like it if you guys did not harass any of the people in these videos, you know? It's okay to disagree with them. You can voice your disagreement, but please do not, like, start your own harassment campaigns against them. They are not worth your time. They are hollow, they are weak, and they contribute nothing.
Pieces that slander me, that laugh at me for getting swatted, that mock me for seeking mental health.
But also fuck these people.
Healthcare because I'm suicidal. But this is too far.
I'm out of
They
water.
can't keep pretending that they're just above everything when they're not. I don't even think that they could actually survive being in a leftist space in the real world acting like this. You can't just put out hit pieces.
It's true. Like I've been in organizing spaces in the real world, chat, and it turns out acting like this is fucking crazy, and no one wants to work with you. When you act like this and you are actually organizing real people, they don't want to work with you. And in worst case scenarios, the entire organizing effort can fall apart because people like this are more interested in playing like who's the winning team in this org than they are like actually getting shit done.
About someone and then pretend to be a victim and lock your, like, she locked her account over people trying to get her to realize that putting out a video that is mocking someone who is suicidal after they receive mental health care is bad. This is like all of the behavior to a T that this crowd says that I participate in, that my community participates in, that Vosh and Vosh's community participate in, and it's disgusting. It honestly makes me feel a lot better about holding the position.
GamerG does real world organizing, by the way, chat. And GamerG, I do want to have you on sometime real soon, preferably during a week when I'm not about to like go on a horribly anxiety-producing trip. To host a panel at Netroots Nation. I literally dealt with somebody doing similar in organizing last month, and they've basically been ostracized from the group for acting like a jackass. Yeah. I mean, when you play games like that with real-world organizing, like, it just causes, like, so many knock-on problems that, like, a lot of times people are just gonna ask you to leave, you know? I tried with them peacefully many times. They were my friends, and I cried a lot, but they don't give a shit and mock me and my autism. They don't have any black people there and will speak up anyway. That will speak up anyways. Just saying to stop shitting on people so much and defending Nazis. Nope, too much. Yeah. Well, you know, you went a step too far, young black economist, by disagreeing with the crowd. You know, that makes you a target for them, you know? Get good sleep, Ashley.
I do and engaging the way I do online.
Oh, wait, don't voice any disagreement unless you want to get blocked. That entire community has siloed themselves off. Yeah, pretty much. It's a group held together by just hatred. It's awful and ugly, and they hide up the hate. They hide the hatred with just like, you know, polite niceties. Is it that hard to be considerate and nice to people you're in an organization with? I thought we learned that in kindergarten. So, boiled peanuts, the issue when it comes to real-world organizing is that there are people who don't care about the end result and instead care about their social status within the organizing org. You know, so they will care more about their like purity, their you know, their political purity. And if you are not up to their standards, if others in the group are not up to their standards, they will, you know, they have no qualms torching everything that they can, either on their way out the door or while they fester within the org. Yeah. It's not even, oftentimes it's not even a like they're trying to like grift. They're just like trying to like get this like additional validation that they are indeed like the purest soul. It's okay, bread and toast. We love you anyway. I gave so much background information earlier. I can't do it again. You'll have to watch the segment.
Because I see the people who are criticizing me and how they engage. They're really abusive. This is abuser behavior. And I don't use that lightly. It's time for another fucking essay on Twitter.
Oh Jesus. Okay, Kaylin Conrad now.
My favorite. So if you don't know the context for this, I'd recommend watching my react to Foreign Man in a Foreign Land, because I go over the initial tweets in that. But let's get into it. I've been told Keffals was...
Oh no, Koopa Shell, don't be too hard on Twitter essays. I wrote a pretty decent one about NATO today. Oh no.
Talking about me in her latest video and said...
I like Kaylin Conrad's content, but like Kaylin Conrad on Twitter is weird and wild.
Some unkind things that misrepresented me and my beliefs. I'm chill with this. I do not internalize criticism of my politics from people whose political views I do not respect. I would actually be very interested in seeing what political views that Kaylin is talking about. Like, is Kaylin a libertarian? Is Kaylin a Republican? Which exactly of all of my political views is Kaylin referring to? I don't...
Well, and that's the thing, right? Like, this is what I'm talking about. They don't directly say it so that they can imply, you know, this narrative and deploy this narrative. Like, they just don't like Keffals, but they need to dress it up to make it as fancy as possible, and it's bullshit. It's actual bullshit.
Don't make debate content or drama content, and her comments about me, although ridiculous, are unworthy of any more of a response than the 3 minutes I'll spend writing these tweets. I will not watch the video. I was sent a clip and a summary and found both tedious. How do you smell your own farts like that, like so hard? Like calling me unkind, saying that I'm tedious? Also, didn't even bother watching the video, but also feels like putting out an entire Twitter thread. Like, I hate that Keffals says unkind things and misrepresents me and my beliefs. Anyway, here's an entire thread that I will put out based on not watching what the actual criticisms were that were being levied against me. I'll continue working on projects and art that I'm passionate about in hopes that sometimes those projects help people in my communities, either through education or entertainment. And anyone is free to say whatever they want about me and that work. Okay, I did. I think that Kaylin Conrad helps platform abusers. I think that Kaylin Conrad took part in a harassment campaign against a woman who wrote a cookbook and successfully bullied her off of Twitter when the Nazis on 4chan were saying incredibly anti-Semitic things about her. This is just a fact. I do not care about clout or ego or clapping back. Sure, that's...
I don't know enough about Kaylin Conrad's role in that harassment campaign to like add additional context to that or even have like a direct opinion on whether or not that happened. I believe Keffals, so I guess I believe that it happened, but I don't know enough to like know the details. I guess I should say.
That's why you felt.
Also, I've been streaming for like 7.5 hours. If I'm stumbling over my words a little bit, that'd be why.
The need to write the giant cope thread, but regardless, or setting the record straight. When my record speaks for itself, it's pretty clear what I believe in and stand for, and even clearer what I don't. If for some reason some internet strangers don't see that, that's okay too. I am surrounded by people who love me, appreciate me, and allow me the honor to do the same in return. I am lucky enough to live off the activist art I make, and I'll never take that for granted. That is now and will continue to be my focus. I don't need drama to bring in views. No, that isn't true. Like, this is drama content. These tweets are content. This is drama content. Kaylin is currently doing drama content, talking about how this isn't drama content. It's just hypocrisy. It's the same thing with all of these bread tubers, or whatever the hell breadtube is now, where they make these big video essays where they pretend that the video essays are educational and it's literally just drama content.
Bread and a
but
toast,
it's
that
drama
sounds like
content
a good plan.
that's designed to make you feel better about yourself walking away from it. That is to say, stop DMing me and asking when I'm going to make a response video, lol. I'm not going to, because this literally doesn't matter enough. I'll continue to address harassment and bigotry when I see it. But other than that, to me, she's not someone worth discussing. It's kind of crazy how I'm like
Good night, Tron Panda.
one of the most notable trans.
Hope we see you again soon. You seem like a good egg. And
political commentators of the decade, and I'm not worthy of a discussion. It's incredibly pretentious. Because, like, first of all, who the hell is Kaylin Conrad? If they were more confident, they'd stand behind content that is drama, but is still important to talk about. No, because they're abusive. They will never stand behind what they're saying. Like, that's it. They won't. Like, instead of actually...
When you confront them on it, they will retreat if they feel like they're in a bad position. It's the FD Signifier move, you know?
Engaging, because I'm pretty sure the clip is... Kaylin bullied someone who was the target of a 4chan harassment campaign into deleting their account was tedious because apparently it's just okay to be a bully, to harass people. This is acceptable behavior if you're doing it in the name of some sort of social cause. If I wasn't worthy of responding to...
Also, thank you for teaching me how to say Bahamian correctly. I appreciate it.
This wouldn't have gotten almost 2,000 likes. But, you know, actually addressing that would make Kaylin look terrible to their audience, and they know that. This is why Jessie Gender won't actually address it. It's really disappointing to me, because they could and should do more if they truly believe that they're doing more, but they don't, because they're not. But to be honest, I'm kind of glad that Jessie just exposed herself like this, because I think it just shows how callous this entire crowd actually is. Thank you all so much for watching. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Y'all, go give the video some likes and consider subscribing to Keffals content. Because I feel like we've gone over a lot of things here. Like, you have to pick and choose who you criticize. It makes sense to criticize Elvis or John Wayne. It does not make sense to criticize System of a Down for their use of rock music. It makes sense to criticize the originators of cultural appropriation. It does not make sense to criticize people who like noodles. Yeah, and especially we've looked at the origin tweet, where, like, the literal inciting incident is someone asking, why would a white woman write a cookbook about noodles and dumplings? And, like, someone... Keffals responding because dumplings and noodles are tasty, and it's just like that's it. Like, that's not, this doesn't feel that complicated. I think if you let me put it this way. I don't know 100% for certain that if you asked Keffals about the systemic white supremacist racism in the publishing industry. I don't know 100% for certain that Keffals would say that she agrees that the publishing systems set up are steeped in white supremacy. I don't know 100% for certain, but I'm like 99.99 repeating percent certain, okay? That's it. My rear end, yeah. Literally I pulled up the inciting incident. Well, why did a white woman write a cookbook about dumplings and noodles? Because dumplings and noodles are tasty. Yeah, it's a systemic issue amongst publishers who, like, it's not this white author's fault that the publishers decided to publish her book. Like, I don't know, like there are other methods we could like propose to like fix the systemic issue in publishing. And yeah, it's yeah, by the way, can anyone answer this question for me? In this tweet here, we talked earlier about because you know the screenshotted tweet and response here. What is the I get the quite, you know, I get quite. What is interesting? Is that like what is that a reference to? Is that just like an exaggerated form of speech for like comedic effect, or like to convey like thinking? Like, or like British speech? I'm unsure. I might be too autistic to understand the context here. I don't know. I'm just gonna put out there, like, I'm pretty sure Keffals would agree that there are white supremacist institutions, and publishing being one of them, that need to change and grow. And I'm pretty sure she'd agree with that. I also think she just genuinely thinks that noodles are tasty, because noodles are delicious. And Indian food is also delicious. Like, it's my favorite cuisine. And I have a handy thing of dal that I would like to make at some point in the near future. Rosalind has also gone after Taylor Swift, mocking her for her sexual assault. She posted some incredibly racist things about Sikhs in Toronto. Cool. Also, like, one thing that really bothers me is just, like, the racism and bigotry that, like, is directed towards Sikhs. Like, Sikhs don't hurt anybody. Like, the Sikhs that I've met throughout my life have been, like, some of the coolest, chillest people I've ever met. You know? Sikhs are cool as fuck. McWiggin! Yeah, you know. You know. Like, I would say that of the Sikhs I've met, 100% of them would give you like the shirt off your back, off the shirt off your back, the shirt off their back. Wait, have I been pronouncing it wrong all my life? Wait. The correct pronunciation of the word is with a short I and an aspirated K. It sounds most like the English word sick. Okay. Sick. Sick. I'm learning a lot of pronunciation. What's really confusing about this is when you Google it, which I just did after issues of pronunciation came up. Google's telling me
seek,
but like I was wondering, the correct pronunciation of the word sick is with a short I and an aspirated K. Sounds most like the English word sikh. That's how we say the word in Punjabi. Ah, okay. Another common pronunciation of this is with the long I, as in the English word seek. This is a later distortion of the original, likely a remnant from European colonialism. While both forms are used in modern English, the pronunciation from the original Punjabi is referred. Okay, interesting. I'm learning so much. My brain is wrinkling in real time. It's not my fault. Google lied to me. Google lied to me, and I'm pretty sure, like, I'm pretty sure that the folks who talked to me about it in high school pronounced it as Sikh. But you know, I learn new things. I'll try to use the preferred pronunciation. Pretty sure they're just too nice to correct us. That sounds like it's about right. Brains squishy, indeed. Well, chat, I feel like we've all sufficiently trauma bonded together. If Jack had a better mic, we could hear her brain folding. It's true. Soon I will have the Elon Musk brain implant, and you will be able to hear all my squishy sounds. Google does the most egregious lies and bigotries. For shout. True, Erica, true. Folks, we've been going for about 7 hours and 40 minutes. If you guys have been enjoying the stream, consider dropping some subs or donos, because those help me to live and free others from the burden of being a white name in our riverboat.gg chat. And folks, if you're over on Twitch and you want to view the stream without ads, you can come on over to riverboat.gg. It's an adless wasteland. And you can be in the on-screen chat, and you don't have to subscribe to get an ad-free experience. So consider coming on over here. And if you need a link, here you go. Why would I want someone else's shirt? I don't know. Maybe it's a real good shirt. Also, hi, Hickey Go Corgi. How you doing over in YouTube chat? I see YouTube chat. I pay attention to you guys. Gotta sprinkle some love on you. Help you guys thrive. Jack is so smart. We are just super surprised when she doesn't know something. Nah, look, I'm just a normal. I'm just a normie. Okay, I'm a normie who just wants to be, you know, helpful. Oh.
W.
Shit. Keffals. Thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so goddamn much. Had no idea you were even in the chat. McWiggin.
What if I just want to give Jack money?
Thank you for the $5 donut. You can also just give me money. There doesn't have to be a reason. Though I have said that I'm gonna give this dog treats for every $5 dono. So this time I'm gonna give her a greenie. There you go. Keffals also has a GG site. So, unironically, while I was doing like some of the prep because I do prep sometimes for the stream, you know, chat. Like I just, out of curiosity, I was like, what places have noodles? And I was surprised to find that Hawaii has noodles, actually. And like it has like really unique like noodle dishes because of the like fusion of different cultures in Hawaii. Which like Italy also has noodles. Yes, this is true. Italy may or may not be known for some noodles. I learned, I just wanted to